of today's game. Good morning and welcome to Kensington Oval, where the news is that England have won the toss. They have elected to bat in this, the final of the over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup, England versus Australia. The game starts at 9:30 and we'll be here to bring you full coverage throughout the duration of the match.
So good morning to you and welcome to Kensington Oval, where we're about to have the start of the final of the Big Man Cricket over 60s Caribbean Cup between England Masters and Australia Masters. They're calling it the Grey Ashes for obvious reasons. And as you heard from my fellow commentator Wayne Holder earlier, England winning the toss and choosing to bat. And we can tell you that could run through the two squad lineups for you. England playing today with Chris Dearden, Edward Gordon, Lennox, Jason Caunt, John Butterworth, John Galthorpe, Kevin Grant, Monty Douglas, Neil Brathwaite, Phil Deakin, Richard Merriman, and Rupert Staple. It will be Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant to open the batting. Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant and for the batting for England, and it looks like Stuart Ridge will open the bowling for the Australians from the Joel Garner end on the northern end of the ground. Delivery of fullish length, and Merriman starts the match very positively. A boundary with the first ball. Richard Merriman is at and the umpire today standing right now is Tremaine Prescott, and at square leg we have Dave Thompson. So we are on our way here, 4 without loss. First ball of the match, a gift really from Ridge to start us off, and we are on our way here at Kensington Oval. It will be Ridge to continue, bowling to Merriman. A delivery starting outside the off stump and moving back after pitching, and through to be taken by the keeper. Good morning to my fellow commentator this morning, Hartley Reid, and certainly a very positive start for the English.
Yes, good morning, Woody, and good morning to all the listeners and viewers. Yes, coming from beautiful and a very sunny Barbados, and England is very positive in their start.
Here's Ridge bowling now. Delivery that brings the batsman onto the front foot, and he pushes it back up along into the offside, and there is no run. So 4 without loss. As I said, Merriman there, he's got the first runs, the boundary to start us off. Slip, gully, point, extra cover mid off as he goes in and bowls. A delivery that starts outside the off stump and moves back a long way from outside the off stump, and Merriman equal to it, pushing it into the offside. And there's no run. On the leg side, there's a mid-on, there's a straightish mid-wicket, there's a square leg, and there's a fielder, call him backward square, maybe you may, I would say he's at backward square. Ridge bowling from the Garner end, pitched up outside the off stump, and that one just played away towards the mid-off by Merriman, and there's no run. Ridge has been getting the ball to do a lot through the air, and that last one didn't seem to. He just held it so outside the off stump as he turns and makes his way in again now. Stuart Ridge bowling to Merriman, who's onto the back foot. Not a lot of movement on this occasion, and batsman equal to it, playing it square into the offside. No run, the end of the over. So after the first over, England, who won the toss and chose to bat, they are 4 without loss.
Yes, Woody. Once again, you were saying that prodigious swing coming from this Australian bowler. He's very accurate. He's just starting on or about the off stump, and that ball is just swinging into the batter. The first one was a loosener, but he was driven straight back down the pitch for 4. But the other balls were smack on target. And as we said just now, Kensington, always a beautiful place to watch cricket. A beautiful day, cloudy, but not in any way threatening with rain. So we have coming from the
It'll be DeMello who will be bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, or the southern end of the ground. 2 ends here at the grounds named after the long-serving opening pair of fast bowlers. The delivery short outside the off stump, and that one is slapped away through cover by Kevin Grant. So he also gets off the mark with a boundary, and England in over number 2 They are 8 without loss. DeMello just showing that he's just a bit, maybe just a bit too stiff, and that one was certainly a loosener. Short outside the off stump and boundary scored by Grant. So both batsmen on 4. 2 slips and a gully in place as DeMello bowls now, and Grant is back and cuts hard, but straight to the field in that backward point, and there's no run. There's also a cover. There's a mid-off. There's a mid-on. There's also a mid-wicket, and backward square leg bordering on fine leg as DeMello bowls from the Marshall end, brings the batsman onto the front foot. He plays defensively out towards the cover fielder, and the score remains at 8 without loss in over number 2. Of course, these Australians played unbeaten throughout the preliminary matches. England lost only one match, and that was against the Australians. And here's DeMello. Past umpire Thompson and starts bowls outside the line of the off stump. Well judged by Grant. But they're coming from some place like England where the ball does a lot. He will be equal to it, even though DeMello has been able to get the ball to do a bit through the air as well too. It's been pretty economical throughout the tournament. The new ball pair for the Australians as DeMello bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery, left alone by the batsman, and through to be taken by the keeper. Someone in front of us suggested that it was wide, but I think the ball pitched pretty much in line, and the movement just carried it maybe just a little bit away from the right-hander. Here's DeMello to Grant now, and this delivery outside the line of the off stump, left alone by the batsman. No run. The end of the over. 2 overs gone. England choosing to bat in the final of the big man cricket over 60s Caribbean Cup. They are 8 without loss.
Yes, and those 8 runs were scored each from the very first ball, or the first ball from each over, 2 boundaries. And then the bowlers then corrected each one of them corrected their lines, and their ball. The next 5 deliveries were smack on, and we are here seeing what has to be an exciting game.
Ridge now with his second over, the third of the innings, bowls, and that one drifts in from outside the off stump, but that struck well outside the line of the off stump, taking the top of the pad, allowed a peel, more in hope than really with conviction, and the score remains at 8 without loss in over number 3. Ridge turns at this the Northerner Joe Garner end of the ground to bowl to Merriman, who's onto the back. I guess the just seemed to bounce a little awkwardly on him, and he takes away the bottom hand, and the ball takes the face of the bat, runs behind the stumps, where it's fielded by one of the slip fielders. And so Merriman remains on 4. Kevin Grant, Richard Merriman, captain of the England Masters, he's on 4. Kevin Grant, he's on 4. Here is Stuart Ridge bringing Merriman onto the front foot, and he plays defensively into the offside, and the score remains at 8 without loss. We expect a decent crowd of visitors. I see going up the steps of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, the former assistant coach of the West Indies team, Roddy Eswick, who's now being employed as a member of the coaching staff by the Barbados Cricket Association. Here's Stuart Ridge bringing Merriman onto the front foot, playing defensively into the onside, and the score remains at 8 without loss. With over number 3, as we've lost the brilliance of the sunshine, some clouds have just come overhead. The weather's certainly changed in the last couple of days here in Barbados. As Ridge bowls now, and Merriman is onto the back foot, tucks this one into the onside, but can't score. Fielder comes swooping in from square leg, and it remains at 8 without loss. So that has changed significantly in the last couple of days here in Barbados, where the tournament started with a lot of sunshine. We had a couple of wet periods as Ridge bowls, and Merriman Comes onto the front foot, plays defensively. No run. The end of the over. 3 overs gone. The England Masters, they're 8 without loss.
Yes, Woody, and the very first delivery in this over caused some concern because the batter did not play a shot. He just patted up. The ball pitched and was swinging in, but this is Kensington, and the bounce from early, the bounce top of the pad would have clearly gone over the stump. But other than that, another steady over from this bowler.
So it'll be DeMelo to continue bowling from the Marshall end of the ground. Goes past Empire Thompson and bowls a full toss, but Grant not able to give it really the full treatment. But you get a few runs here, as there'll be a chase on for the fielder from mid-on. So Grant will get 2, and that will take him now up to 6 and carry the England Masters total up to 10 without loss in over number 4. 2 slips of gully still in place. Intriguing that DeMelo has got the 2 slips as he's in again now. Bowls outside the line of the off stump. Ball movement taking it further away from the right hand and into the gloves of the keeper. Having watched a lot of cricket here in the last few years, I can tell you that this pitch here, on the most westerly on a square, gives perhaps the best help to the bowlers. As DeMelo bowls outside the off stump, and Grant is back and cuts a short ball through backward point and away to the square third man boundary for 4. A lovely shot there by Grant. So the England openers showing that they're not afraid to play their shots. A short ball, loose delivery, and put away by Grant.
Yes, Woody. And the second bad ball from this bowler in this spell, and each bad ball he has bowled has been severely dealt with, being cut to the boundary.
He's on 10 now, Grant. They've taken away one of those slips and put him in at third man. Here is DeMelo bowling to Grant. A better delivery from DeMelo. Pitched up and moving away from the right-hander. Just outside the line of the off stump and into the gloves of Orlando, the keeper. It's now 14 for without loss. We're in over number 4. Sid DeMelo bowling from the Marshall end, turns and in the sunshine bowls to Grant, who's coming onto the front foot, steering the ball away through backward a point. They'll get a run, brings the fielder in off the third man boundary, and now Grant is up to 11, and the England Masters total goes up to 15 without loss in over number 4, bringing Merriman down to face DeMelo for the first time. The bowling has been steady enough to keep both batsmen entrenched at their respective ends where they started the innings. And for the first time, Merriman will be facing up to DeMelo, who Merriman just trying to settle his guard. As we wait now, and here he is from the Marshall in the ground, bowling to Merriman, who's onto the back foot and forcing the ball away through cover. Chase here for the fielder. They'll come back for the second run now, and that will take Merriman up to 6, and the England Masters total up to 17 without loss after 4 overs.
Yes, positive batting by the England squad. They're respecting the good balls, but they are not allowing the loose ones to go unpunished. So, and in that over, we had 3 balls that were not online, and the batter was able to get some runs from it. So we have a very interesting competition here, a contest where swing bowling from one end, from the Joel Garner end, and steady bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, but the batters are both very competent, and they are dealing with the balls that they are getting. So good cricket so far.
Will be Ridge to continue. Ridge, one of the more successful bowlers for the Australians throughout the tournament. As we watch him now making his way in to bowl to Grant, who is coming onto the front foot and looking to work the ball into the onside. The ball coming off the pad, stifled appeal from the Australian fielders. We're going to have try to get some information for you on Stuart Ridge and how he's done so far in this tournament. As we watch him now bowling from the Garner end, past umpire Prescott and bowls outside line of the off stump. That one swung back, but not enough. As Grant, equal to it, went on to the back foot and playing the ball square into the offside. Ridge in his 5 matches, picking up, picked up 5 wickets, but at a very miserly average of 10.80. A short ball from Ridge, and there was Grant looking to pull it through square leg, and a ball coming off the top portion of the bat and in the air for a bit, but the fielder in that square leg could not get there, and so he remains, Grant, on 11 and it's 17 without loss in the 5th over, as Ridge bowls to Grant, who's onto the front foot and playing defensively square into the offside, and there's no run for him. So 17 without loss it is, as the Australians will be very happy, even though that the England has not the English team has not lost the wicket. They'll be happy that the score rate hasn't been too frenetic. A delivery outside the line of the off stump. Those two be taken by Orlando behind the stumps, and the score kept at 17 without loss. Look towards around. It seems as though some clouds are building towards the east, as Ridge bowls to Grant, who's coming onto the front foot, wrapped on the pad, but a long way outside the line of the off stump. No shot offered. As we've come to the end of over number 5, and at the end of it, the England Masters, who won the toss and chose to bat in the final of the Big Man Over 60s Caribbean Cup, they are 17 without loss.
Another good probing over by this bowler, not giving much at all to the batter. The ball swinging from off into, or as we call it, in swingers, and the batter is coming on the front foot and very cautious in his playing. We're having the rains. The rain has come, Woody.
Well, I don't think that this will bother the English batsmen too much. They do play in light drizzles like this. As we watch DeMello now bowling a wayward delivery down the leg side, that will be signal wide. And so we've got our first extra for the day, and that will take the total now up to 18 without loss. DeMello's not been on song today.
No, he hasn't. In fact, that ball that was a wide, he tried to swing it from outside the leg, and it just didn't come back in. So he continued with his action for a wide on the leg side.
Here he is from the marshland now, DeMello bowling to Grant. Again, down the leg side, and another wide signal by the umpire. So he's
I drew your attention to the rain. It is still falling, but the sun is also shining. That wind is just going to pass over.
Definitely. And we wouldn't want too many interruptions today, as Grant gets delivery Merriman gets delivery on the line of the leg stump. He attempts to work it into the onside. The ball comes off the pad and picked up by Ridge coming in from the fine leg region. No run. Merriman there on 6, Grant there on 11, and the England Masters at over number 6. They are 17. They're now 19 without loss. As DeMello bowls a full toss, a very wayward delivery down the leg side. He just lost all his radar today, said DeMello. Perhaps maybe the occasion becoming a little bit too much for him, and playing in the final, and of course being playing at the iconic Kensington Oval.
Well, it is clear that something has gone wrong in this over, because even his action looks a bit different. He's trying to swing the ball from leg, and it's not coming.
Here he is now bowling, deliver a fullish length on the line of the leg stump, and Merriman drives through wideish mid-on. The fielder does not get to it. It's running away very close to the boundary. They're going to come back for the third run now, as the return will be relayed in by the fielder from mid-wicket, who had a long chase because the mid-on fielder wasn't able to get to it. So 3 more runs there for Merriman. He now goes to 9, and the total up to 23 without loss, as the Mellow bowls on just outside the line of the yard stump, and the movement taking it a bit wider and taken by Orlando behind the stumps. Well, it's already shaping up to be a very competitive match so far. The English openers have not given any quarter.
Yes, Woody and Mello, he's fortunate so far because it has not been a good over, but he has only conceded 6 runs out of it.
Here is the Mello bowling, and Grant is cutting, but gets it off a thickish top edge down to third man. There's a fielder down there, just the 1 run for Grant, who now moves up to 12 and takes the total up to 24 for no loss in over number 6. So that rain has now dissipated, and the sun is out, and it's all its brilliance. Here is Grant getting a shortish delivery, looking to cut again, but not getting a hold of it. Ball goes bouncing out toward. Sorry, that's Merriman, and the ball goes bouncing out to the fielder into cover, and there's no run. 24 without loss. It is. It should be the final ball of the 6th over, being bowled by Sid DeMelo from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he's back. Look at the pull. There's an appeal, but maybe just a bottom edge onto the pad, and he was probably fortunate on that occasion as he attempted to pull a short ball. The end of the over, 6 overs gone. The England Masters, who won the toss, they have chosen to bat, and they've done quite well so far. They're 24 without loss, with Richard Merriman on 9. Kevin Grant is on 12. We'll have more from Hartley Reid, and then it'll be Wayne Holder to continue the commentary.
Yes, Woody. This has been the worst over so far. Not a good over at all. He was leg stump, off stump, wide down the leg side on 2 occasions. Wide outside the off stump, where he was cut down to third man. Has not been a good over, and it has given 7 runs in that over. So he has to go and rethink. And Wayne, welcome to you this morning.
Well, good morning, and to you, Hartley, and a warm welcome to all following the stream, whether it is by video or audio. But another fine morning here in Barbados. Lovely breeze and beautiful sunshine. Kensington Oval looking a picture, one would have to say, as we are into the 7th over of the England innings. 23 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat in what looked like very good conditions for cricket. The outfield very quick. As you notice, very, very fast outfield, as Rich is in, and this delivery stroked by Grant out to mid-on. There is no run.
Yes, Wayne is expected to see Kensington in this condition, and I'm sure that both Australia and England would relish being at Kensington for this finals.
Well, there hasn't been a lot of cricket here of late, but the ground seems to have been kept in very good shape, as this delivery outside the off stump, holding its line this time, not swerving back in to the right-handed batsman, and Grant playing slightly away from the body. A slower ball, though, off the edge and running along the ground to the slip fielder. There is no run. Grant on 12, and Rich shining that ball, that pink ball, in his trousers. Turns now, runs away from us here at the Joel Garner end, and pitches this one. Grant onto the front foot, stroking it, beats the man in that cover, and they are going to come back for a second run. Yes, the pair will. 2 more runs to the England total, and a very fluent start to their innings. batsmen seemingly really enjoying the conditions. As Rich again bowling his fourth over, the final delivery, in fact. Field Sobers Pavilion, the Gary Sobers Pavilion, the 3W stand, all named after iconic Barbadian and West Indian cricketers, this nation having produced a number of the all-time greats of the game. And some claim that on a per capita basis, Barbados has produced the most really great cricketers ever in the history of the game.
There's absolutely no doubt about that. I don't think anyone would get in an argument about that.
A population of just over 300,000 people. Small island, 166 square miles, 21 miles long, and a smile wide.
And it's just only 14 miles wide. And it is so small, say so short wide that instead of saying 14 miles, you say a smile.
A smile, just a smile wide. Long history in the game of cricket. The Kensington Oval. Yesterday, hardly we were at the home of the Pickwick Club, Kensington, for over a century. The home of the Pickwick Club, chopped away and catch taken at backward point. Merriman goes. Delivery, I believe, maybe a bit too close for the cut shot. Looking to go with the pace of the bowler. Some extra bounce extracted by Duddridge, and the ball coming off the top edge and going straight into the hands of the fielder at backward point. And Duddridge makes the strike. England fall to 34 for 1 in the 10th over. Merriman gone, caught at backward point off the bowling of Duddridge for 13.
Yes, it's on. Unfortunately, it appears that he didn't see the fielder because he just literally stared the ball into his hand. But they cannot fault the batter. He saw the ball wide. They're looking for the cut, but good bowling because he got the wicket.
I think he was undone slightly by the extra bounce, not getting on top of the ball and playing it down. Because of that extra bounce, the ball taking basically the outer half of the bat rather than coming off the middle.
Yes, because he got no power out of that shot. So your analysis was perfect. So he just didn't get over the ball to control it.
Did lose control of the shot, but a good strike by Duddridge as we come to the end of the 10th over, is it? And they're saying that the catcher was hoisted. Yeah, Greg Hoisted it is. I think that is the name for the Australia side. Yeah, Greg Hoisted, number 20. So it is going to be number 11. Yes, I think we're going to have Mike Riley now picking up the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. So he takes over from Stuart Ridge, taking over number 11. As we say, good morning and welcome to Linden Yard. All bedecked in his England shirt. He's not hiding his bias.
Good morning to you, Wayne. Good morning to the listeners and viewers.
Mike Riley is the bowler. The new batter is Neil Brathwaite. As this delivery outside the leg stump, swept around, a chase here from the fielder at backward square, and Brathwaite is quite keen to come back for that second run, but Grant, having made his way to the non-strikers end, is quite prepared to stay there. And just the one run, so one to the total, 35 for 1. It brings Neil Brathwaite, the right-handed batsman of, I keep saying, of a Barbadian lineage, or lineage, I should say. 2 balls has been bowled. And here he is facing it to Riley outside the all stump. That ball pitching and going straight on. Riley, I think, the type of bowler who looks to not a lot of wrist in his action, but bowling more spinning the ball out of the fingers. He's outside the leg stump again. Brathwaite is sweeping. The ball is going to race away to the fine leg boundary. Badly lined delivery, and the perfect offering for a new batsman coming to the wicket, Lyndon.
Yes, perfect delivery to get for a new batsman. Delivery line outside line of the leg stump. He only had to help it, and he helped it all along the carpet down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And the ball, I think there's a very strong breeze coming left to right. Hence the reason why the bowler will need to concentrate his line more outside the line of the off stump than on that centre and leg. Hence the reason why he's drifting outside the line of the leg stump. But a freebie there.
So here comes Riley again. This delivery is outside the off stump, pitching and spinning slightly away towards the slip. There is a slip in place. Short third man. Point. Extra cover and mid off. In comes Riley. And this is one is wide of the off stump. Starting wide and spinning even further away. And umpire Tremaine Prescott signals the wide. So an extra to the total. And the ball to be rebowled as we are into the 11th over of the innings, and this time we see Riley bowling that change-up delivery, coming back into the right-handed batsman, but Brathwaite is equal to the task of keeping it out of his wicket, pushes it away into the offside, and the end of that over number 11. England 40 for 1, and Grant having a word with his partner who has just come to the wicket.
Yes, and I'm sure at this stage the Australians will be very happy with their turnover. Of course, this is the Big Man's Cricket Caribbean Cup, the over 60s edition, and final featuring Australia and the England Masters. And England started well. They got a boundary of the very first delivery, and then another boundary in the second over. They looked on top of the bowling then, but at the position 11 over is 40 for the loss of 1. Just under 10 and over, I'm sure the Aussies will be very happy that they've crawled or pegged the scoring rate back.
Well, Lyndon Woody Richard to take over from this end.
Thank you very much, Wayne. It will be Duddridge to continue in his third over, bowling now to Grant, who plays it back up along the onside of the pitch, picked up by the bowler, and the score remains at 40 for 1. We're in over number 12 with Peter Archie Duddridge. Delivery given some lots of air, peeling off the outer portion of the bat and going away towards third man. The fielder there getting a hand to it and preventing any possibility of a run. And it remains at 41 for 1. Some very agile movers in the field, despite the fact that yes, there may be of vintage. Watch it. As Brathwaite steers the ball away towards third man, and will get a boundary to take him now to 8, and the total now rolls up to 44. Is it 48? No, that's a boundary to get him off the mark. Sorry. So it now takes him up to 44. That's just 45 for 1. And here is Brathwaite. So 45 for 1 as Duddridge bowls a full toss, and Grant just drives it away towards the long on for a single run, and that will take the total up now to 46 for 1 in the 12th over. Sun has come out now, but I dare say that there are still some clouds there in the east that will bring us cause for concern. But at the moment, the ground bathed in golden Caribbean sunshine, as Duddridge bowls and brings Brathwaite onto the front foot, plays defensively into the offside. No run, the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 46 for 1. And the England Masters, Lyndon, will certainly be very happy about the kind of start that they've gotten. Here's Riley bowling to Grant, who strokes this one up towards mid-on. No run. Riley bowls a full toss, which is swung away behind square. The fielder runs around the boundary, does a good work, tumbling save, and just one run there for Grant, who now moves up to 23. Braffett is there on 4, and in over number 13, the England Masters are 47 for 1. Certainly seeing these guys moving quite sprightly in the field. As O'Reilly bowls, they were given a bit of air, and Braffett just strokes it out towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Ridge, and the score remains at 47 for 1. Here's Riley moving in again, bowling to Braffett, who's forward. Look at the working into the onside, and ball coming off the pad, and picked up by Orlando, moving quickly from behind the stumps. No run. It remains at the 47 for 1. In over number 13, the England Masters, they've so far lost just Richard Merriman, who was caught at gully off the bowling of Duddridge for 13. They glanced away down towards the 5-leg region for a run to take Braffett now up to 5, and the total rolls up to 48 for 1 in the 13th over. Seeing some very sprightly fielders here, Lyndon. The guys moving very well in the field for their age. As Riley gives this one a lot of air, and this one is swung away behind square. Chase on again for the fielder down on the boundary, and he sends a return into the keeper's end. Just the one run there for him. Grant, who's now 25, and at the end of over number 13, the England Masters, who won the toss and chose to bat, they're 49 for 1.
Yes, good over there by Riley, having sent down his second over. Just me recall those figures. Stuart Ridge, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. He actually sent down 27 dot balls. DeMilo, he's conceded 20 off his 3 overs with 11 dot balls. Duddridge, he sent down 3 overs, 1 maiden. He's picked up the wicket for 9 runs, having sent down 15 dot balls. And Riley, his 2 overs has cost some 10 runs. And Woody's back to you.
On the line, the leg stump is Duddridge, and clipped off the pass down towards 5-leg. A long chase down to the boundary for the fielder. They're going to come back for the second. Well, Braffett wanted the 3rd run, but Grant wasn't interested and never responded to the call for the 3rd run. Just 2 runs, and Grant sees as though he wants to do all the batting today. He's on 26, and the total now 49 for 1 and over number 14, as Duddridge bowls down to Grant, who is playing the ball out towards mid-wicket, can't score, and it remains at now 51 for 1, as you watch Duddridge making a few adjustments to the field on the leg side. There's a backward square, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and also a mid-on. And Grant to the delivery on the line of the legs that clips it away through square leg but can't score. Finds the fielder in the way, and it remains at 51 for 1 in the 14th over. And they continue to build here, the English Masters. They want to put a very big total on the board. The Australians have proven that they can make big scores. The delivery that's played square into the offside by Grant finds the field in the way, and again no run. Will be Duddridge to continue from the Marshall end of the ground. Delivery that brings Grant onto the front foot, and he strokes it out towards extra cover, finds the field in the way, and it remains at 51 for 1. There's a gully, there's also a backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. So a lot of protection on the offside for Duddridge. A ring of fielders you want to suggest as he bowls now. And a shortish delivery that's pulled away over mid-wicket by Grant. They'll cross for 1. They're going to come back for the 2nd run now as the return comes into the bowler's end. So 2 more runs for Grant. That will take him now up to 30. And at the end of over number 14, the England Masters, who chose to bat in this final of the Big Man Caribbean Cup, they are 51 for 1. Sorry, they're 53 for 1, with Grant there on 30 and Brathwaite on 5.
Yes, Grant having struck some 4-4s off some 46 deliveries. He looks the part, but I think that maybe his picking up the gaps could be a lot better than he's doing at the moment. He's finding the fielder quite consistently, and hence he's obviously a little bigger, or I should say somewhat bigger than Neil Brathwaite, who's just come to the crease and is fresh and is much slimmer and is looking to turn 2s into 3s. But remember, we have an age barrier here of 60 and up, and Brathwaite obviously looking the younger side of 60, and we'll want to continue to build this partnership and keep England in the game.
Brathwaite facing up to Riley, the first ball of a new over, and it's glanced away to the 5-leg region for a single. So Brathwaite now up to 6, and a total up to 54 for 1 in over number 15. So we'll have a Blue Waters refreshment break, I'm sure, at the end of this over. Grant coming down the pitch to delivery, given some air by Riley, and just when he got there, really couldn't really put it away, just had to stroke it back at the pitch for the bowler to field. Here is Riley again. Delivery given some air outside the off stump. That one just seemed to pitch and leave the right hander. Maybe just a bit of a leg break, or maybe the arm ball from Riley. And the score remains at 54 for 1 in over number 15. As Riley bowls outside the off stump. Again left alone by Grant. Equal to it. 2 balls remain in the over. I know that because Tremaine Prescott, the umpire, and the bowler's end umpire signaled to his partner at square leg, 2 balls to come. One of them driven back to the bowler by Grant, and the score remains at 54 for 1. When over number 15, the final delivery, as Riley is in now and bowls to Grant, who's down the pitch, and when he gets there, he drives, but straight to the fielder. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Pretty decent over there too from Mike Riley. Just 1 run coming from it off the first ball. And at the end of 15 overs, England Masters winning the toss and choosing to bat in the final of the Big Man over 60s Caribbean Cup final. They are now 54 for 1, and gives me a chance to probably just go through some of the details of the day for you so far. The England Masters got off to a pretty decent start. They got 34 from Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant before Merriman was caught at gully off the bowling of Dudridge for 13. Grant is there on 30. Brathwaite is on 6. There are 5 extras, all wides, in a total of 54 for 1. The bowling for the Australians so far: Ridge 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. DeMello 3 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Dudridge 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. And Riley 3 overs, no maidens, none for 11. 54 for 1. Lyndon, this phase, I'm sure the English perhaps maybe wanted to be a little bit more advanced, but having not lost a lot of wickets, I'm sure that they're very happy with where they are at the moment.
Yeah, I could agree with you.
Sorry, before you comment, we're going to have a comment from you, and then it'll be waiting to continue.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, Woody, to take your leave. And the England side haven't lost the first wicket at 34 at the end of the 10th over. Just 3.4 runs after 10 overs. They started well, but they slowed down considerably during the process of the last, I would say, 6 to 7 overs. Hence, as a result, the Australians can feel very comfortable back in the game. They haven't picked up the wickets as they would like. Mind you, let me just say that their spin attack really isn't posing any threat whatsoever, but I think they'll be happy to have Grant continue to bat the way he's batting. He looks the part. However, he is predominantly finding the fielder, and that is my main concern. So they're going to have to find a way to pierce the offside field. The Australians are attacking with a 5-4 field, which is standard. They have a deep mid-wicket on the leg side, which is to give the off spinner some backup. The bowler Riley is getting some drift from the Joel Garner end or the northern end of the ground. The other end, obviously, the Malcolm Marshall end on the southern end. but he's getting some drift, and I'm directly behind his hand, where when he tosses the ball outside in the off stump, Grant is prepared to just leave the ball. It's a very drivable length, and the fact that he's not occupying a sweeper on the offside, I think that's an area that Grant can look to capitalize on, rather than just driving the ball straight to mid-off and the cover fielder is close enough that he has to manipulate the field. And once he can do that, I'm sure that the England score will look a lot better. They have to find a way to get out of this gear, because to me they're stuck in the first gear, and put some pressure back on the Australians, who are slowly crawling their way back into the game. They'll be very happy with a 54 on the board for one after 15 overs. And the bowling, as I said, has not been very penetrative, but they're just bowling a very good line that the England bowlers, the England batsmen, I should say, are really allowing them to play themselves, to dictate the terms basically out in the middle. As I welcome back Wayne Holder. Wayne?
So play about to resume, with the England team going merrily along at 54 for 1 after 15 overs. And it will be Neil Brathwaite to face up to Peter Duddridge. Duddridge is bowling a full toss, whipped off the pads, beautifully timed, the ball racing away out to the deep forward square boundary, 4 runs all the way.
Yes, a beautiful shot, a gift really and truly, a full toss under the line of the leg stump, and there's Brathwaite coming across his wicket and whipping it through the leg side for 4. The fielder that was at mid wicket is now at a wideish mid-on the boundary. And a beautiful cricket shot. Let's see if there'll be any adjustment. No adjustment in the field. Still a 5-4 with a straightish, a whitish long
4
on
to
position.
take the total up to 58, as Duddridge is again bringing Brathwaite onto the front foot. This time the ball pitching just around the off stump and stroked up to mid-off for no run. So looks like we're in for a glorious day's cricket. From what we have witnessed so far, Brathwaite driving powerfully but straight to the man at mid-off, and this at extra cover in fact, and there is no run. So Butterworth very deliberate in his approach, and the ball's delivery outside the off stump, chopped but straight to the man at backward point. Again, there is no run. Ball kept slightly low, pitching outside the off stump. Brathwaite now on 10. His partner Kevin Grant, who's been there from the beginning, on 30, as Brathwaite is first forward, checking his shot, and the ball looping up towards the keeper, but off the top of the pad, but defeated there by that delivery from Duddridge was Brathwaite, somewhat in no man's land. Not sure if he was going to be on the front foot, whether he was going to play back, and ending up getting that one off the pad. This delivery is outside the off stump, faster delivery from Duddridge on that occasion. So a good comeback by Duddridge after that full toss off the first delivery, and after 16, it is 58 for 1.
Yes, and a very tight battle continues to ensue here between these two sides, the Australian Masters, the England Masters, and this is the big man cricket Caribbean Cup final being played here at Kensington. Perfect cricketing conditions, lovely breeze coming across the ground, and the news that England win the toss and opt in to bat first. At the moment, they'll be fairly happy, but I'm a little bit concerned because it's predominantly both batsmen has now gotten into that mode of just finding the fielders rather than piercing the gaps.
So Riley floating up his leg spin, and Grant coming down the track and driving, fielded by the man at mid-off. No run. Fine delivery, not taken cleanly by the keeper, beating the outside edge on that occasion. O'Reilly getting that one, pitching down just about outside the off stump, and Grant again playing away from the body. This time he is going to wait for this delivery and tuck it around behind square, straight down to that fielder on the deep square leg boundary, and he will get a single. The strike rotated Total up to 59. Grant goes up to 31. And it will bring Brathwaite on strike. Still the field remains in place. He's got. And this one clipped away between mid-wicket and mid-on. Chase for the mid-wicket fielder. He's going to pull it back 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Brathwaite is again very quick between the wicket, but not as swift is Grant. So Brathwaite already looking to turn and come back for a third run. Grant now making his ground into the crease at the non-striker's end. So 2 more to Neil Brathwaite. He's looked busy since he's come to the wicket. Settles and waits. And delivery outside the off stump. And picking up the line and leaving it alone is Brathwaite into the gloves of the keeper, Claudio Orlando. Flighted. And on the full toss, swept around by Brathwaite straight to that fielder at deep backward square. He's also got some cover on the fine leg boundary. But that brings us to the end of the over. A single of the final delivery to Neil Brathwaite. He goes to 13. Kevin Grant is on 31. And Richard Merriman, the batsman, dismissed for 13. And England, after 17 overs, are 62 for 1.
I think a better way of getting the scoring rate moving their way was to use his feet and chip the ball to the left of the fielder rather than going down and sweeping the ball straight to the fielder at the square leg, because there's a wide gap between the square leg fielder on the boundary and the mid-on, which is in position. So had he used his feet, just chipped down the wicket a little bit, you've had at least an option of getting 2 rather than getting 1. And I think,
well, yeah, good observation, Lyndon, because there are 2 men behind square on the onside, and there's a lot of open space behind the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielders.
Correct.
So that's it. But he's got the single. He's on strike, Brathwaite, and he's going to be facing up to Peter Duddridge. Duddridge bowling his 6th over, the 18th of the innings. Circle of fielders on the offside as this delivery looking for that sweep shot once again is Brathwaite. The ball angling down the leg side, directed outside the leg stump, and the ball coming off the pad. Umpire Thompson signaling the leg by. 1 more to the extras. Total up to 63. And it brings Kevin Grant back on strike. Grant on 31, faced some 54 deliveries, and gets a delivery that is right on the middle of the leg stump and comes onto the front foot respectfully and pushes it back along the pitch. There is no run. Man in the deep at long on walks in off the rope now as this one is flighted up outside the off stump, chopped away. A chase here again for that fielder from backward point. Is he going to win the race? No, he won't. The ball wins the race to the line in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and Kevin Grant picks up his 5th boundary in his 35, and England up to 67 for 1. So it looks like if you're going to have a very healthy rate of scoring, Lyndon.
Well, he capitalized on a loose delivery there outside of the off, got close to it, got on top of it and punked it, hit it down behind square for 4. Lovely shot. They're now going to make a field adjustment where the sweeper is remaining on the boundary and the point has been moved to his right to a straight point.
Well, yes, forced him to put in some protection on that deep cover boundary outside the off stump. Nudged away, but straight to the fielder there at short third man. We did see Merriman go playing a similar shot, but that ball went in the ear to hoisted there at short third man. This time Grant getting it along the ground and waits for Duddridge again, and there he is again playing that shot, that dab shot, looking to run the ball down to third man, but going straight to Greg Hoisted once again. So keeping the scoring down ever since that boundary. Duddridge, Peter Duddridge, right arm off spin, and this one on the leg stump and coming into his wicket, looking to pull it around but cramped for room somewhat, and just manages to ease it to that fielder at the short fine leg position. Another dot ball goes into the scorer's monitor, and Dudridge finishes his sixth over, 1 wicket for 21 runs with a maiden, and England now 67 for 1.
Yeah, definitely trying to break the shackles and look to push on here, look to up the scoring rate at the moment. They really Tottenham, I would say 67 for the loss of 1, coming towards the 20th over. Maybe they will want to be anywhere around 95. That isn't the case, and they'll have to pierce the gap, find the gap.
New over begun, and Brathwaite onto the front foot, pushes into the offside. Mike Riley, the bowler, bowling his finger spin, leg spin, looking for that sweep shot. So definitely the sweep shot seems to be a favorite of Neil Brathwaite, Lyndon.
Yeah, reluctant to move his feet, really.
That delivery pitching down outside the all stump, looking for the sweep. There is, and this time this delivery, a good one by Riley, not being able to get down the pitch or get to the pitch. Brathwaite forced to play on the defensive, as in again is coming into his wicket, pulls this one around down to that man at deep square leg. So his preferred method of dealing with the leg spin is to get the ball behind a square as often as possible. As Lyndon pointed out, there's the possibility of using the feet, coming down the track, getting to the ball on the full, or at least getting to the pitch of the ball, and exploiting the wide area behind the mid-on and the mid-wicket. This time Kevin Grant stroking this into the extra cover position, and it is fielded no run. So getting through this over fairly quickly is Mike Riley, as again he's floating up and going for a big shot down the ground is Kevin Grant. Quite noticeably, that left leg not going out towards the pitch or the line of the delivery, left pad coming straight down the track, and eventually a very ungainly looking shot by Kevin Grant.
Yeah, he was very unorthodox there, Rain, because his left leg came down the wicket and not across the wicket, and then his head was really hit towards the mid-on area, so it was always going to be a difficult shot against the leg spinner. Really would have done better had he gone with his left leg towards the offside and just caressed the ball through the offside, which he's failed to pierce for the better part of his innings, because most of his drives, apart from I think 2, have found the fielder either at cover or the mid-off position.
So it looks as if you're going to have a bit of pace again from the southern end of the ground. Number 10. That is Dale Thornton is going to be.
Interesting to move at this stage. Let's see what field they'll have for him. Looks as though they're going to trust him with a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside. There is a slipping position. There's a gully. There's a third man on the boundary. Cover point, cover, mid-off. Now the third man is going to be moved wide to a point on the boundary suspect. Yes, a wideish third man. So he's positioned between the gully and the backward point. Then he's going to have 3 on the leg side, namely the short fine leg, straight mid-wicket. And the captain, who's marshalling his troop, is now made a change. He sent the short fine leg down to the fine leg boundary, and the captain will set at the mid-on position. So 6-3 field in position as we have a bowling change, Wayne.
Well, yes, Dale Thornton, tall, lanky right arm, medium pace, starts with a wide delivery that is penalized and signalled wide by umpire Thompson. So Dudridge replaced after 6 overs, 1 wicket for 21 runs. And we're going to have the medium pace of Dale Thornton. He's bowling to Neil Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is beaten outside the off stump with a peach of a delivery, pitching down just about off stump, and the batsman playing for the angle, the ball holding its own and just past the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, beautifully bowled, lovely delivery on the line of the off stump, and just a little outward movement, and the batsman very uncertain. He wasn't committed to his front, and then he found himself in no man's land. Brathwaite.
Thornton turns again, runs in with the big sight screen behind him. Bowls a short delivery, tuck in the air, out behind square into an open space on the onside. Just the three fielders on the onside. The one man behind square at long leg, but not in control of that shot. Brathwaite. That's a short delivery.
I'll say more or less an off of me short wing, and interestingly enough, the fielder at the fine leg position was moved from that short fine leg. We would have taken a simple catch had he remained there.
Thornton would have been encouraged outside the off stump. Brathwaite goes searching. This one definitely moved away on pitching, and another naughty shot by Neil Brathwaite.
Some gas on that delivery as well.
But yes, Thornton enjoying the conditions here. Nice hard track ball coming onto the bat too. Lennon, this we've noticed. Batsman able to trust the bounce play through the line. As Thornton briskly in, bowls a short delivery, and this time Brathwaite off the back foot, drops it away into the offside. There is no run. So this is brewing up into a nice looking contest here between bat and ball. England 71 for 1. This is the 20th over of the innings. Here he is. Driving, pitching up outside the all stump, driving hard, knocked down by the bowler in his follow through. Again, there is no run.
You see it driving away, but it looked more like a slap because he had his feet together and had he gone his left leg to it, he obviously could have found the gap, but because he played with both feet together, he ended up slapping the ball back to the left of the bowler, who did well to stop it.
Reaching out, hit it hard, but well done by the bowler. Here comes Thornton looking to close out the over on the front foot. Good delivery, just about there on the middle and off, and Neil Brathwaite forced into defense. The over comes to an end. We've come to the end of the 20th. We're going to introduce to you for the first time this morning, all the way from Suffolk in England, Colin Walters, and something of a double change. Woody Richard is going to take over from me from this end. And Colin, welcome. And your impressions of the morning's play so far.
Good morning, Wayne. Good morning, everybody around the world that's listening and watching this game. What a fabulous experience it is to be here in the Kensington Oval, magnificent ground, and I'm sure the guys out in the middle are really enjoying this. So far, it's quite cagey. I think England will be quite pleased not to have lost too many wickets this early. They still have plenty of overs remaining to pile on the runs. Very strong batting side, England, as they've already proved in the tournament. And I think this is going to be an absolute cracker. Woody, good morning.
Good morning to you, Colin. As we watch Greg Hoisted, he is going to come into bowl from the northern end to replace Mike Riley. 5 overs, no made, none for 16, Riley. We'll give you some more bowling figures after this delivery from Hoisted, who was into bowl to Grant, gets a fullish outside the off stump, and he drives through the covers. This one is running away very close to the boundary. Fielder giving chase will pull it back just inside, and they'll get just 2 runs to take Grant up now to 37. Neil Brathwaite is there on 16. Merriman gone for 13, and it's 73 for 1. We're in over number 21. Ridge, 5 overs, 2 meters, none for 10. DeMello, 3 overs, no meters, none for 20. Pretty expensive DeMello today. Dudridge, 6 overs, 1 meter, 1 for 21. Riley, 5 overs, no meters, none for 16. And Thornton, 1 over, no meters, none for 3. Here is Hoisted bowling a short delivery outside the off stump, and Grant is back and cuts it away through backward point. They'll come back for the second run now. There was a bit of a hesitation there. I think Grant seems to be carrying a bit of a limp at the moment, and but he came back safely through for the second run. He's up to 39, 75 for 1.
I think you'll find that Kevin's limp is fairly permanent. He struggles a little bit with his knees, but he's still one of the highest ranked batsmen in the UK.
He's onto the bat for the pulls through square leg, straight to the fielder on the boundary. That's 1 run for Grant, who's now up to 40, and he's certainly carried the batting so far. Has been very busy out there this morning, Kevin Grant. He's not out on 40 from 64 balls. He's struck 5 boundaries. As Hoisted bowling to Braffett, who gets a full toss that he drives through extra cover. They'll get a run. Feel the Riley making a tumbling save. It looks like out there at extra cover. And the score kept on 77 for 1. Brathwaite is there on 17 now. Grant is on 40. The sunshine returns to Kensington Oval as Hoisted bowls a short ball and Grant pulls through mid-wicket. That will run away to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Kevin Grant. A gift there from Hoisted, a short ball, and he latched onto it and put it away through mid-wicket for 4. He's up to 44, 81 for 1 now.
Yeah, lovely shot from Kevin Grant. Slightly flatter delivery from the bowler there, but a little bit too short and comfortably put away.
Hoisted bowling outside the off stump, a wide signal by umpire Tremaine Prescott. And that will increase the extras now to 8, and the total now up to 82 for 1. A short ball for Hoisted, which is again pulled around behind square. The fielder coming around the backward square boundary can't get there. And an expensive first over from Greg Hoisted comes to an end. And at the end of it, Grant there on 48, Brathwaite on 17. And after 21 overs, the England Masters, they're 86 for 1. 15 overs coming from that first over from Greg Hoisted.
Yes, that was a very expensive over, and it seems to have got England moving a bit. They were just a little bit quiet for a few overs there, but these two guys are both very highly ranked, which is why they're in the England team, and they can be punishing when they get going.
Well, they really need them to get going now. They're looking for them to England Masters to get some runs in the second half of the innings and try to build a competitive total. We know the Australians can make big totals. They've got the highest totals so far in the tournament, 272 for 6, if my memory serves me correctly, against the rest of the world the other day at Wanderers. Then they also scored 250 odd against the I think it was the Invitational 11 the United States Masters. Short ball, which is guided away. The fielder in that gully, diving away to his right, may have just gotten a hand to it and spilled the catch, going away towards third man for a single. So another run there for Brathwaite. He's now up to 18 and a total on to 87 for 1.
I think one of the features of this tournament has been the Australian fielding. They've been quite magnificent in the field, probably clearly the best fielding side in the competition.
Well, sponsors want to put up their flags at the far side, and was right in the line of sight of the bowler and the batsman, and so they've had to just shift around a little bit. As here is Thornton from the marshal end of the ground, bowling to Grant, who gets it, which is pitched up. He drives out towards extra cover, goes through quickly for the run, and there will be some overthrows here for Kevin Grant, and that should bring him up to his 50. So congratulations to Kevin Grant, who now goes to 50. And fine innings this year from the England opener. 50 now out for Kevin Grant from 67 balls, 7 fours in that innings. And England now up to 89 for 1, with Brathwaite there on 18. So a very fine innings here from Kevin Grant. Waits now for Thornton, who bowls to him outside the off stump, was looking to steer it away, but defeated by the bounce a little bit as he played over the top of it and taken by Orlando behind the stumps. Well, one thing I would say, he's come out with his cap on, and, you know, nowadays most batsmen will play whatever age group you want to play with a helmet, but he's certainly been very confident enough to come out without the helmet. He's batting with the cap on. He's onto the front foot, playing it square into the offside. Can't score. It remains at 89 for 1 in the 22nd over. So England, they haven't lost the wickets. They'll perhaps want a slightly better, just maybe slightly better scoring rate, just over 4 and over at the moment, 4.1. as Thornton is in, bows to Grant now, who gets a foolish delivery and he drives. Beautiful shot through extra cover. Bad ball, loose delivery, and put away all along the carpet by Grant for 4. He now moves up to 54 and takes England up to 93 for 1 in over number 22.
Woody, what do you think is going to be a good score out there for England today?
Well, I think they'll. Well, I think a good score will have to be about 300. That's the reality. The Australians, as I said, have shown that they have got the ability to make big scores. So you'll have to put something very competitive on the board.
I think England will be delighted to score 300.
We'll see how they go about it. As he edges and he's out caught behind Grant. Chasing the delivery outside the off stump from Thornton. Maybe just grew a little bit big on him as he was looking, just steered away towards the third man region. Got the edge. Orlando held on to the catch, the keeper, and a breakthrough for the Australians and an important wicket. The wicket of the set batsman Kevin Grant. He's gone. Caught wicketkeeper Orlando off the bowling of Thornton for 54. And England masters in over number 22, or should I say at the end of over number 22, they are 93 for 2.
Yeah, a shame for Kevin Grant. His batting beauty just played a magnificent cover drive. He'll be pleased to have got a 50 in this final, but possibly disappointed not to have gone on and scored 100. He's a man that's very capable of making big scores. I think he was a slightly tired shot. Wasn't much foot movement really, and just played away from his body. And the bowler has he's bowled some excellent deliveries, good line, and decent pace for a 60 plus.
Very much so. I must admit that a lot of these 60 pluses have certainly impressed me. Certainly with their abilities, not just with the bat, but also with the ball, and most importantly, in the field. I've seen people doing slides along the ground, tumbling saves. I mean, looking quite athletic too, and quite agile. Yes, some of the arms a bit weak, but just the movements and to see them out there like that is certainly I must admit, so someone at my age, at 50, I'm certainly very impressed, and it's certainly inspiration for some of the younger generations too.
Yeah, and actually you're seeing a great example here. The Australians have been exceptional in the field all the way through. Of course, like commentator's curse, as soon as I mentioned that a little while ago, they 2 overthrows, but actually their ground fielding and their throwing is exceptional. Quite often in over 60s cricket, you'll see 1 or 2 guys who can throw the ball in from the boundary, but it seems that most of the Australians can, and they're very agile, and they work very hard, I think, on their fitness. Speaking to the manager, Peter Dudridge, and he said that's the thing they really focus on, because in these sorts of games, the saving of 20-30 runs can make the difference between winning and losing.
Monty Douglas is the new batsman. He's coming at the non-strikers end, as we see a delivery which is short outside the off stump, and we have a new bowler. O'Reilly has picked up the bowling from the Garner end, replacing Hoisted, whose one and only over was pretty expensive, 15 runs coming from it. And here he is now. O'Reilly around the wicket, bowling to Brathwaite, who swings away behind square, brings the field in off the boundary to do the fielding. Just 1 run for Brathwaite. He's now up to 19, and that carries the total up to 94 for 2. We're in over number 22. That brings Monty Douglas. He played a fine innings, Douglas, against the West Indies Masters the other day up at the Foursquare Oval. And here we see now a delivery outside the off stump, through to be taken by the keeper.
Bit of bounce there. And we haven't seen a huge amount of bounce on the wickets on the tour so far. But definitely some bounce there.
Here is O'Reilly around the wicket, bowling to Douglas, and he goes back and cuts it away through backward a point. Runs here for him, so he's off the mark immediately. Just the 1 run. And so he's immediately off the mark, and it's now up to 94 for 2. 94 for 2 it is. Sorry, 95 for 2 actually. Here is O'Reilly. And again now to bowl to Brathwaite, who's forward and playing defensively back up along the pitch. And picked up by the bowler, no run. Douglas has come out. No cap on, no helmet. Shaven skull. As we watch O'Reilly tossing the ball from hand to hand. It's got a famous Australian cricketer name, O'Reilly. This one is tossed up outside the off stump, and Brathwaite drives out towards the extra cover for a run. And a very good run that was. Again, looking very fit and sprightly, Brathwaite. As that one brings us to the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's a 96 for 2 after 23 overs.
Yeah, a good over for England again there, just kicking on after the loss of the wicket. Brathwaite's a lovely player to watch, and he's incredibly fit for a man of his age, and he runs ones like a 20-year-old. So it's always a great thing playing seniors cricket when you've got people who can turn zeros into ones and ones into twos.
It'll be Thornton to continue from the marshland end of the ground, the southern end of the ground. The northern end, the Joel Garner end. And maybe if we had the moving cameras, we could probably go around the ground and show you the different stands as well. We are positioned at the northern end, or the Garner end, inside the 3W stand. Here is Thornton into bowl to Brathwaite, who gets a delivery fully outside the off stump, and he goes on one knee and drives it through it wideish mid off for 4. Slightly over pitch. It was wide. He maybe didn't need it to play the stroke, but it ended up being successful in getting the boundary. He's not to 24, and that brings the 100 up for the England Masters. They're now 100 for 1 in the 24th over, so they'll be happy to clear that milestone. As Thornton continues from the far end of the ground, he's in and bowls this one. He's on to the back foot, Brathwaite, to help it around towards deep 5 leg. There's a fielder down there, just 1 run for Brathwaite, who's now 25. The scoreboard on the far side is now putting up the 100, but the official score is 101 for 1. So let's see how things will go now. Here is Thornton bowling to Douglas. Gets a delivery that bounces a bit awkwardly on him and has to take away the bottom hand. And the ball played back up the pitch to the bowler. It remains 101 for 2. We have a strong gale blowing across the ground. I saw something on social media from the director of meteorological services here in Barbados, as a delivery which is on a goodish length, and he was pushing it to the outside, no run. Grant was went in the previous over. He was caught by the keeper, Orlando, after bowling of Dale for 54. As we watch Thornton bowl into Douglas, who gets the delivery of fullish length, drives it hard into the ground and back to the bowler. No run. Now I'll say this: Douglas does play strokes, typical, as they would say, a typical West Indian, very free-scoring batsman. Certainly, he just gives it a good whack. If you're off your line or off your length, he's going to give it a good whack. Here he is now, Thornton in bowling to Lynch, who just clips it off the pads away towards the backward square region for a run. So he now goes to 2, and the total up to 102 for 2 at the end of over number 24.
He's a fine player, Monty Douglas. I think he played some county second 11 cricket, and as you say, he does like to give the ball a big whack. And if he gets going, England will get very close to that maybe magical 300 that you were talking about. But Neil Brathwaite is also quite a quick scoring batsman, and this could be a very entertaining partnership as these guys go on.
Against the West Indies Masters, he certainly came out and with all guns blazing and had them on their heels. He and Edward Lennox.
Yeah, Edward Gordon Lennox, yeah.
Yep. So let's see now. It will be O'Reilly to continue. He'll be bowling to Douglas around the wicket, and Douglas is back. And look at the play to the onside as appeal for leg before decision. Now what says the umpire? Maybe the ball, perhaps it maybe have started outside the leg stump, he might have thought. But that was a very good shout from the Australians. Dare say very, very, very close.
Very adjacent. Not sure that we hadn't both got our fingers up here.
I'm sure. Here's O'Reilly bowling to Douglas, who's down the pitch and drives hard through mid-off. The field that makes a tumbling, tries to make a tumbling save, but not making it, not able to stop it cleanly. Ball diverted away a couple meters, allowed the batsman the opportunity to get 2 runs. So Douglas has gone up to 4, and the total now up to 104 for 2 and over number 25. Wayne Holder will be along very shortly to continue the commentary as Douglas is down the pitch and he drives up back past the bowler and away to the boundary for 4. I told you he's the sort of player who will come out and play his strokes, and he's already started to play them as he now goes up to 8 and takes the total up to 108 for 2 in the 25th over.
Absolutely glorious straight drive all the way along the ground, right out of the MCC coaching manual, that one.
Well, let's see if there'll be one out of the Australian coaching manual to see how O'Reilly will respond to the challenge. It's 108 for 2, win over number 25. Being bowled by Peter O'Reilly. I almost said Bill O'Reilly, but you know Bill O'Reilly as a former Australian Test cricketer. This delivery is played up into the onside, and there's no run for O'Reilly.
I think Bill O'Reilly might have been an interesting proposition on this wicket with a little bit of bounce on there.
O'Reilly hoping that he'll get some bounce and turn as well too. But here he is now, bowling between the umpire and the stumps, around the wicket to Douglas, who's back and looking for the cut shot. No timing on the stroke, ball bouncing over the top of the bat.
It's very interesting that he's bowling right arm round to the right-handers here. You would have thought with a little bit of turn and bounce he might have bowled right arm over.
Here's O'Reilly bowling to Douglas, who's onto the back foot and gets the ball up. Bounces a little awkwardly on him, takes away the bottom hand. It goes out into the offside. No run, the end of the over. At the end of it, 25 overs gone. The England Masters choosing to bat their 108 for 2. Neil Brathwaite is on 25. Monty Douglas is on 8. More from Colin. And then instead of Wayne Holder, it will be Lyndon Yard to pick up the commentary.
So England going along at just over 4 and over. They've lost a couple of wickets, but they do have some firepower to come. You would have thought that they would be looking now to accelerate. I think Woody's 300 might be slightly optimistic, but I'm pretty certain they'll be looking for 250 plus here if they can get there. It's a big field, so there are opportunities for ones and twos, balls pushed into the gap, but the outfield is very fast. So there are boundary opportunities too, and this is a critical phase of the game now with England looking to accelerate. Thornton, who's coming into bowl into the wind to Brathwaite, who pushes into the offside, and I'm going to hand back to Lyndon.
Thank you very much, Colin. And this first delivery stroke to the fielder at the cover region, and there's no run. It remains 108 for the loss of 2. England win the toss in batting, having lost Merriman for 13 and Grant for a well-played 54 at the crease. Brathwaite, who's on strike, has 25 against his name, and Thornton with his tail up, 3 overs no minutes, 1 for 16, goes in from the Malcolm Marshall end to bowl to Brathwaite, gets a short delivery down the leg side, attempts to pull, and taken by Orlando behind the stump, wide signal by umpire Thompson.
Lyndon, there's quite a strong breeze blowing straight down the ground here. I wonder why one of the quicker bowlers in the Australian side is bowling into it.
Yes, it's a very good observation. I was making that point a lot earlier today, especially where the spinners were operating from. There's a very strong breeze coming across right, left to right as Thornton is in, and this delivery is pulled away out to the fine leg region. The field is across to his left, and they're going to turn and come back for 2. Brathwaite very quick between the wicket, and another 2 runs achieved. So Brathwaite is up to 27, and with him is Douglas, who has 8 against his name. And England motoring on 111 for the loss of 2. So there's some sense of urgency now, Colin.
Yeah, they're going to need to kick on now, and they bat. I think the whole squad of 17 can all hold a bat, so they can afford to try and accelerate here, and they'll certainly on this surface need 250 plus, I would think.
Brathwaite waits on Thornton, who's into him, stretches forward, plays the ball from the onside and goes for a very, very quick, sharp single. The return comes in, hits the stump, and he's given out, run out. Unbelievable on the part of Douglas. He was just ambling down the wicket. I think he didn't anticipate the fact that the bowler would have had a shot at the stumps. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. He came across very, very quickly, and Douglas comes back. This is Monty Douglas out, run out by the bowler Thornton, and England just maybe said they were motoring on. They've not been set back by a needless run out at this stage. 111 for 2 becomes 111 for 3, Colin.
Of course, 111 being the fatal number for English cricket. They should have known not to have taken a short single there. I don't know whether Douglas damaged himself in taking that run. He's certainly walking off the ground very slowly. That may just be disappointment. But that was a very sharp single, even for 25-year-olds to take.
I would agree with you 100%.
But very good work from the bowler.
To get across his weight
and threw the stumps down. Did a really good piece of fielding. As we've said all along, the Australian fielding in the whole of this tournament has been extremely sharp, and you just saw another example of it there. This is a critical phase now. Those two were just beginning to put together a decent partnership. Pamela, how many was that partnership?
I'll get that partnership for you. How much partnership worth? How much partnership worth, Jason? Who's the new batsman?
Well, the new batsman is Edward Gordon-Lennox, who actually played for the rest of the world in the recent official World Cup in Australia. So he's now been selected to the England side, and he's a very, very fine player. So I'm looking forward to watching Ed bat.
Well, you'll have a strike right away in Edward Gordon-Lennox, and a good spell here by Thornton, Dale Thornton. Operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, and still bowling with a 6-3 feel, and he's on his way into bowl to Lennox, and Lennox first division getting a full toss and whips it away down behind square. Fine leg will have a long run across. He will not get it, and it's into the boundary for 4. So a freebie to get first up, a full toss, ill directed outside the little leg stump and helped away for 4. So Lennox opened his account, and England 115 for the loss of 3, Colin.
Yes, nice way to get off the mark. Nice leg stump, full toss. Just worked away into a big gap backward of square, and Fielder no chance of cutting that off.
Partnership for the 3rd wicket, only worth 18. Having come to get 93 for the loss of 2. As here is Thornton in, better line, and stylishly onto the front foot. Very textbook looking. Is Gordon Lennox. Plays it through to the fielder on the cover position. There's no run. The end of over number 26. England win the toss and batting this big final against Australia 115 for the loss of 3.
So a bit of a needless run out there for England, but they were trying to push the score along. I do wonder whether Douglas might just have damaged himself in taking that run. That may be why he seemed to be stuttering a bit towards the end of it. Did look like he was going to get home, but he certainly wasn't moving with any great freedom as he approached the crease, really.
Yes, I agree 100%. He seemed to have damaged himself in the process of it. It was a very sharp single, and he isn't the most fleet-footed at this age. And I think that would have been the deciding factor.
I'm sure all his friends and relations listening to that would be delighted to hear you say that he's not the most fleet-footed.
So it's going to be O'Reilly to continue right on between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket. This one is tucked into the leg side. They take one, thinking of two, and sent back is Brathwaite. And a good decision too. The Australians on the money in the field. And really operating with a fine leg in position. There's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, straight mid wicket. And I suspect that the mid on is very much in, not even on the 30-yard circle. The mid off is on the 30-yard circle. Cover, backward point, and a short third man. That is the feel. Kind of strangest leg side feel when you look at the positioning of the mid off, mid on especially. 3/4 of the way in, and inviting Lennox to go take him on. And he tosses up delivery, which is stroked out to the fielder at the cover region, has it under his control. There is no run. It remains England 116 for the loss of 3. This is over number 27 in progress of 45. Beautiful conditions. Windy day here at Kensington Oval for this, the over 60s big man Carabao Cup final. Here is Riley tossed up, driven straight past the mid off and into the boundary for 4. So I think an over usage of the fielders at long on and long off, not out at this stage with his off spinner on, and kind of giving away runs. Because once you beat the infield, Colin, it's a giveaway boundary basically.
Yeah, it's a very fast outfit. It's a very slight sort of saucer effect here, isn't there? Where the square is up a little bit from the boundaries, so the ball races away to the boundary, and I can't quite understand with the field that the bowler has why the players are out on the leg side and not on the offside. I'm really not quite sure about this right arm.
Pulled away,
right
savage, beautiful shot, asking to be hit, and hit straight into the mid-wicket region for 6. So kind of again another freebie, and I'm sure at this stage, Colin, now they're going to force the captain to make some changes as England motor on to 126 for the loss of 3.
Australia have 3 men out on the leg side boundary with a bowler bowling right arm round the wicket and turning the ball away from the batsman. I just find it very strange that I'm not quite sure what the tactic is.
As he's in, and this one is launched and hit high, hard and handsome for 6, another 6. So Lennox going into overdrive and in a hurry. He's gone to 20 from 7 deliveries. England 132 for the loss of 3, and this is a very, very productive over for the English side.
Yeah, he's a very fine striker of the ball, Ed Gordon-Lennox. He scored a lot of runs for Gloucestershire last season in the county championship, and I think he looks like he's on for a lot of runs today.
And here's O'Reilly. We want to finish tight, and he finishes with a good delivery, which is played back to him. Threatens to throw. And I think after being struck for 4 and 2 sixes, he figured he deserves some sort of revenge. Doesn't get it. At the end of over number 27, England motoring on 132 for the loss of 3. Neil Brathwaite is on 28. With him is Edward Gordon-Lennox, who has 20 from 8 deliveries. And the figures of O'Reilly after that over 3 overs, no means none for 26. Colin.
Yeah, I have a feeling he may not bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 3 lovely shots from Gordon-Lennox, and I do think that you will see Brathwaite now pushing ones to give Gordon-Lennox the strike, so that he can push the score forward.
Yes, and it's going to be Thornton to continue. Very impressive. Let me give you some bowling figures. Stuart Ridge, who opened from the Joe Garner end, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. And Sid DeMello opened from the Malcolm Marshall end. He sent out 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20. It's going to be Dale Thornton, who is operating with a 5-4 field now, or 4-5 field. 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg side. And he steams into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is in behind this one. A good delivery on a good length, on a good line, and not quite there for the drive. The batsman just playing from the crease. Plays it on the offside. There is no run. To continue the figures, Dudridge, he sent no 6 overs, 1 minute, 1 for 21. Riley, 5 overs, no minutes, none for 16. Thompson, Thornton before this, 4 overs, no minutes, none, 1 for 23. Then there's Hoisted, 1 over for 15 runs, as Thornton is into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is stretching forward, runs the ball down to third man. The field is across to his left, has it under his control. The return comes in on the bounce, and they take what is run number 133 for the English side, having lost 3 wickets in the process of the 28th over.
This will be interesting now to see whether Ed Gordon-Lennox launches into Thornton. Thornton's bowled pretty good line and length, hasn't he, and decent pace. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Well, it's going to be an interesting matchup as Thornton starts in on the way into bowl to Gordon Lennox, and Lennox is having an almighty heave. Now, had he hit that, I think what went wrong there is that he attempted to hit it straight, but really should have gone through the leg side. His left leg went down the wicket rather than coming across, and it would have been an interesting shot had it come off. And I think you had a question. You had your answer to your question there with that offering.
I think had he hit that one, the windows on the Copping Kosher and Short Media Centre would have been in grave danger.
I think there's some gentlemen on that roof as well. They better be careful. Here's the division's forced through the offside. Lovely shot. Forced past the field at point. They take 1. Will they contemplate 2? I think they will, and they will come back for 2. So 2 that moves the total to 135 in the 28th over. England winning the toss and battling this over 60s big man cricket Caribbean Cup final being played here at Kensington between England and Australia. The 2 better sides in the tournament 2023 to get to this stage, with Thornton 2 deliveries shy of completing over number 5 for him. Bowling to Gordon, who has 22 against his name. He's looked very positive since he's come to the crease. As Thornton is into bowl to Gordon Lennox and stretches forward, plays the ball on the onside. There's no run picked up by the field at short mid wicket. So good contest in the making here. Good pace, good batsmanship on show here between Gordon Lennox and an aggressive Dale Thornton. Got the wicket of Kevin Grant, who was caught by keeper Orlando for a well-played 54 of 71 deliveries, 87 minutes of batting with some 8 fours. And Lennox waits on Thornton, who goes past umpire Thompson and bowls him. Delivery slash straight, very, very straight, and then to the mid-on boundary, long-on boundary for 4. So once again, the mid-on is in and not afraid to take on the bowlers. And another boundary there for Gordon Lennox to bring over number 28 to end 139 for loss of 3. And quickly, he has rushed to 26 from just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, that's definitely an injection into the scoring rate, 26 from 12 against decent bowling. So he's really on fire here, Ed Gordon-Lennox. And I think 10 overs of him, we could see maybe that 300 that Woody was talking about before might be within sight.
Well, the pitch is a very, very good batting pitch for sure, and the batsman can thrust the bounce. My concern will be the wind, and I think the Australians aren't using it to their advantage. You made a very good point that they're having that fast bowler into this wind rather than bowling with the wind to his left shoulder, rather than having the wind coming across his right shoulder and force him to attack the off stump regularly. But he's bowling with good pace, and it looks as though we're going to have a bowling change. Yes, it's going to be Dudderidge that's going to come back before this. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21, more spin.
He's had a very good tournament with the ball. I think Peter Dudderidge. I don't think he's gone for many runs. We will see what happens now.
And he's into bowl to Brathwaite. First, if he's outside the leg stump and helped away down to the field at the long leg position. He comes across and they take 1. But I think Brathwaite will believe that he missed out there because it was a freebie outside the leg stump. Really ought to have done better. But having said that, that single carries England to 140 for 3, and it brings the dangerous Edward Gordon Lennox onto strike. And it is no nonsense move. I'm going to show he's going to take it on. So long off has gone out. So too is long on. Finally, the captain's got it right. There's a cow corner in position, deep mid wicket. A square leg also on the boundary. So a field is out in the country, as I like to say. And here is Dunridge. Brings Lennox forward. He looks very, very classy, very assured when he plays onto the front foot or off the back foot. What level does he play at?
Well, he plays for Gloucestershire in the over 60s championship, but I think he's played some county second 11 cricket for Hampshire some years ago, and he's played for the armies, and that's the forces cricket is usually of pretty high standard.
And now he's gone past it and has been missed up by the keeper. Oh, all happened in very, very quick fashion. a delivery tossed up. He was looking to chip it rather than to hit it, and he hit outside of the delivery. I think the keeper was missighted for somewhat. It's always difficult for the keeper at times, Orlando, and he put down what really should have been a stumping. So Gordon Lennox survives, 140 for the loss of 3, as Dudderidge is into him, and he goes on the back foot and plays it on the bounce to the fielder at the mid-off position. Can't score. Tumbling save there by the fielder coming across to his right. So he will now have to reset, and you want to press on. He's been given a life, and well, it cost the Aussies. We'll find out momentarily. 140 for the loss of 3 and over number 29 of 45 as Dudderidge is in, and there's the batsman stretching forward from the crease, and it's a long stride forward, and plays the ball offside. There's no run. Good bowling, good comeback, and Dudderidge a little disappointed that the keeper didn't help him there. He has just about one delivery to finish his 7th over. 1 for 22 with 1 mid, and he's into bowl to Gordon Lennox, and Lennox to this delivery is stretching forward. The ball goes through the gap and just shaves the off stump, so he survives, and you will see a victory in that over to the bowler Dudderidge, despite the fact he didn't get the wicket. 7 overs, 1 mid, and 1 for 22. England 140 for 3 when it could have been 140 for 4.
And an immediate break on the scoring there, just the one from the over. And Gordon Lennox looked quite imperious in his first dozen deliveries, beaten once on the outside and once on the inside of the bat, and he could very easily have involved quite a prodigious turn on that last delivery, I thought there, Lyndon. It went quite a long way.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, and for the first time since he strode to the crease some 13 minutes ago, that Gordon actually looked at sea. He was missed some. I think he wasn't picking the bowler, and maybe he just trying to read what he's doing, whether he's turning the ball in, whether he's going straight on with the arm. But the important thing for England is that he's still there. Over number 30 about to begin. 140 for the loss of 3. England win the toss and battle. We've lost the sunshine. Still have that very high breeze. Few puffy white clouds around. No threat of rain. And we're going to have a bowling change as Thornton comes off. 5 overs, no means 1 for 30.
Good spell that, I thought, Lyndon. He bowled with hostility and got a very good line going outside the off stump. It's still fairly warm out there, so 5 overs probably enough for a 60-year-old at this time.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. And sometimes, the figures don't accurately reflect or don't tell the true story of how a fella performs, bowling or batting. This first delivery from O'Reilly, who's been switched around, is outside the off stump, and there's no run. You think this is a good move to switch O'Reilly to the other end with Gordon Lennox still at the crease?
Yes, I do. I also, if I'm not much mistaken, he was bowling round the wicket before, which I didn't really understand. He's now bowling over the wicket, and the field is now a bit more conventional for what you'd expect at this stage of a 45 over game.
I agree with you 100% there. So a top edge sweep there by Brathwaite moves him to 32. England to 142 for the loss of 3 in over number 30. My spell will come to an end after this over. Riley right arm over the wicket, and this delivery is driven straight to the fielder at the mid-off position. There's no run, so short third man, backward point, sweep on the cover boundary, mid-off, long on, deep mid-wicket. There's a shortish mid-wicket as well, and a field on the square leg boundary, so he has good protection. And he's bowling to Brathwaite, who has 32 against his name. So this delivery, Brathwaite is advancing down the wicket, drives and plucked out of the ear on the bounce by Riley. So immediately he's found his line and length from the Malcolm Marshall end, or the southern end of the ground, and just about tosses the ball from hand to hand, about to go past umpire Thompson. Starts his walk and then breaks into a gentle run. And here is a drive to a full toss where Brathwaite really ought to have done better. So that's his 51st delivery. He has 32 against his name. 75 minutes of batting, 3 fours. With him is Gordon Lennox. 26 from 17 deliveries, 16 minutes of batting. Here is O'Reilly looking to finish tight, and Brathwaite is running this one down to short third man to take off for the single and get the single. And I'm sure that the English would want Lennox to get as much as a strike as possible, so they prepare to leave you. I tell you, at the end of 30 overs, England win the toss and batting, and this over 60s big man Caribbean Cup Final 2023. They won 143 for the loss of 3. Neil Brathwaite has 33 against his name. Edward Gordon Lennox has 26 against his name. More from Colin, and then you'll be joined by a double change. Colin will make his final words for now, and then Wayne Holo will be joined by Hart Erie.
Second drinks break with
Thank you so much,
143 for 3. Pause for a final assault on the last 15 overs of this innings. A couple of very tight overs leading into that drinks break, which just put the brake on the England scoring. So a really intriguing contest in prospect. I'm now going to make way for Hartley. Hartley, how do you think it's going?
Well, this is interesting, Colin, and greetings to you. The whole issue is that the conditions are ideal for cricket. And as we have it here now, England is batting well, but they have to put on a competitive score, because as it stands now, Australia will, if they do not make a minimum of 230, Australia are going to get this one, as my friend Lyndon Yard would say, on a canter.
Yeah, Hartley Reid, the horse racing commentator inside of him, and the players are having a much appreciated refreshment break in the steamy conditions, but lovely, I must say, at Kensington Oval. But we have been thoroughly entertained by the stroke play of the English batsmen, and 143 for 3 in 30 overs. I think they will be quite satisfied. I think the English will be quite satisfied with their position at the moment.
Yes, it should be, because we haven't had many scoring opportunities missed. And when I'm going to state here now that I must say hats off to the organizers of this competition for having the finals at Kensington, because there is no place more fitting to play a finals in Barbados than to have that final at the iconic Kensington Oval. And I'm sure that both England and Australia, they are relishing this opportunity to play cricket at Kensington Oval.
Well, let's have a look at the scorecard. Remember, the English winning the toss and electing to bat, and they started with Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant, and we saw Merriman the first to go. He was caught at backward point by Greg Hoisted off the bowling of Peter Duddridge for 13. Kevin Grant, he went caught at the wicket by Claude Orlando off the bowling of Dale Thornton for 54 off 71 balls with 8 boundaries. A very entertaining knock that was. Monty Douglas was unfortunately run out by a direct hit by Dale Thornton for 8, and Edward Gordon Lennox has joined Neil Brathwaite at the wicket. Brathwaite coming at number 3 is 33 not out, and Edward Gordon Lennox, he is on 26 off just 17 balls with 3 4s and 2 6s, and he has really upped the ante as far as the scoring rate and is concerned. Presently, we're going to see Peter Duddridge return to the attack. He's switching around from the southern end, the Malcolm Marshall end, and now operating from the Joel Garner end at the north, bowling to Neil Brathwaite. So his first delivery is coming off the high on the pad and running away into the onside no run. Here he is again, Peter Duddridge, and hit out wide of mid wicket. Good diving effort in at the short mid-wicket position, keeping the scoring down to 1 as the field now spreads for the Edward Gordon Lennox, who is onto the front foot, and now with that vacant area created by the fielder at the short mid-wicket, Captain Higgins pushing himself back on the rope at long on, opens the space for a single, and very intelligently Gordon Lennox just coming onto the front foot, pushing it into that vacant area and rotating the strike. 145 for 3 as Brathwaite comes back on strike and gets a delivery outside the leg stump, looking to help it around. It doesn't make contact. Umpire signals are wide though, but Brathwaite might feel that he missed out there, although there is a man right back on the boundary at a long leg position. There's also a deep square leg. So Dudridge slowly into Brathwaite, coming down the track, struck on the pad, and the umpire rules that is leg before wicket. Hartley, I am going to ask your judgment. The batter getting down the track somewhat, using his feet, and struck on his way coming forward, and umpire Prescott making the ruling that delivery was going to go on to hit the stumps, and ruling in the favor of the fielding team.
When this is modern day cricket, years ago, in my time when I was an umpire, we would have never given that out. But now with the advent of the television coverage, the umpires now they are pretty clear. They know that although you have advanced down the track, you're still struck between the wicket and wicket, and the possibility that the ball will go on to strike the stumps. So that LBW, that is what happened in modern day umpiring.
Well, as I said, he was struck between wicket and wicket, but as I said, advancing down the wicket. He did make a couple of trips out of his crease, but the umpire was quite sure, and the appeal upheld. Neil Brathwaite gone leg before wicket to Peter Dudridge. Dudridge gets his second wicket. Brathwaite making 34, faced some 55 balls, and he struck 3 fours in his knock, and England now 146 for 4 after 4 deliveries of the 31st over. In the meantime, the incoming batsman Chris Dearden has made his way to the middle and now about to take his guard from umpire Prescott. Dudridge coming on in a new spell and picking up a wicket Hartley, so striking a good move by the captain. At least it paid dividends.
Yes, and he's thinking, because when you give the description of that wide open space there on the onside, I was saying that he's just inviting easy runs, but he then tossed the ball outside of the off stump. So
just pushing well outside the off stump this time. Chris Dearden getting well outside the off stump with that front pad, and actually once he plays a shot, he should be in no danger of being given. So Dudridge, tail up, walks past the umpire, and Dearden is driving and looking to pierce the outside field, almost as if he were playing a bit of that ball game name. The ball ricocheting from the extra cover. From the cover onto the extra cover onto the mid-off. Pinball. I was trying to almost playing a bit of pinball there, the Australian fielders. That ball touching the hands of 3 fielders before it was brought under control. So we are...
Yes, but the thing is that what the batters did, they stuck to the principle of don't run on a misfield, so they did not leave the respective creases.
Well, they didn't, and the over comes to an end after 31. It's 146 for 4, and continuing from the southern end, outside the off stump through to the keeper. So Peter O'Reilly operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, bowling his right arm off spin, bowling to Edward Gordon Lennox, who is drawn onto the front foot, long onto the front foot. Well, he's a long man, getting a long way down the track. Once he thrusts that front leg forward, back along the track to the bowler, there is no run. As As this time he's looking to advance down the track, then checking his advance and transferring the weight onto the back foot and nudging this ball away square on the outside. Called through for the single by Dearden.
Very attentive cricket, because that was a quick single at any level, Wayne.
Well, the brisk movement between the wickets. Dearden now comes and takes guard. Yet to get off the mark. Gordon Lennox up to 28. It's 147 for 4. As this delivery outside the leg stump, whipping off the Bills, the wicketkeeper Orlando, but of course the batsman not moving, not leaving his crease, Dearden. And the result is a wide, signaled by umpire Thompson. Moves the total up to 148. 148 for 4. Peter O'Reilly into bowl to Chris Dearden. This delivery is outside the all stump and helped around into the boundary at long leg. Easy peasy, taking candy from a baby. Delivery outside the leg stump, and all he had to do was get inside the line and just help it around into a very wide open space. 4 runs to Chris Dearden, gets him off the mark and brings up the 150 for England.
He was hoping that he could have pulled back that ball. That was a bad delivery there.
Yes, but that one, let's say that's one that got away. That got away. So some reinforcement in the deep on the leg side and behind square. There's now a long leg where that ball traveled, and also a deep square leg, deep backward square, as O'Reilly into Dearden, floats up a full toss, driven hard through Dudridge there at the short cover position, allowing for a single. Fielder coming in off the boundary, deep cover, so there's some cover there. And one more to the total, 153 for 4. And Edward Gordon Lennox, who has really livened up for season, sits this one powerfully back over the head of the bowler. The man from mid-off comes skidding around and manages to get a hand to it, keeps it inside the rope, and then sends a good return over the stumps on the first bounce to the bowler. Gordon Lennox gets a single to move to 29, and after 32 overs, England 152 for 4. And the Australians looking to reel this England batting in, because Gordon Lennox, Edward Gordon Lennox, whose contribution is going to be very crucial here, Hartley. If he were to spend any time around, much more time at the wicket.
Ben, I was very impressed with him. But the first match I saw him in, he is a very busy cricketer, and he doesn't allow many bad balls to come his way.
No nonsense, I thought you were going to say. But Dudridge to continue. And balls to Lennox. That's a good delivery. A high back lift. He always looks as if he's he's looking to score, looking to attack the bowling. A very high back lift there by Gordon Lennox. Good delivery though. Squeezed out onto the onside. Field very well spread on the leg side too. No one saving one on the onside. That is into Gordon Lennox, and he's driving. Nice wristy on drive. Brings the fielder off the captain, Eric Higgin, in fact. Fielding at long on. So giving the single, basically, the Australians with Gordon Lennox on strike. And the total moving up to 155. 155 for 4 in over number 33. Dudridge, in what will be his final over, is seeing Dearden coming forward, struck on the pad. That one got some purchase there. Well, the batsman getting himself well outside the all stump, but some turn there for some exaggerated turn there for Dudridge, though.
Yeah, that one really turned.
he would have been encouraged by that. Here he is, floating up and looking for the big hit. Is Chris Dearden, succeeds only in dragging it onto his front foot, and the ball then ricocheting over into the offside, but looking to lift that one somewhere over the leg side field. So now that has prompted Higgins to push himself again back on the long on boundary. Pushed away, screw on the offside, quick single taken, good return coming in from that short third man position. So good movement there by all involved.
And in fact, he chose the correct end to throw it because Dearden was struggling to get it got his ground at the non-striker's end.
156 for 4. Doddridge with what should be his final delivery of the match. Bowls outside the off stump, off the back foot, forced away into that extra cover area and gone for 4. Beats the man at extra cover, who is right back on the 30-yard circle, but he couldn't get around. And again, once the ball beats the infield, this outfield really running very quickly, and a good powerful shot by Edward Gordon Lennox, a good display of that power.
And in fact, when initially, from the initial shot, you never thought that the ball had the kind of power to get to the boundary, but from the time it passed the two fielders in the 30-yard, it just sped on to the boundary.
Well, as I said, I actually thought it was just a single. The fielder is right back on the edge of the circle. It was just away to his right, but I think a good strong forearms there. It shows the strength of those forearms there on Gordon Lennox. 160 for 4 after 33. And Gordon Lennox now on 34. It will be Chris Dearden on 6 to take strike, and Peter O'Reilly to continue the bowling. O'Reilly, right arm off spin, tossing the ball from hand to hand, and floats this one outside the off stump, nudged away, and a good diving stop from short third man, allowing just the 1 run.
I would prefer if I were to see that same position, he comes on the 30-yard line, because he just made every desperate effort to get that one stop.
So Mike Riley it is there at short third man. So Dearden off strike brings Gordon Lennox back at the striker's end. Very straight long off and long on. The two fielders both very straight on the boundary in the distance. Back foot, hits it, slams it, go for the single, the return comes in, not taken by the bowler. I think a direct hit might have had Gordon Lennox in trouble. That ball went up to mid-off. It was travelling much too quickly, I thought, for the batsman to attempt the single, but taking their lives into their own hands basically, and eventually the return slightly off the mark and not being able to pick up by the bowler. And Gordon Lennox gets home for 1. 162 for 4. Outside the off stump, chasing after this delivery. A very, very loose shot by Chris Dearden. That ball was very, very wide. Made a late decision to go after it. Just got a little nick taken behind by the keeper. And almost a gift of a wicket by Chris Dearden. Caught at the wicket by Orlando off O'Reilly for 7. And England now 162 for 5 halfway in the 34th over.
When that ball was just outside the line, indicating wide to the umpire. So if he had left that, he would have gotten a wide. He followed it, fanned at it, and the keeper did the rest. So as you said, I think I would go with your word. He gifted his wicket away.
His wicket, because there was no danger, nothing at all about that ball that would have threatened his wicket, and unless he had gone after it. There was no way that there could have been any other result.
Well, but Australia would take it how they get it, so Australia is quite happy for that wicket.
And John Butterworth comes to the crease. Another right-handed batsman. Butterworth in one. So Riley gets his first wicket. 1 for 39. 5 overs and 3 balls. As we take a quick look at some short bowling figures over the next couple of days. Short Ridge, 5 overs for 10 runs. Sid DeMello, 3 overs, 20 runs. Doddridge has completed his 9 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, 2 wickets, as Butterworth is going on to the back foot, hitting the ball straight up to the man at mid-off. There is no run. I think that's Sid DeMello there at mid-off, as O'Reilly brings Butterworth onto the front foot, nudged away behind him on the onside. The fielder swooping in from the short fine leg, picks up and sent back hurriedly into his crease by his partner Gordon Lennox, John Butterworth. Short man, low crouch, and on the leg stump. Worked away up to mid-on. This time they're going to go for the quick single, and the fielder unable to stop it. Called through this time by Gordon Lennox. So Butterworth maintains the strike at the end of the 34th over. 163 for 5 is the total.
Yes, Australia could be quite comfortable and satisfied with the way how this game is going. England has not been given the opportunity to get away. So with a score being 162, with 11 overs remaining, I'm sure that any projection, if you are going to say 5 runs per over, that's another 66 runs.
Well, to complete the bowling figures, Peter O'Reilly, 6 overs, 40 runs, fairly expensive. And just the one, and he's also taken a wicket as is it Short Rich who's going to be reintroduced as we head down into the death, what we call the death overs. 11 overs left, as you pointed out, Hartley. And the Short Rich, who started with the new ball, was quite economical too. 5 overs, 2 maidens, and 10 runs. Reintroduced from the Joel Garner end. Sorry,
he is my bowler of the tournament.
Well, the captain depending on him now to keep these batsmen in check, as he is on the off stump just outside, and Butterworth onto the front foot pushes it into the offside. The bowler completes the fielding himself, but yes, we become accustomed to nice movement, nice swerve of the ball, and he's exercised brilliant control, because it's okay to get swing, but you've got to be able to control that swing and make it work for you, and he has done so quite well. Pushed away into the offside, called for a quick single, and the batsmen are through.
And even now he has come back. He has come back and he has dropped back on that line.
Right back on that off stump line, just outside the off stump, coming back in, threatening the off stump all the time, and also the outside, the outside edge of the bat. It's really looked the part.
It's a joy to watch him. I have enjoyed watching him bowl.
Here he is operating, and onto the front foot. Gordon Lennox pushed up to extra cover. They go quickly for 1. Well, the fielders now pushed well back fairly deep, even although there are the infielders, and good intelligent play by Gordon Lennox, not looking to hit the ball, just dropping and running. The last couple of singles taken. Now a man brought into a single saving position at cover. Deliberately, no one at home in the deep on the offside.
The high wind has blown the hat on the head of the
yes, very, very stiff breeze. Well, Hartley calls it a high wind. So some 5 men in a circle there on the offside as Ridge is in. And again, this one is outside the off stump, a bit wider this time. And Butterworth coming across and making an early decision to not to play. Ball taken by keeper Orlando, standing up for the medium pace of Stuart Ridge. 165 for 5 the total as Ridge is in again, coming onto that front foot, and again they're going to get the single, running it down to the short third, to the right of the short third man fielder. But good understanding by this pair, and Gordon Lennox, whose call it was, instantly making the call and getting a response from his partner. 166 for 5 now. Gordon Lennox on 36 off 27 balls. Is off the back foot, stroking this one away into the deep. The fielder from deep cover comes off the rope and sends his return over the stumps to the bowler. So good tidy stuff over there from Stuart Ridge. The batsman can only score in singles. It's been a while since Gordon Lennox has been able to strike a boundary. We've come to the 35th over. It's 167 for 5, and into the death we go, and over to Adriel Richards. I had Hartley Reid. Your thoughts?
Yes, man. 10 overs remaining. Australia still with a stranglehold, because in that last over from Ridge, 9 fielders were within this 30-yard circle. Only the deep mid-wicket, the deep square leg, was out of the circle. So they are still attacking, recognizing that they're not giving away any easy runs. What do you think? Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Hartley. Will be O'Reilly to bowl, and Gordon Lennox on the back foot pulls it through mid a whitish mid on, save a straightish mid wicket. He'll get a run, so he now moves up to 38 and a total up to 168 for 5. Will be O'Reilly to continue. He's into his 7th over. Attempt to give you a rundown of what's taken place so far. As you watch O'Reilly giving this one some air, and onto the back foot goes Butterworth, and he cuts it away through a backward point. A long chase around the boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and that'll be 2 runs for Butterworth, who's now up to 5 and takes the England total up to 170 for 5. Reminding you that England won the toss, they chose to bat. They lost Richard Merriman, who was caught by hoisted off Dudderidge for 13. Kevin Grant was caught by Orlando, the keeper of Thornton, for 54, the top score so far. 71 balls, 8 fours and no 6s in that total, as Butterworth is using his feet, get into the pitch of a delivery from O'Reilly, and he drives it towards extra cover, and there's no run. O'Reilly continues bowling from the Marshall end now, giving this one a lot of air, and Butterworth equal to it, drives it through cover, run there for him. The fielder comes in off the boundary about 10 yards to pick it up, and the Butterworth now moves to 6, and the total 171 for 5. So Grant got 54, Brathwaite was LBW to Dudderidge for 34, Douglas was run out for 8, and Dearden was caught by Orlando off O'Reilly, who's bowling now, and this one played up to played just off the pitch and picked up by the bowler. So Dearden being caught by Orlando to keep off O'Reilly for 7. Gordon there on 38, not out. Butterworth there on 6. They have, and we have 11 extras in a total of 171 for 5. Here is O'Reilly, and Lennox Gordon drives, or should I say Gordon Lennox drives, but straight to the fielder in at that extra cover position. No run, the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 171 for 5. Just to do a quick run through the bowling figures for you. Ridge, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. DeMello, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Dutteridge, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Riley, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Thornton, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Hoysted, 1 over, no maidens, none for 15. And O'Reilly, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. The bowlers used today by the Australians. So, Lyndon, the 171 for 5. We've got 9 overs remaining. Your prediction of what you think that the English team will get up to?
Well, I'm sure if they can get anywhere in the region of 250, they'll take that. If they get anywhere in the 250, they'll take that. The next 9 overs, they can afford to go on the accelerator at the stage.
Here is Ridge bowling outside the Austin. A cutaway by Butterworth through the field in a backward point. They'll come back for the 3rd run now. Good running between the wickets by these two to get the 3 runs. And that will take Butterworth on to 9 and a total up to 174 for 5. And showing a fleet of foot there.
Yeah. Good positive running there. Transferring the pressure now from the England side to the Australian side by running that 3 runs. And it brings Lennox into strike. And he's fallen away somewhat in terms of his strike rate. Started very aggressively and seemed to have lost his rhythm somewhat. Was misstumped. And the important thing there from an England point of view is that he's still there and he needs to go towards the end. Once he can stay there towards the end, I'm sure they maybe will just sneak past that 250 total. But he is the key to getting that 250 total. And the sweeper is now being placed on the offside to protect the offside boundary for him.
Here's Ridge moving in now. Delivery which is a foolish length and tucked out towards mid-wicket by Gordon Lennox. Was probably more looking to go through the offside, but maybe the bat twisted in the hand and it went away towards through mid-wicket for a run to him. He's now 39 and the total up to 175 for 5. Butterworth comes into strike. There's a slip, there's a backward point. Field on the cover boundary. There's also an extra cover and a mid-off as a Ridge. Bright Sunshine bowls to Butterworth, who attempts to swing it away. Top edge goes to the field in a short fine leg, and the English lose their 6th wicket. Butterworth being caught just there at fine leg. It looked as though it might be. I'll try to pick up the fielder for you. Check and tell you in a minute. But the most important thing is that Butterworth has gone for 9, and in over number 37, the English are 175 for 6.
Yes, and a crucial wicket there when the England needed it most to get partnership going. And the top edge hook attempting, he got inside his line early, but for some reason just didn't measure the length of the delivery to precision. And the end top edge in the catch to the fielder at the short fine leg position. Nice catch taken. And that's the difference, Woody, between the England side getting that 250 total and maybe a total of anywhere around 230. Because once they continue to lose wickets, it's going to build pressure, put pressure on the batting side. And the Aussies, as I said, they have been in the game consistently. There have times when they've gone behind the 8 ball a little bit, but they have always stayed just on par with England. Just when they accelerate, they were able to pull the scoring rate back by taking wickets, by restricting the flow of runs. And I think, as I said, the cardinal sin for the England side this batting, as far as I'm concerned here today, is that most of their stroke play, elegant stroke play they have played, and most of those strokes have found the fielders. And this is the first time that we're going to see a left-hander. So maybe the left-right combination now could also give England that initiative as well. That rotation of strike will also be key in terms of a left-right combination now, with field changes being employed more often than not.
Dale Thornton was the field that took the catch. So Butterworth gone for 9, 175 for 6 now in over number 37. As the new batsman is Jason Kant. As will be Ridge to continue, bowling to the left-hander. There's a slip, point, cover on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a short fine leg. And here's the new batsman driving loosely outside the off stump. A ball angled across him and taken by Orlando low down behind the stumps. It remains at 175 for 6. Pitch has played extremely well, Lyndon.
Yeah, wonderful batting strip. Looking at it and his play, the bounce has been consistent, and the batsmen could trust their defense and they're attacking more play shots.
Ridge coming onto Ridge bowling to Compton, who's onto the front foot, and he drives out towards the cover, finds the field in the way, but no run, and the score remains at 175 for 6. So, a few spectators have come in, as we expected. Once England are involved, the word will get around and they will turn up. Here's Ridge bowling, and this delivery to Kant drives out towards the mid-off, finds the field in the way, can't score. It remains at 175 for 6 as you come to the end of over number 37.
Yes, the over where the Australia side would have been the better of the two sides going into the completion of that over, having taken the wicket of Butterworth, who held out to Thornton at short fine leg, and they'll be happy at this stage. It means that the England, while they have to rebuild, they also still have to press towards a meaningful total from a position of 174 for loss of 6 with just 8 overs remaining, and that's approximately 64 deliveries. So if you can at least garner 50 odd runs, I will take 60 runs and make it a 230 total, but anything part of that is obviously extras. And with Lennox in strike, he just needs to regain his composure and get back to striking the ball, as O'Reilly's about to bowl his final over. Would he?
It will be O'Reilly to continue. He's into his 8th over, 7 overs, no middens, 1 for 44. Before this, he's very meticulous with his field, trying to get that long off fielder to come a little straighter. As Gordon Lennox waits for him now. He's tossing the ball from hand to hand, O'Reilly. Now here he is to bowl to Gordon Lennox on the line of the leg stump. The batsman attempts to work it into the onside. Ball comes off the pad, and the fielder and the wicket keeper goes up from behind the stumps quickly, and there's no run. So it's kept at 175 for 6 as O'Reilly continues. I guess this wants some air, and Gordon Lennox plays a lofted straight drive, and it lands just inside the boundary at the far end, and that's another 4 runs for Gordon Lennox, who now moves into the 40s onto 43 and takes the England total up to 179 for 6.
Yes, quite some time since he's had a boundary, and he continues to look positive, and says once he can stay there towards the end, that 250 total that I predicted could very well be extended maybe by another 10 or 15 runs basically, but he has to stay there towards the end, and once he continues to play positive, well then I'm sure that the England side will fancy their chance of getting past that 250 total.
Well, once Gordon Lennox is around, the runs will come, particularly free scoring batsman, tall, and here he is now, waits for O'Reilly, and he drives out towards extra cover, no run. I was mentioning to Hartley in the last game, Lyndon, that in the past you would have expected that, you wouldn't see England batsmen playing as free scoring and exciting innings as we see them now. At all levels, women, men, juniors, and not even in this Masters tournament. Outside the off stump, a ball that is wide, and Gordon Lennox attempted to cut, but a wide signal by umpire Thompson. So another extra takes the total up to 180 for 6 now in over number 38. As O'Reilly continues from the Marshall end, and Gordon Lennox drives out towards mid-off, so through mid-off, will get a run. He now moves to 44, and it's 181 for 6. You've seen him certainly done very well, especially in the white ball formats. Won the 50 overs World Cup, got close to winning the T20 World Cup.
Also in the red ball, since the change of the coach, they've got a very positive attitude.
Very much so. Scored 500 runs in a day. Fascinating. 500 runs in a day, Lyndon.
Fantastic for Test cricket especially.
But could you imagine as a bowler? I know you're a decent bowler yourself, but could you imagine that? Here is O'Reilly bowling to Kant, who's on to the front foot and drives.
But I
No
think
run.
with 500 a day, it would have had to have gotten away from the captain because you know that runs would have been leaking from both ends. So you had to at least find a bowler who could at least contain the batsman.
Unfortunately for the Pakistan captain Babar Azam on that day, he didn't have a lot of experienced bowlers. As Kant goes onto the bat foot and cuts it away through cover, runs here. A bit of a misfield there by, is it Ridge out there in an extra cover? 2 runs there for the left-handed Kant, who now goes on to 2, and Douglas is on 44, and the total at the end of over number 38, it's 183 for 6.
Yes, and 183 for 6 means that England are pretty much still in it, and I would say at this stage still slightly ahead, but the Aussies are very much behind them in terms of taking wickets, and if they can just peg another one back, especially if they can get the wicket of Gordon Lennox, that would be a key cog in the wheel in terms of their restricting England to a much smaller total than predicted of 250, because he's beginning to open his shoulders once again, and he has a strike, and all depends on him with the fielders again heading out into the country, cover on the boundary, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Woody?
Here's Ridge moving in and bowling a wide. Now that's probably the worst delivery he's bowled in the whole tournament. That one falling outside the return crease, and a wide signal by umpire Tremaine Prescott takes total up to 184 for 6. Ridge 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. As usual, very stingy, very mean, not giving away anything. Here he is now, moving in to bowl to Gordon Lennox, who swings over wideish long on. That's an extraordinary shot from Gordon Lennox. Picked it from outside the off stump and carted it away over the wideish long on boundary for 6. That's a shot reminiscent of someone we know very well in the Caribbean called Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards.
Yes, that one was hit with disdain, dragged from outside.
That's his
the
50, I
off
should say, as well, to Linden, off just 37 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes, and so 38 runs in boundaries. Fascinating innings, 190 for 6 it is.
A magnificent innings by Gordon Lennox.
Here is Ridge bowling now to Gordon Lennox, who's forward, and no run ventured. You could see Ridge with that delivery, bang on target where he knows he wants to bowl.
Noticeably pulled the length back, Woody. So I think he's learned his lesson about staying in his zone.
That's right. It reminds me a little bit of Glenn McGrath, that sort of, very steady running and just gets in close and metronomic. Here is Gordon Lennox attempting to swing it away behind square, and it's dropped by the fielder. I think that might be Thornton at the short fine leg backward square leg region. Gordon Lennox attempted to swing this delivery away over square leg, got the top edge, and it flew into the air, and Thornton was there circling under it. He had no reason to drop it. The sun was not in his eyes, I don't think, but nonetheless he ended up putting it down on the turf.
Yes, a catch that should have been taken. Woody, I think he had it until he hit the turf. When he hit the turf is when the ball just came out of his grasp, and once again Gordon Lennox lives to fight again.
Gordon Lennox 51 as Kant now gets the delivery on the leg stump and drives it back up the pitch for the bowler to field, and it remains at 191 for 6 now in over number 39. 2 deliveries to go. So where will it end for England? The Grey Ashes, as they're calling it, for obvious reasons. As Ridge turns at the garner end and bowls now to Kant on the line of the leg stump. He attempts to work it into the onside. It comes off the pad, and the keeper doing well, moving to his right smartly and then putting in a bit of a dive to prevent it from getting away from him. 181 for 6 it remains. This is the final delivery of over number 39. The final of the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 60s tournament. Here's Ridge bowling. Delivery of half volley length outside the off stump, and the left-hander Kant drives it out towards the fielder on the cover boundary for a run. He now moves to 3, and he'll keep the strike. And at the end of over number 39, The England Masters, they're 192 for 6.
Yes, and they're going very nicely along, despite the fact that Gordon Lennox, would have just been put down by Thornton. He got under it, circled to his right, and seemed to have it, but then when he hit the ground, at the very last minute, the ball just came out. It didn't bubble out, it just came out flat on the ground. And in the end, gives Lennox a second life, having been missed up by the keeper Orlando. And I think he was in his 30s then, so he has 51. And said if they can get see the back of him, I can show that it can help further reduce this England total, who I predict should be anywhere around 150. Another 6 overs after this, 191 on the board. And the Australians begin to look a little flat in the field, Woody.
So Comte, the left-hander, in strike, waiting for O'Reilly, who is with him now. And to this delivery, he's back and cuts it away through point. There'll be runs here for him. 2 feeders giving chase. They will pull it back just inside the boundary, but the batsmen are back for 2. So Comte will now move to 5, and the total will roll up to 194 for 6 in over number 40. So just about 35 deliveries left. A run of ball will probably put them somewhere in the region of 229. They perhaps will take that and hope that their bowlers can do the business. As O'Reilly around the wicket gives this one some air, and Comte drags it through mid-on. We'll get some more runs here. Another single. He now moves to 6 and takes a total up to 195 for 6. We're in over number 40. Fielder just to accommodate the right-handed Gordon Lennox. Short third man, or should I say, short third man, point, cover on the boundary, deepish extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, or cow corner as it's colloquially known, deep square leg, and a backward square leg. And Gordon Lennox swings a delivery that's just maybe on the length of the leg stop. He dragged it around behind square for a single. He now moves to 52, and the total now 196 for 6. So the 200 run mark beckons. And earlier when they had a good start, but there was a period where they ran into some issues in terms of the scoring rate, the English, but they've certainly overcome those and now beginning to motor along, especially with Edward Gordon Lennox at the crease. He's a free scoring batsman. And here is Comte, left-hander, in strike. Waits now for O'Reilly, who bowls delivery fullish length, and he drives firmly out towards long off. Will get the run, and only one run. And he will now move to 7, and a total up to 197 for 6. So we just lost the brilliance of the sunshine here at Kensington Oval, as a few clouds have come overhead. Nothing seriously threatening any kind of rain at the moment, but we just lost the brilliance of a Caribbean sunshine here at Kensington as we watch O'Reilly giving us one some air, and Gordon Lennox picks it from outside the off stump and swings it away out towards deep mid wicket. The fielder on the boundary has a lot of work to do, running around to his right, and the batsman will come back for 2 runs, and Gordon Lennox will now move to 54, and England are 199 for 6 in over number 40. Final ball to come. Will he be able to get England to the 200 run mark of this next delivery? Gordon Lennox, he waits for O'Reilly, and he's attempting to guide this one away, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. The end of the over. At the end of it, England, who won the toss, chose to bat. They are 199 for 6 in the final of the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 60s tournament, with Edward Gordon Lennox on 54, Jason Comte on 7, more from Linda Yard, and to close the innings for you, it will be Wayne Holder.
Yes, and just to bring you up to date with the fall of the wickets, 1 for 34, and that was the wicket of Richard. It became 2 for 93, the wicket of Kevin Grant, who made a well played 54. Monty Douglas made, he was in and out with a total of 111. Neil Brathwaite went with 4 for 146. Chris Darren he went 5 for 162. Then John, he was out with a total of 175. And of course, that is none other than John Butterworth as Bowler rejoined me. And the total of 198 for the loss, 199 for the loss of 6 win. Another 5 overs to come. I predict 250. What do you think is a good total?
Well, as we wind our way down, I think they're going to need to score at least 8 runs and over from here on in. So I'm thinking 240. Given the conditions here, but even that I suspect might be just short of par. As a big drive here from Jason Cont, big left-hander. Ball hits out to deep extra cover just for a single. But as I said, the conditions here, I believe anything less than 250, I would say is about par.
I agree with you 100%. I predicted 250.
The Australians have been very good with the bat throughout the tournament. Have been one of the, if not the best batting team, as this one is swatted away. High over mid-wicket, gone for another 6. Going with the flow on that occasion, Gordon Lennox. And the delivery a bit too straight this time from Stuart Ridge. And coming onto the front foot and just blasting it over the forward square boundary. Another fine shot from Gordon Lennox.
Superb shot, dragging it straight through the mid-wicket region. Superb shot. He's in good form.
Faces up again and gets a delivery on the off-stump. Hits this one down toward the long-on position. Ball traveled in the air for a while, but never really offering a chance for Peter Dudridge coming off the boundary there. So one more to his total. Edward Gordon Lennox on 61. The total 207 for 6. This is the 41st over. Stuart Ridge in his 9th and final over. Now bowling to the left-handed Jason Cont. And the Cont is off the back foot, punching this one away. Into the offside. Gordon Lennox is coming back for the second already. And the Cont touches and turns, gets back into his crease at the striker's end. 2 more to the total.
So we've seen some urgency now at the stage, Wayne.
Well, this is the death. This is when you have to be urgent.
The happy half hour?
Well,
Three
yeah,
for,
happy.
3 for 10? 5 for 12?
Well, 4 for 10 now. I think the regular is 3 for 10, so happy half hour would have to be 4 for 10. Ridge choosing to go around the wicket to the left-hander and hit into the onside, dragged away between the square leg and the short fine leg, chased back to the boundary, and another 2 runs taken. So the runs really flowing in this over, and just as the English would want, as I mentioned to you, Lyndon, anything from 8 to 10 runs and over is what they will want to get it to. Actually, we've had some 12 in this over so far, so doing the job and a bit more. Here comes Ridge to Cont. Outside the off stump, doesn't make contact with a big slash into the gloves of the keeper. It goes. So 12 runs out of the 41st over. Stuart Ridge finishes with 9 overs, 1 wicket for 39 runs, and 2 maidens. England 211 for 6.
And despite that final over, having conceded some 12 runs, it was a very good spell by Ridge. As you said, he finished with 9 overs for 39 runs and 12 given in the last over. A little bit tiring, but a very good spell. Started well, went for a boundary very first delivery, but good comeback, good containing spell, and is now for the Aussies to finish strong, as I'm sure the English will want to finish strong, especially with Gordon Lennox in full cry and can't begin to get into his stride. 211 on the board. Was wondering they'll win 12 of that last over, including the 6, but they ran 3-2, so I said something had to give. It was either going to be a dot ball or likely he have to get a boundary, because I'm not sure at 60 and odd they're able to run another 2 or even a single at that stage either.
Even a sharp single might have been a problem. A long one would do.
Correct.
But Dale Thornton taking over from the Malcolm Marshall end. 5 overs, 30 runs, 1 wicket in his first spell. And into ball to Gordon Lennox, who looks to pull a delivery back of a length outside the off stump. I think he might have done a bit better to try to stroke that one to the offside.
I thought it was a little bit premeditated, really.
But yes, very
we
much
have a perfect
so.
view here, and he was nowhere near the ball to play that shot. Neither was the length, that kind of ball.
The length was not accommodating. Even his footwork, he got nowhere in position.
I think it's standing delivery time now.
He must have been anticipating something completely different. Here he is again. This one is pitched up, and he was anticipating that. He's lofted that into the Hewitt and Innes stand over the white long on position. Another massive hit from Edward Gordon Lennox. Beautifully timed 6 runs.
A hit, a 6 of authority win. He danced down the wicket. I'm sure that Thornton was not expecting that. And he danced down the wicket, Thornton looking for the Yorker, and it turned out to be a juicy half volley, and he just slaughtered it straight up into the Hewitt and in his stand here at the Kensington Oval. Superb shot as he presses on. 217 for the loss of 6 with just another 4 overs remaining to win. If he continues to go like this, I think they can easily get maybe to 265.
Well, that one was in the slot. That really deserved it asked to be hit away. And bowling that one in the slot, Thornton and Gordon Lennox seeing the ball now as big as the proverbial breadfruit, and he didn't spare lifting it sweetly, beautifully timed shot. I really enjoyed the timing on that ball, and the ball sailing away over wide long off. So let's see how Thornton responds into Gordon Lennox, and this time he's taking the pace off, pulling the length back. Good intelligent bowling.
Yeah, good bowling, good batting, and I thought the ball was still there for the hit as well. He could have opted to take it just to go straight because he had a long off and long on. The long off is a little straightish, but the delivery came down on off and center, so he actually could have gone through straight over the bowler's head, but yes, good cricket in the end.
Well, discretion getting the better of valor there. He's 67. Gets the short delivery, goes off the back foot, punches it back along the pitch. Harmlessly struck by the return.
Good bit of cricket there, Wayne.
Well, yeah.
Not something that the batsman would be pleased about, but there was no intent there, though. No harm done at all.
None whatsoever.
No intention. Nothing intentional there about that. He just had a strike at the stumps, and the batsman, Lennox, just happened to be in the way.
I think the bowler there getting back a bit of his own after being smote over long off. Outside the off stump, good line. Very good delivery. And Gordon Lennox not having the room to play that ball square of the on the offside. Luckily for him, not taking a nick through to the keeper.
Yeah, looking to create a little bit of room. There's a gap between the short third man and the keeper. That's the area he's looking to get that ball down to the vacant third man region, with the short third man on top of the 30-yard circle. But a very predicted field.
Well, it means holding that off stump line throughout Thornton, as this one is tickled away behind square. Man coming in quickly from the long leg boundary and just getting the single. But I think that would be the required result for the England team, except the ball had gone over the rope. A single for Gordon Lennox to keep the strike at the end of the 42nd over. 3 to go, 218 for 6. Edward Gordon Lennox on 68. He struck some 5 fours, and all 5 6s that have come in the innings so far.
Yes, and good comeback over there by Thornton, having been hit for a massive 6 off the second delivery, having bowler delivery auxiliary or some first delivery that went by to be taken by the keeper Orlando, and then he was hoisted into the Hewitt and in his stand for a massive 6 over long off. Good comeback, good strong finish. And at 218 for 6, Australia will just want to more likely, if they can peg another wicket back, of course that will triply slow the scoring rate down. And the left-right rotation between these two has been very critical. They've taken the total from 175 for 6. And basically, they've added some 40 odd for this 7th wicket in quick time.
Well, Captain Higgins has gone back to the off spin of Mike Riley to bowl the 43rd over. Riley 5 overs for 16 runs. And getting his field in place, Gordon Lennox, Edward Gordon Lennox, the man of the moment for England, has really brought this crowd alive. Floated up on the leg stump and looking to whip it away in the onside. Doesn't make contact.
An interesting start there, Wayne, to toss the ball up at this stage to Lennox in his mood.
Here he is again, bowling that a bit flatter on this occasion, a bit quicker through the air. Lennox again onto the front foot, looking for power, but hitting it straight back along to the bowler on the first bounce. As this time he's coming down the track and swinging high over mid wicket. That's another 6.
Once again, as I predicted there, Wayne, it was always on the card because his first delivery tossed up and he got away with it. The second delivery, the batsman failed to get under it, but this third delivery, now he gets under it and strikes it over mid wicket. Superb shot. And I think he has to at least go a lot flatter than he's going rather than go in the ear.
Hitting again, looking to hit down the ground. Not quite to the pitch on this occasion, but I'm impressed with the footwork of Gordon Lennox. Waits for Riley and gets this one flighted and is hitting it in the air. Chance for a catch and magnificently taken on the mid-wicket boundary. That ball had 4 all over it. The ball traveled in the air, and that fielder, I'm trying to identify the fielder coming around to his left at deep mid-wicket, getting around the boundary, just about reaching the ball with his left hand and hauling in a truly magnificent catch.
Oh, stupendous catch, Rain. Brilliant innings has come to an end with a, what you call a breathtaking catch. Run around to the left, fully extended. And you can hear the applause on the microphone for a tremendous innings by Edward Gordon Lennox. Magnificent knock has come to an end at 224 for the loss of 7. And what a stunning catch. And Win, as they usually say, win catches, win matches.
And he had to getting rid of Gordon Lennox at this stage, very crucial for the Australians, taken by Peter Miller there at mid-wicket, and a memorable catch. I'm sure that all who saw it here today will remember this for a long time.
Yes, 74 from 55 deliveries, 5 fours and 6 sixes. I repeat, 74 or 55 deliveries, 5 fours and 6 sixes, a strike rate of 134.55. And at this stage, 224 for the loss of 7. I'm sure the Australians, if they can pick up the other 3 wicket, will be very happy. And they'll do themselves a favour by restricting the English under that 250 that I predicted.
Caught Miller ball Riley brings Chris Deakin to the wicket. He will not be on strike. The batsman actually crossed while that ball was in the air. And the Cont comes back on strike. Lyndon, the new international ruling would not have allowed the crossing of the batsman once the dismissal happens. As a matter of fact, it is actually being implemented. Actually, I figured that the umpires were allowing it. Maybe the regulations for this tournament considered it, but this is Phil Deakin, who will
have a strike.
Be on strike because, as I said, the new international rule does not allow for batsmen to cross once a catch is taken. So the new batsman now has to face the next delivery. And in this case, Chris Deakin facing up to Chris Miller.
Phil
Deakin. And outside the leg stump, swept around behind square, running out to the boundary at long leg and goes for 4. So he's up and running right away. delivery, easy strike outside the leg stump, help it around, and not the best of finishes for Mike Riley, despite getting the wicket in that over and over that conceded some 10 runs. So England doing the job, 228 for 7, 2 overs remaining.
Yes, and with a top score of 74 there for Gordon Lennox, 54 at the top for Kevin Grant. And then we had other contributions of 34 by Neil Brathwaite, followed by 13 by Merriman, who was out a long time ago when he was the first wicket to go. And we had so far 12 from Jason Kant, who's very much still at the crease. 15 deliveries his face, and he's yet to hit the boundary. So with 2 overs remaining, I'm sure that the English would want to reach that 250 total for sure. And they have 2 overs after this. So it's going to be Thornton to continue, and the field, they're operating with a 5-4 field, 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg. So there's a third man backward point. The long off is now going to come into the mid-off position. Long on, deep mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. There's going to have a deep square leg and a fine leg as well. And then the captain will position himself at the mid-off. So there's a mid-off and a cover in the position we're in.
So England have done well in these closing overs. Let's see how they're going to fare with Gordon Lennox now out of the way. As Thornton it is continuing, and his first delivery to Cont is coming off the bottom of the bat, looking to help this delivery over the onside, looking to hoik it away over the leg side, has prompted Captain Higgins to push the long on fielder much wider, almost into that pocket at Cow Corner now, as Thornton right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Cont, and Cont is driving but can't beat the bowler, who gets right down and keeps it in check. So 2 good dot deliveries, just what the doctor would have ordered for the Australians.
And Cont can't get a boundary in.
He can't or he can't.
He can't at the moment. He needs to.
Not able to get the ball off the square. Those first 2 deliveries. Tall man crouched over this bat, and this delivery is outside the all stump, and just standing and delivering.
You said first 2 deliveries. I think the first 18 deliveries he hasn't gone the ball to the boundaries yet.
Well, he hasn't gotten the ball onto the boundary, but he's now having difficulty even getting it off the square.
Needs to get back to ball. Rotation straight will obviously be important here as well.
Well, at least. No, I always told myself at this stage of the innings, you must get bat on ball. Even if you get just a single, at least a run has to come. As this delivery is back of a line, off the back foot and punching it away to the cover. And this time they get a single. And barely off the square. This is the Kensington Oval, brings the right-handed Phil Deakin on strike. 229 for 7. England looking to get past 240, probably looking to get up to 250, even with just a 1 over and 2 balls remaining. So they'll need a couple of big strikes, a couple of big hits, if they are going to approach that figure. As Deakin, boundary off his first delivery, gets a short ball, cramped for room. All he can do is run it away through the gully and get a single. Good bowling by Thornton, keeping the scoring down. And we have had just the 2 runs in this penultimate over. So I did say it would have been interesting to see how England will fare with Gordon Lennox out of the way, and we've seen it has not been a pretty sight. Thornton goes back to his mark at the Malcolm Marshall end and turns and runs in towards us here in the 3W stand at Kensington Oval, and is pitching up outside the all stump, lifted over the head of the mid-off fielder. The ball is going to get close to the boundary. It's going to pitch and plug though, and allowing the fielder to get back and collect it, sends it into the non-strikers end. So just 4 runs from over number 44. England at 232 for 7, And with just the final over to go, Australia looking to keep it tight.
It'll be interesting to see who will bowl that final over. Could give some figures. Stuart Ridge finished 9 overs 2 minutes, and he's picked up 1 for 39. Sid DeMello 3 overs no minutes, none for 20. Hastily removed from the attack. Peter Dudridge 9 overs no minutes, 2 for 31. Actually 9 overs 1 minute, 2 for 31. As the decision has been made as to who's going to bowl the final over. Can tell you Mike Riley 6 overs no middens, 1 for 26. Thornton 7 overs no middens, 1 for 41. Hoisted 1 over for 15 runs, didn't take a wicket, and O'Reilly 9 overs no middens, 1 for 59. Kind of caught a cane in the end. Haven't conceded that 89 runs. So 232 for 7. Final over coming up with backward point in position cover. Mid off, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, cow corner, short mid wicket, and the short fine leg win.
So we expect him to be bowling full and straight, as having a wild swing is Deacon. He's got his 4 fielders on the offside, all inside. Well, 3 are inside the circle, just the long off back. There's a long on, the cow corner, deep mid wicket. So we anticipate him to be looking to bowl full and straight. Now, as if to prove me wrong, the captain has pushed the man off the cover position right back on the fence to be the sweeper on the offside, and this delivery is outside the off stump. That is neither full nor straight, and Deacon comes across and pushes it square and gets a single out to that same fielder who has just been pushed back. So 1 more to the total. England would rather not be scoring in ones now. They need boundaries at 233 for 7. Jason Cont has been there now for some 20 deliveries for his 15 runs. And now would be as good a time for him to pick up his first boundary. Captain diligently getting his field in place. Eric Higgins, he's going to stand at a mid-off, not even a short mid-off, but a mid-off. He's got a very straight long off away behind him to his left as he's into Cont Riley, and this one is swung away out towards long on. Deacon is coming back for the single, for second. The return comes in at the non-strikers end. They do get those 2 runs. Alan Bugor, the man there at a very straight long on position. So there's a straight long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and this one flighted up outside the all stump, swung high in the air out towards the long on field and drops in between the 2 fielders as the batsmen come back for a second run, and there could be a not run out here. Yes, Cont has been given not making his ground at the non-striker's end, but the ball struck in the air. It was in the air for a long time. Neither the short mid-wicket nor the long on were able to get back and make a catch of it. The batsman attempted to come back for a second run. The return up to the non-striker's end finds Cont short of his ground, run out for 17.
Yes, he was always struggling to make that second run, but more importantly there, the fielder at the short mid-on position never saw the ball. He actually put his hands up in the air to signal he didn't know where the ball was coming from. Even though he's sporting his sunshades, the ball landed him maybe 3 feet to his right. And the fielder from the long on position because the left-hander wasn't straight, came in to give him some assistance. And before they completed the first run, he had the ball in his hand, so it was just a matter of whether the ball was going to get down to the keeper Orlando in time for him to break the stumps. The ball made its way down to Orlando along the carpet, and the phone Cont well short of his ground, and England losing the plot 238 now for a loss of 8 as the innings grinds to a close one way or the other with the final. We are in the final over, and it's 235 now for loss of some 8 wickets, and final couple deliveries remaining, so the 250 win is definitely out of the equation.
Cont was the batsman dismissed. Run out for 17, 235 for 8, and Riley to bowl to, well, we think it's Jim Phillips. They get a sharp single. Yes, John Goldthorpe actually is the new batter. As delivery wide outside the all stump, chasing after it is Deacon, not making contact, and the umpire calling the wide against the bowler. So that's an extra. On the pads, looking to hit this one into the onside, struck outside and struck and given leg before wicket, getting across his wicket and looking to work this ball into the onside, missing and struck. Umpire says yes, you are out. So a wicket off the final delivery of the England innings. 237 for 9 the final total, with Deacon leg before wicket to Miller for 6. And Lyndon, I would dare say the Englishmen not quite are finishing the innings in the way that they would have wanted to, and maybe slightly short of par.
Yeah, they fell away towards the end, especially after the fall of the wicket of Edward Gordon Lennox, who made a top score of 74. 55 deliveries, 5 fours, and with 8 fours, and having lost Richard Merriman early for 13. But then between Grant and Neil Brathwaite, who made a 34, they form a decent second wicket partnership, taking a total from 34 for 1 in the 10th over up to 93. So that partnership was a very decent partnership. But then, apart from Gordon Lennox, the innings meekly surrendered, meekly fell away towards the middle lane.
Also getting a wicket. The England batting, the scorecard: Richard Merriman caught, hoisted, bowled Dudridge 13. Grant caught Orlando, the keeper bowled Thornton 54. Brathwaite leg before wicket to Dudridge 34. Douglas run out of 8. Edward Gordon Lennox caught Miller, bowled Riley 74. 74 off 55 balls for 5 fours and 6 sixes. Chris Dearden caught Orlando, bowled O'Reilly 7. Butterworth caught Thornton, bowled Ridge 9. Caunt run out 18. Deacon leg before wicket to Riley for 6. John Goldthorpe not out 1. Jim Phillips did not bat. A total of 237 for 9 from 45 overs. And Stuart Ridge 9 overs, 2 maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. Sid DeMello 3 overs, 20 runs, no wicket. Peter Duttridge, 9 overs, 1 made and 31 runs, 2 wickets. Mike Riley, 7 overs, no made and 31 runs, 2 wickets. Dale Thornton, 7 overs, 41 runs, 1 wicket. Greg Hoisted, 1 over for 15. And Peter O'Reilly, 9 overs, 59 runs, 1 wicket. That is the tail of the tape. The preparations for the second half have already begun out in the middle, refreshing of the creases, a rolling of the pitch. The players and us here will be taking a break for lunch, and when we will come back, we will bring you the final phase of the 2023 over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup, of course, put on and organized by Cricket West Indies Masters Association, headed by none other than Raj Singh, doing a fine job. More when we come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kensington Oval, Barbados, where we are just about to see the resumption, the second 45 overs of this Big Man Caribbean Cup over 60s competition. England scored 240 in their 45 overs thanks to a very fine 70 from Ed Gordon-Lennox and 50 from Kevin Grant. The umpires are now out in the middle, the England team are following them out, and the Australian openers are heading out as well. Hartley, what do you think? Is 240 a big enough score for England to defend?
Yes, it is. It is. Good afternoon to you again, my friend, and hope you had a good.
No, I didn't quite manage lunch, but I'm sure I'll get some later.
But yes, but it is a competitive score. It is a score that England can, without any worries and without any panic, they can set their fields, and as long as they are as disciplined as they have been for the entire tournament, I am sure that it would not be a walk in the park for sure for Australia. But if I had to hedge a bet, seeing how Australia has played during the other games, I think that Australia might start as favourites and at their turn at the bat.
Well, much will depend on these first few overs, of course. So the openers, we are still waiting for details of which guys are opening the batting.
We know that Douglas is opening the bowling. Douglas is opening the bowling.
So the first ball in, slightly bouncy run, just short of a length. It's pushed away for a sharp single, and the Australians away with a single from the first ball. And the second ball, Staple in and bowls, pushed back into the covers, no run there. Third ball of the innings, Staple in and bowls, and it's full, and it's driven back and very well fielded at mid-off by the England captain Merriman. And the field, wicketkeeper standing up, there is quite a deep slip, there's a man at backward point, man at square cover, man at short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, a short mid-wicket, a square leg and a deep fine leg. And this next one is just played back to short mid-on, so fairly good accurate stuff from Staple. England have actually concentrated very much on spin during this tournament, so Staple has not had a huge amount of bowling, but he's a very experienced campaigner, and he comes in, he bowls, bounds, that's just outside of stump, beats the bat, and well taken by wicketkeeper Goldthorpe. The Australian openers, Higgins and O'Reilly. O'Reilly has one. Higgins has none from the 4 deliveries he's faced. He faces the last ball of Staples over. Short. And he prods it into the offside. There's a very sharp single here on the... well, I think if that had hit, that would have been very interesting. We're obviously at end on, but the ball didn't hit the stumps, so second single taken. And at the end of the first over, Australia are 2 for none.
A good start by Douglas here, Monty Douglas. He has bowled all the balls on or about the off stump, and that last ball, a very cheeky single into the offside, but the fielder, he fielded it well, but his throw was way off the mark. Actually passed the wicketkeeper and was backed up on the onside. But a good over, a good start by England. People. So from bowling now, from the
Malcolm Marshall
end.
This will be Jason Cornt. Jason Cornt.
Jason Cornt. You continue.
So from the Malcolm Marshall end, Jason Cornt, big strong man from the East Midlands, plays some cricket for Nottinghamshire and some for Derbyshire at 50s and 60s. Has bowled very well in this tournament so far. Bowls have quite a short run up, but gets decent pace and decent lift from almost every wicket. Big tall man, probably 6'3", 6'4". And it'll be interesting to see how the Australians work with this bounce. There is some pace and bounce in this wicket. So he is bowling to Higgins, who has 1 from 5 balls. Some adjustment to the field. Slip, 2 in a ring on the offside, bit on, bit off. Mid-wicket, square leg, and a third man. And in he comes, Cornt in and bowls. That's a little leg side, nudged away, just backward of square. Fielded there for no run. Umpire adjusts the bails and Cornt in and bowls. Good length, good line. No chance for a run there. Just a few clouds appearing around the ground. It's quite a breezy day here in Bridgetown. As Cornt turns, comes in, bowls a short run. Again, leg side, hits the pad. An appeal from somewhere in the outfield. Nothing from the bowler or the wicket keeper. Decent pace, Cornt off. Very short run. Big strong man. Turns, comes in, bowls. Just short outside off stump, and a very, very good single. Brathwaite hits the batsman with his throw, but I think the fielders, the batsman are comfortably home. So Australia's running between the wickets here shows real intent, Hartley, doesn't it?
Well, so far, this is into the second over, and they've attempted 2 very sharp singles already. So they have set the tone to demonstrate what kind of approach they are going to have to this game.
Cornt in and bowls just outside off stump, played away somewhat flat-footed by O'Reilly. Doesn't really time it, and the ball bobbles out to square cover, and there is no run. Turns again, bowls. Good line. Looked to be a little bit of swing on that, Hartley, I think. That's a couple of times the ball seems to have swung sort of slightly away from the batsman.
Well, what I can say that at the end of this over, this is the second over, and both bowlers have demonstrated that their line is almost immaculate, just on or about the off stump, and they are not given that. So far, they have not given anything away to the batters. So we have to see if Australia will adjust their approach, because so far they have taken quick singles, but no shot in anger as yet. So we
No
have to
hit me
wait and
balls,
see
as
how
you'd
they
say.
hold it.
No hit me balls, as you'd say locally. So Rupert Staple to continue as a headband on, big strong man. Balding comes in off about 7 or 8 paces, bowls. It's very slightly leg side. Tucks the batsman up.
Yes, I must apologize. I was saying that was Douglas, but it is Staples, isn't it?
It's quite difficult. We don't have the benefit of a close view. We're quite a long way back in amongst the metalwork in the stand. So in comes Rupert Staple, comes in, bowls. That's well pitched up, driven onto the onside, and that's the first shot in anger. They'll probably get a couple out to deep fine leg. Nice little tuck shot, and they take 2. And the score moves along to 5. Staple in and bowls. Just short of a length, batsman goes back, can only just push the ball back to the bowler. Higgins has 4, O'Reilly has 1. So a steady start, Hartley, but the bowling's been very tight, hasn't it? Staple in, bowls. Again, batsman rocks onto the back foot and then pushes forward, and the ball just dribbles back up. Somebody playing a very poor attempt at football, trying to pick it up. Sponsors' flags waving in the breeze at the bottom end of the ground as Staple comes in and bowls. Oh, and beats O'Reilly there Higgins there with a very good delivery. She kept slightly low, I think, Hartley, that one.
Yes, that one kept low, but I am very impressed with Staples, his bowling. He's not giving anything away.
He's been around a long time, Rupert Staple. He comes in again, bowls. And that's drifted leg side, and I think that's going to go through for 4 or 5 wides. Oh, apparently it flicked the pad. Okay, didn't see that one. So 4 leg buys, and that's the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah. And that's the end of the 3rd over. The score being 9 without loss. And this is going to be quite interesting, Colin. If this demonstrates how England is going to go about their bowling, well, Australia is going to have a tussle of struggle on their hand, because this bowling is very, very disciplined.
Yep, and it needs to be defending 240 on what looks to be a pretty good batting wicket, and the outfield's we've had a bit of rain about in Barbados during this tournament, and the outfields have been quite slow, but this one looks like lightning, so the England bowling will need to be very disciplined. So Corn to start his 2nd over, and he is bowling to Higgins, who has 4. And unbelievably, there are only 2 people at the Malcolm Marsh end of the ground, and they walk behind the bowler's arm as he's coming in. However, we settle now. He bowls, and that's straight through to keeper Goldthorpe.
I'll say to you, Colin, this is unseen in Barbados. At Kensington, spectators are never allowed to go on the air in the area of cricket. But
well, you'd think that most people here would be cricket lovers, and they would know not to walk behind the bowler's arm.
they're actually standing.
Agreed, standing behind there. Cornt comes in, bowls. That's another good delivery, just short of a length, forcing the batsman onto the back foot. The ball is pushed up to mid-off, where it is fielded, and there is no run. Barbados Oval looking, the Kensington Oval looking absolute picture today. It's a lovely ground at the best of times. That's trying for a sharp single. Brathwaite is onto it quickly. Fields well, returns to the keeper.
You can't look, he's looking at one of the youngest and fittest over 60s here, and that chap Brathwaite, and he wants to get a single.
Yes, he's a proper athlete, Neil Brathwaite. He really can run between the wickets. He's brilliant in the outfield, and they're going to need that sort of brilliance. Caught in, bowls, and it's left alone with the batsman. Very well taken by keeper Goldthorpe. And I'm not
Where
sure
is
whether
the
that's the
wicketkeeper
end of
going?
the over. No, I think
the balls.
the wicketkeeper got a bit excited then, thinking that was the end of the over. But I think there's still a delivery to go. There is still a delivery to go. I think that might cost him some money and fines in the dressing room. In comes Corn to bowl the last ball of the fourth over, and he swings it. Definite swing there. Actually see that with a naked eye. That's a good over from Cornt. Just the one run from it.
That's a very good over.
In fact, the no runs from it. I thought that was fun. I'll take that back. That was a maiden. So the score is 9 off 4 overs. Higgins has 4. O'Reilly has 1. This is good tight stuff for Hartley from the England guys.
Very tight cricket. And already, because it is still 9 after 4. So we have to wait and see when they're going to break the shackles.
Staple in, just short of a length. That's pushed away into the offside. Again, Brathwaite in the action. And there is no run. Joel Garner in comes Staple bowls. That's again slightly leg side and signalled a wide. I think there is definitely some swing out there. That's... we'll have to be very careful. The breeze is blowing a bit left to right, isn't it, Hartley?
Yes, it does. They're coming from the east over to the west. And a good stiff breeze.
Staple in, short, and beats the batsman. A bit of bounce there, Hartley. From that, shortish run, bit of serious bounce there.
That is something that we have seen through this entire competition. The bowlers have been getting some good steep mounts.
Staple in, bounds, bowls. That's tucked away into the onside. It'll be a comfortable single there. Butterworth trots round from backward square leg to field, returns the ball to Goldthorpe. And the score goes into double figures. Oh, it was already in double figures. I'm sorry, forgotten the wide. This is not good commentary. The score is 11, 4.3 overs. So we're up here on the second floor of this beautiful ground. Staple comes in, bowls. And I'm quite sure what happened there.
Oh,
not untidy cricket all round, that looked to me.
Exactly.
It's missed by the keeper.
It brushed the batter, and the keeper did not. But it found it difficult to take it.
Was it off the batsman's pad? I couldn't quite see.
Yes, off the body.
So not a chance then. Staple comes in, bounds, bowls, push forward, no run. From up here on the second floor, we've got a lovely view out. We can obviously see the stands, the Malcolm Marshall stand, the Houghton in his stand, the giant scoreboard in the distance. See a few palm trees, some industrial units which aren't quite so pretty, but it's all part of the local scene. As in comes Still. That's very full ball, almost Yorker length outside off stump. And that is the end of that over, and the score is now 11 off 5 overs. Very disciplined bowling by England here.
Yes, had it not been those 4 leg byes, but that one that drifted on about the leg stump, we would have said it was another very fine over. But the score has moved from up to, is it 11 or 12? The score is 12?
It's 11.
11. So England all the England has to do is to stay on this course. Australia is finding it difficult, very difficult to score, so do not give them any runs. Just let them fight for their runs.
So Cornt to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. It's coming sort of half into the breeze, comes in, bowls. Higgins props forward, pushes into the onside where Dearden feels. So very short run. In bowls of 3 or 4 paces. They've beaten. Very fine piece of wicket keeping there. Very sharp. There is definite swing out there, and that was what defeated the batsman on that occasion. Court turns. In and bowls, and that was a little bit shorter, and it's cut away by Higgins out into the deep, where it's very well fielded, a very good arm into the wind, good strong arm into the wind. Caught in and bowls. And that's quite wide of the crease, not signalled wide by the umpire.
Just within the legal width.
I think he thought about it, but not given, and England will be very pleased about that. The Australians perhaps not so. The wind appears to be increasing in strength, judging by the papers flying off our desk here, and caught in bowls. And O'Reilly props forward. And O'Reilly is struggling a little bit here. He's now 15 balls and he only has 1 run. And I don't think Australia will want to get too far behind the rate. That's Corn comes in to complete the over. And O'Reilly goes forward. And again, no run. That's another fine over. Just the 1 run. So Corn's 3 overs have cost just the 2 runs. And Rupert Staple at the other end, his 3 overs have only cost 6. So apart from that 4 leg buys, England have a massive stranglehold on this game at the moment.
And because they are doing what has to be done, you just bowl discipline. You pick up your line, which stump you're going to bowl at, and you understand the length you're going to bowl, and you stick to it. And if the batters cannot get to you, but then do not give them anything other than what you've been giving them for the entire day. And this is exactly what's happening by these 2 bowlers.
You feel that Australia won't press the panic button quite yet because there's still a very long way to go. But the rate is increasing. So Rupert Staple comes in to begin his 4th over, just a bit short out the last time, and that's just a little bit too much width, and that's chopped away, not necessarily in a controlled fashion by Higgins, but it flies down to the 3rd man boundary for the first 4 from the bat in this innings.
Yes, here in Barbados people call it a back cut because the ball went very fine.
I'd call that an outside edge myself, but
that was a controlled stroke.
But it was the first really short ball that Staple had bowled with any width. So Staple in and bowls, and forward comes Higgins and plays it back to the bowler, back on his previously immaculate length. Staple turns, comes in, bowls, slightly slow delivery, it's driven into the outfield. It's very well fielded, diving stop at mid-off. Australians get through for a single, but good work in the outfield from England there.
Good cricket, Colin. Good positive short stroke and a good tumbling piece of fielding, restricting the batters to 1 run.
Staple in and bowls. That's a little bit short. That's whipped away for 4 runs. And we were talking about maintaining discipline and 2 short balls, and they've both been punished, Hartley.
As you would say to me, for the entire tournament, commentators curse because we were complimenting them for what fine disciplined bowling they were sending out, and now 2 4s, 1 wide of the offside, and now this one pulled very short, and he just pulled it.
Much more convincing stroke, that one, right out of the mid of the bat, and it sent the square leg fielder to deep backward square. So Staple turns and comes in and bowls and brings the batsman forward, and that's much more like it, I think. Higgins has 11 from 24 balls. O'Reilly, who hit that previous 4, has 5. He's facing now. and that's a wide down the leg side. Just a little bit of lack of discipline here. So already we have 9 from this over, and there is still 1 delivery remaining. This is much better for Australia, nearly doubling the score in this one. Staple comes in. That swung prodigiously in the wind. It's been nudged down to fine leg, but take 1 very good return from the deep. And the score at the end of 7 overs is 23 for none. Eric
And
Higgins.
Colin, what we are seeing here is what we see at all levels of cricket. The bowlers will be bowling a line that the batters are finding it difficult, if not impossible, to score. And then an over will come where they will continue, they will change that line altogether. In this over, he has gone from bowling off stump to leg, middle and leg.
I'm wondering, the breeze is quite strong. We're sitting in an area here where there is a through breeze, and it's, I won't say chilly because it is Barbados in February.
I thank you.
But there is definitely a very strong breeze blowing over the what is the batsman's left shoulder now, and that's short from Corn. That's the first poor ball he's bowled, and that has been hacked away. And that is just going over the boundary now. So that is 4 for O'Reilly. And again, slightly short, Hartley.
More than you're being very generous. That's more than slightly short. It was so short that the batter actually stepped outside the off stump and pulled it from outside of the off stump to mid wicket.
I think if you look in the MCC coaching manual, that's where the right foot is supposed to go back and across to allow you to play the pull shot, which is fine if the ball bounces normally, and not as we saw yesterday for poor David Robinson, who went back to play a pull shot at Pickwick Oval and was nearly bowled on the second bounce by a ball that shot through. Anyway, Jason Corn comes in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery, again using the wind to swing the ball past the outside edge of O'Reilly's bat.
And you have been saying, and this is the problem I'm having, the ball is swinging when you pitch it up. So I do not know why they are constantly dropping it short.
We'll put it down to old age. Corn comes in, bowls, another nice delivery, just on the stumps, just starting to drift away. He's using this wind very well. I'm sure Jimmy Anderson would love to be bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end at the moment with this breeze. He would be making it go around corners. Corn in bowls, left alone by the batsman, taken by wicketkeeper Goldthorpe.
Jimmy Anderson has never been successful in Barbados. He for some reason he has never bowled a pink ball here, but for sure he can't get the red ball swing in Barbados at all.
Corned in and bowled slightly fuller. It's driven out to Brathwaite at extra cover. Jimmy Anderson, I think, is going to go on and play for England until he's about 55, and he'll just keep getting better and better. And then when he gets to 55, he'll have a little rest, and then he'll start playing for England over 60s. You'd really rather he didn't, but anyway. Corned in bowls. It's slightly on the leg side, driven up to mid-on, no run. So at the end of the 8th over, apart from the first ball that went for a boundary, just the 4 runs from it, and it's now 27 for naught, and Woody is sneaking up behind me. Creeping back up towards the required rate of 5, having started very slowly. How are you seeing it?
And they have not lost any wickets as yet. So, as you said not too long ago, they haven't started to panic yet at all. Australia hasn't started to panic.
Long way to go yet, and I think England had a fairly restrained start, as they did in the game against the West Indies the other day. So Rupert Staple to continue in, and he bowls, and that's a little bit short of a length, but it's only just pushed away into the offside. Again, Brathwaite in the action, no chance of a single there. Higgins has 11 from 25 deliveries, and his partner O'Reilly 10 from 24. As Stibble comes in and bowls, and the batsman just props forward, pushes to Dearden at short extra cover. So in and bowls. You can see quite a prodigious amount of late swing there.
And he has changed his line. Now he has come tighter to the off stump. This is forcing the batsman to come forward on his front foot.
No width, and that's what it'll need to be. Full and no width, and in he comes again. And there it is. That's hit the pad, I think. Just dribbles out onto the onside. And the umpire eventually, slightly laconically, signals a leg bye. He also signals to his partner there are 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Staple in, bowls slightly wide of the crease, a little bit shorter, and that one's been splattered away. I don't think the fielder is going to pick that up in the deep, so it just crawls over the road, just a little bit too short and a little bit too leg side. This wind, I think, is a factor here. I think maybe the bowlers are struggling with it a bit.
With the wind? Yes, and in fact, because of the batter just played at length. Because the ball just dropped that short, he didn't even have enough time to get it wrong, but because it was short, he pulled it.
Last ball of the over is driven quite nicely, but straight to short extra cover. And at the end of the over, Australia are 32 for none, and the batsman O'Reilly has 14, Higgins has 11. There are 7 extras. There have been 5 leg byes, 2 wides. And the bowling figures so far: Staple 5 overs, 0 for 21. Jason Cornt, despite being hit for 4 on his last over, has bowled 4 overs for 6. A very tidy spell, Hartley.
Yes, well, very well.
When he played against the rest of the world a few
Yes, he is alright.
Cornt in and bowls just outside off stump. That's bunted away out to Butterworth. Comes in from the cover boundary. A very good arm into the wind.
Yes, what England has to be very careful of here is not getting too predictable, and they must get a wicket. If you do not get a wicket, these batters are going to feel more and more emboldened.
This looks a Brahma of a batting wicket. I think once you're in, you have every chance of staying in. There was a little bit of turn and bounce for the Australian leg spinner. Didn't see a lot for the off spinner, but the ball is swinging about here, and I think that he's being assisted by the wind. Anyway, Cornt in bowls, and that's fairly straight and tucked away on the leg side for a sharp single. Shy at the stumps, but the batsmen are comfortably home.
Colin, England, you would recognise that in Barbados at Kensington Oval, spinners are not happy at all. They're not too happy at Kensington Oval.
Cornt in, bowls just short of a length, and again the ball is bunted out to Butterworth, who's on the deep cover boundary. A lovely arm right over the top of the stumps into keeper Goldthorpe's gloves.
Well, it appears he's bowling like cutters, because he has a 6-3 field with 6 people on the offside. So, and his hand, as they can see, his hand rolling over to get the ball, to get that outward movement.
Cornt in bowls, and this one is driven, but straight to Brathwaite at extra cover. Your eyes are better than mine, Hartley, I think, because it's a very long way from me. If he is rolling his hand over the ball, it's over the top of the ball to make the ball swing away. It's being very effective. So the last ball of the 10th over, Cornt comes in and it's pushed away to Brathwaite. Hartley, I'm going to leave you to chat, and I'm going to make way for Woody and go and see if there's any lunch left in the president's box, and I will see you gentlemen later on.
Yes, please enjoy Please enjoy your lunch. Make sure that they have left some for you. And I shall welcome my friend from a long-standing Adriel Woody Richard, with no S, Richard. Oh, you haven't? I'm so sorry to hear that. Would you like me to run and see if I can get some for you?
But I know you're a big boy around here. If not an honorary, I think you're an honorary life member. Or
No, sir. Please don't promote me to that distance. We have a change of bowler here. It looks like. Those positions were reserved for the very, very important people. Very kind of him. NFL?
NFL, that's my real sport now. Here is Phillips bowling first delivery to Higgins, who's coming onto the front foot, turn it out into the onside, and there's no run.
So no wonder about you and I are such good friends, because I love the NFL myself.
You love
the NFL?
Oh, definitely. Phillips bowling over pitch on the line of the leg stop, and using his feet is Higgins, and plays it out towards deepish mid wicket for a single. So he's up now to 14, and the total along to 36 without loss.
And I'm sure that you are well aware that this is the first in NFL history that two black quarterbacks
definitely
have at the finals.
Here is Phillips on forcing O'Reilly onto the back foot. He plays into the onside, and there's no run. Gordon Lennox, the
believe
fielder.
it or not, both of them, I have supported both of them from the time they were in college.
Very good.
Yes. So I'm going to enjoy.
I will too. Deliver outside the off stump, dabbed away towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs here for them as the fielder gives chase. That's like Kant, and who sends his overarm return into the wicketkeeper's end. 2 more runs to O'Reilly, who's now 17, 38 without loss. You're watching it at home, or you're going to go to the gymnasium and be part of that Super Bowl party at the gymnasium?
No, sir. There's nothing wrong with my television at home.
Okay, let's check it. On the leg stub, clipped off the pass out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. But it's the people are having Super Bowl parties, and there's a big one up at the gymnasium where they'll have it, I guess, on the big screens in the gymnasium. On the line of the leg stop, swung away behind square, loose delivery here from Phillips, and O'Reilly gets another boundary, his 4th of the innings. He's on 21, 14 to Higgins. Now at the end of over number 11, it's 42 without loss.
No, I'll be at home watching it and enjoying Patrick Mahomes. He's something else.
Definitely, very, very skillful, very skillful. But I think it will be an intriguing game to see, all the how the Eagles and their very much vaunted defense stands up against him. But it will be a very intriguing game. Haven't made my rail watch it yet. But it's going to be Kant to continue. Here he is, bowling to Higgins, who's onto the back foot and places one away through cover. Will get a single to that is.
He's bowling leg cutters, and he has a pat offside field. The problem we're going to have with him is that if he cannot straighten it or even bowl another ball, the batters are already just camping on their back foot and cutting him.
O'Reilly on the back foot playing the ball away. No run. Score remains at 43 without loss. The Australians hoping for someone here to play a big innings as Kant is in and bowls. He's forward, and there's an appeal for leg for a stump, and he's gone. Well deceived delivery. Floated up outside the yaw stump. and he was overbalancing out of his crease, coming onto the front foot. Look at the drive through the offside, beaten by the flight, and the keeper did the rest. So, first wicket here for the Australians, and the English picking up their first scalp, with O'Reilly being stumped off the bowling of Cont for 21, and the Australian now are 43 for 1 in the 12th over.
You know, Woody, being a former dragged him out of his crease, and in a flash, literally in a flash, the bails were removed. In fact, one can easily say that as he was still going forward in his forward movement, the wicketkeeper was removing the bail. That was a very good piece of stumping.
Yes, certainly well deceived by that delivery from Cont. Tall man, Jason Cont, and there was already looking to play the drive. We would call it the running drive here in the Caribbean, and or the drive on the move, and looking to play it through the offside. Never had the weight solidly planted, and in the end, I was deceived and being stumped by Goldthorpe. So some very intriguing names, I must admit, among the English contingent.
Score is 42 or 43, my
43,
yes.
From
the time the score was 10, the scoreboard had lost that run. that run.
Yeah,
he hasn't caught him back up yet.
That is very true. Even in the first innings, the good thing is that they were always one behind. To be fair, they were always one behind. Consistently one behind. And so we have it here again. Maybe we could get our score to send down a little message to the official scorer Amelia and ask her to make the adjustment. So Thornton, the new batsman, and his first delivery from Cont outside the off stump, and he allows it to go by, and the score kept at 43 for 1. So there's a slip, a third man, there's a backward point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, and 3 on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg. Delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Thornton, taken by Goldthorpe, and the score kept at 43 for 1 in over number 12. 1 ball to come. And here is Cont going past umpire Thompson, and the stumps bowling on the line of the leg stump and clipped away through square leg. There'll be a few runs here for the batsman. Thornton comes back for the second run now as the return comes in. So he's off the mark. He's on 2. He is on 2. And the Australians, after 12 overs, they are 45 for 1.
Woody, earlier this morning,
compliment the whoever the groundsman is. I'm not sure of his name, but he did a fantastic job and produced some very lovely strips for the competition. Here is Phillips, start of a new over, bringing the batsman Higgins onto the front foot, playing it out into the onside, and there's no run. So, but we come here, we've also seen a very fantastic pitch too. Looks impeccable from this distance, as Phillips bowls to Higgins, who's down the pitch and plays it away through mid-wicket to trying to get the name of the fielder down there. That is Butterworth. I know there was something very special about his name, Butterworth. And another run for Higgins, who's now up to 16, and it takes total up to 46 for 1 in the 13th over. Thornton comes into strike. Phillips to continue over the wicket. and bowling, and Thornton is back playing defensively along the pitch, and there's no run.
You made mention of the pitches that were prepared for square. But in this competition was serviced with some excellent pitches called Wonders had a belter.
Well, Wonders is always a belter, to be fair. Here is Thornton coming onto the front. Look at the working into the onside, making non-contact, just maybe brushing the pad and out in the onside. Wonders is always a belter, really and truly. I mean,
Yes, I tell you.
it's one of the best batting pitches in Barbados.
Are you a member of Wonders Club?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Here is Thornton swinging away through square leg, and a good bit of feeling there by the. I think that is Gordon Lennox. I was looking for the ball somewhere out towards the boundary, but there was the field that square leg making a tumbling save and limited the batsman to just one.
That was a full sweep.
Yeah,
But
full
one thing,
blooded.
it went forward instead of backward to the umpire.
Phillips bowling now, and this one is swung away behind square. A couple of bounces, it will roll into the rope now, and that's going to be 4 for Higgins, who's now up to 20 with his second boundary, and that takes the Australian total past the 50-run mark. They're 51 for 1, and they'll be happy to have gone in there with just a 1 wicket down. And that's after 13 overs, 51 for 1, with Higgins on 20 and Thornton on 3.
What if one wanted to be cynical, you would ask the bowler if he felt poor badly because the batter did not get a 4 from the previous ball, but he came and gave him the identical ball, and he showed him what he wanted to do in the other ball. So he just swept it this time forward of the umpire, away from that fielder that who brought us was a brilliant piece of fielding, and he got the deserved 4 runs.
It'll be to continue from the Marshall end of the ground. It's bowling to Thornton, who's onto the bat for the crack in this one through cover, but Butterworth comes in from under the shade of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. As I told you, if we maybe we could speak to our cameraman, and we could probably do a pan of the ground and show you the different stands, bearing the names of some of the greats of Barbados and West Indies cricket. Cont bowling to Higgins, who's onto the bat for trying to force the ball away through the offside, but only getting it as far as Brathwaite in that extra cover position. He remains on 20, and it's 52 for 1 in over number 14. You've got the Hall and Griffith stand. The two ends are the Marshall and Garner. So if you think about a ball in attack, there is Higgins. Look at the play through the offside. The ball taking the outer portion of the bat and flying away towards extra cover, where Brathwaite made a tumbling save and saved perhaps maybe 2 or 3. If you looked at the names around some of the stands, you could probably get a all-time 11 on the line of leg stump, turned out towards mid-wicket. All-time 11 for not only Barbados but the West Indies, because you've got Greenwich and Haynes as the openers. You've got the 3 W's in the middle. The Garfield Sobers will bat at number 6. Of course, Sir Clyde will keep wicket. And then you've got and there's also the Seymour Nurse Sweets in the back of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. This one forces the batsman onto the back foot, and he bangs it away through cover for another run out to Butterworth. So Higgins is now 21. Thornton is on 4. It's 53 for 1. And then you've got 4 top quality fast bowlers. I don't know which 2 will open the bowling, because you can either go with Marshall and Garner, or you can go with Hall and Griffith.
By virtue of size, it would be Hall and Griffith.
Okay.
But you know,
so there you have it.
we are talking about the actual players of the game, but those iconic persons that grace the media center, those were outstanding media persons.
Yes, definitely. As we watch Cont bowling on the line of the leg stump, as Thornton attempted to whip it into the onside, the ball coming off the pad. No run. The end of the over, 53 for 1 it is. Higgins Yeah, and then of course Peter
That's
Short.
actually both Coziers, Jimmy Cozier and
Oh,
Tony Cozier.
okay, okay.
And this is the thing, because Jimmy Cozier, Tony's father, was such an icon himself as
Yes.
a journalist.
Yes.
They said, well, they couldn't name it not one Cozier, they gave both Cozier.
And then of course Peter Short,
Peter Shaw.
who also was the president of the Barbados Cricket Association for a number of years, for a very long period, and also the West Indies Cricket Board as well too. And so he also did some radio commentary back in the day.
Wow.
So that's why their names are out there. And then they've got two outstanding administrators of local cricket, Mitchie Hewitt and Eric Innes. That's what that stand in the southwestern corner is named after. So those are the buildings that you will see as the camera pans around the ground, just to give you a bit of history. And remember, on the eastern side there used to be two stands, the schoolboy stand and also the ground stand, as they used to call it. But here is Phillips now bowling to is it Higgins? Yep, he's on 21. It's 53 for 1 and over number 15 now. Remember coming down here, sneaking out of school, Hartley, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. I deliver on the line of leg step and swept around behind square by Higgins. He'll get a single. Feel the bowls to return in. He's now 22, 54 for 1. Easily the best shot I've ever seen in cricket. I saw Carl Hooper played it. We sneaked out of school, and Carl Hooper was batting. I think it was against Pakistan. As this is Thornton onto the bat foot and drives out towards mid-off. Goes for the run. Fielded by Grant. And he now goes up to 5, Thornton. Total 55 for 1. He locked bat and pad to a delivery from Wasim Akram. That's all he did. Lock bat and pad. And it ended up, well, where the Greenwich and Haynes stand is, it was the old Kensington stand. And that next delivery from Phillips is played defensively. And let me tell you, we all ran out of the stands and knelt down at the side of the field and bowed. There's a group of us, including Adrian Griffith, the former Barbados and West Indies opener, and his brother. Whole set of us schoolboys from both Harrison College, Commonmere, St. Michael. We all, a whole group of us. We swept around behind square for a single there by Higgins, who's now 23.
You are a bit on the young side, but the grounds where the scoreboard is now.
Yes,
that's where the grounds were.
Yes, yeah,
yeah.
Yep. No, I was at school. I might not be. I was around for that too. Whereas we have a Blue Waters drinks refreshment break. We have after 15 overs, Australia chasing 239 for victory. They are
And the final 30 overs of the 2023 over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup. Can you pick a win at this stage?
Well, not necessarily pick a winner, but the game is very finely poised. I must say, it is still anybody's game. The Australians have gone along steadily, not really rocketing away, but building their pursuit of this target, and not an easy target by any means,
But an easy wicket.
but a very
easy
easy
pitch.
pace pitch, and I will keep emphasizing lovely cricketing conditions, and I think both sides at the end of the day would have enjoyed having played here, and whatever the outcome, I guess cricket will definitely be the winner.
Most
But at
definitely.
the moment, 183 runs in 30 overs, still just over a run a ball, and the Australians would want to get a move on in this middle part of the innings. The Englishmen should be happy with the position, having kept them down to a
56.
manageable rate up to this point in time.
Yes, 56 for the loss of 1 as they rejoin Urane. And this is the one time that he envy the players, because I think they're in the perfect position. There's a wind chill coming from to our extreme left, but they have brilliant sunshine for which to play to chase down a target of 239. 56 for the loss of 1, and the player about to commence with Riley in the pavilion, out caught by John off the bowling of St. John off the bowling of Kant for 21. Higgins is not out on 23, and Dale Thornton, who bowled very impressive on the Malcolm Marshall end, he's not on 5. Extras at the moment: 7, 5 wides and 2 no balls. 56 with loss of 1. Start of over number 16, and it's going to be Phil Deakins into the attack. So change at the Malcolm Marshall end, left arm, and he is around the wicket, and his first delivery is steered into the offside by Huggins, picked up by the fielder who's patrolling that backward point position, keeping company of umpire Tremaine Prescott. And there is no run, still 56 for 1. Start of over number 16 in progress, as here is Deakins bringing the batsman forward, plays the ball to that fielder who darts in from a short mid-off position basically. So interesting field, short third man backward point, a short cover, very very short in position. Standard cover is an extra cover basically. A mid-off in position as the batsman is dancing down the wicket, hits the ball to mid-on, goes for a quick single, and the underarm throw is thrown into the turf. So had he been able to get it up to the stumps, Wayne, that could have been pretty close.
Actually, the non-striker quite hesitant in going for that run. For a moment there,
Ball
it
watching.
it could have been a dangerous situation.
So a run achieved, 57 for 1, and it brings Thornton on strike, and Thornton is beating the off stump, looking to come forward, and then caught in no man's land. Just parred his bat at it, taken by the keeper who's looked good behind the stumps, and there is no run. So England looking to defend 238, or actually Australia need 239. Here is Thornton, waits on Deakins and allows this one to go by outside of the off stump, this time well taken by the keeper, and there is no run. So still that attacking field on the offside of a short third man backward point. A short cover remains in position, extra cover mid off, there's a sweep on the cover boundary, and then there's a straight mid wicket, mid on, and square leg 3/4 of the way back, as this delivery from Deakins again is perfectly pitched outside of the off stump, spinning into the gloves of the keeper. There's no run, and that concludes a very very good over. After resumption, only conceded 1 run, and from a position at the break where they were 56 for 1, Australia seeking to get the 239. They're now 57 for the loss of 1 with
Fine
Captain
start.
Huggins not out on Higgins, not out on 24, and Thornton not out on 5. Wayne.
Yes, fine start by Chris Deakin, Paul Deakin at the Malcolm Marshall end. And what we're going to notice, we probably witnessed here in London, the Australians offered a lot of pace on the ball. The likes of Thorpe and Stuart Ridge and the likes. You're going to see the English employ a number of slower bowlers, a lot of pace off the ball.
And the first delivery is swept down to the fielder on the square leg boundary. And this is Jim Phillips, who will continue 3 overs, no minutes, none for 9, none for 16 before this. And his first delivery swept down to the fielder on the square leg boundary. And he will now do business with Thornton, who waits on him. And Thornton is looking to sweep this appeal for leg before. And the slow, dreaded left hand of umpire Tremaine Prescott is raised. And the end of Dale Thornton, leg before wicket Jim Phillips for 5. And the Australians losing their second wicket at 58 for loss of 2 win.
Well, playing that sweep shot once too often. I think he would have played that shot more on line than length, anticipating that he could have gotten outside the off stump, but the ball was a bit too full.
It was always going to be a difficult ball to get on, as you said. It was a bit too full to sweep. So had he stayed in the conventional position of whip ball to mid-on, mid-wicket, I'm sure he would have stand up. As it stands, his tournament comes to an end, and his final knock, he contributes 5. Higgins is now on 25.
Think an error in judgment on the part of the batsman at Thorpe.
So 1 wicket for Kant and 1 wicket for Phillips. 1 for 14 and 1 for 17 respectively, as Officer comes to the crease. Might be a lot of Paul Rifle, slimly built, tall, and he sells over his back. And here is the right-handed Phillips, who's into him. His first delivery, he's stretching forward, plays the ball to the fielder at short mid-wicket. There is no run, or actually a fielder in front of short square leg. So let me take you around the field for the right-hander. And there's a straightish mid-wicket, short fielder in front of square. There's a fielder at deep square leg, the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Struck on the pad in front of the wicket. Umpire shakes his head in the positive. And I could have given that from here. We have a perfect vantage point. Soto's the score of Harley, she reminds me. And I can tell you that Australia now, they are in some trouble. Win in Australian style is 3-4-58.
Beaten on the inside on this occasion by a delivery from Phillips. Not really getting forward, getting a stride in. And I think the umpire had a very straightforward decision to make there. That delivery starting just around off stump and sliding back in to Officer. As I mentioned, a tall man, but not getting that striding, not getting that left foot outside, and struck well, quite indeed in front of the wicket. And now Australia are slipping into some difficulty, slipping into some danger. A double strike by Phillips.
Well, you say double danger because not saying down under, but in India the Aussies are in trouble, and in Bridgetown the Aussies are also in trouble. So double trouble.
Well, double trouble for the Australians. Yes, very much in that match. In India, kept themselves in the match for quite a long way, but then we had this partnership, and that unbroken 8th wicket partnership between the two left-arm spinners, Jadeja and Aksar Patel, and the pair really kind of snatching the game out of Australia's, or pushing the game somewhat out of Australia's reach, as they look to, with a lead of, I believe, just about 150 now, and they're looking to press up to a 200-run lead.
So the new batsman in is Hoisted, and his first debut stroked along the carpet up on the offside, and there's no run. 3-4-58. So I'm going to do it in Australian style way, and usually Australia call the wickets first and then the runs. In the Caribbean and around the world, they do it the other way around. In India, if you were following that game, Australia won 77, India 321 for a loss of 7. And here is Hoisted onto the front foot, plays the ball to where your forward short leg would be. There's none in attendance, but it's the end of a beautiful over. And Jim Phillips with figures of 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Chasing down a target of 239 for victory. Australia, 3 for 58.
Well, Jim Phillips, the toast of the England supporters here at Kensington Oval, and rightfully so too, striking 2 crucial blows and really putting a dent in the Australians' chase of this 239-run target. Bowling is off spin quite tidily, wicket to wicket, and in the case of Thornton playing across the line, ill-advisedly playing across the line too.
Well, here's Deakins to start, and his first delivery is whipped to the short mid-wicket. Thinking of a single is Captain Higgins, has to get back. He remains on 25, 3 for 58. Start of over number 18. And in that test match, a 5-wicket haul waiting for Todd Murphy on debut. This delivery is cut away, finds the fielder at the backward point position, can't score. So an all-out England attack here. Short third man, backward point, sweep on the cover boundary, short cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket short, and a fielder right back on the square leg boundary. As Deakins is in, the batsman is dancing down the wicket, plays it to mid-on, wants a single and gets it too. So good single there by Captain Higgins. So rotation of the strike critical as Hoisted comes into strike, Wayne.
Well, the Englishmen very much on the prowl. You can see they're really up for the game, sensing that another wicket could really push them fully into the ascendancy. And Captain Higgins now charged with the responsibility of rebuilding this innings, recovering from this tricky situation.
Greg Hoisted. I wonder if he's related to Greg Blewett. You remember Greg Blewett, Wayne Holder?
Yes, we do that, of course.
Struck 100 in the Caribbean and didn't play another test match since then. Very, very elegant.
Stylish stroke player.
Very much so. Hoisted waits on the left-handed Deakins, who's into him, and he stretches forward, beaten outside in the off stump by a beauty. He played the wrong line, Wayne. A beautiful delivery, and at the moment is Australia in the 18th over. 3 for 59 is all England at the moment.
Well, the left-arm bowler coming around the wicket, so the natural angle will be in towards the off stump. The batsman, they're playing that angle, but the ball pitching and straightening past the outside edge.
Deakins is in. He stretches forward, plays the ball to mid-off, wants a single. This Captain Higgins has to get back. Single not on, the ball going straight to that field at mid-off. And there is no run. You're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the 2023 over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup under the auspices of the West Indies Masters Association. This delivery is chopped into the offside and finds the fielder, who is now positioned in front of point. And the end of yet another beautiful over. Phil Deakins, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 2, giving good support to Jim Phillips, who no doubt will continue, who has figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. At the end of 18 overs, Australia, 3 for 59.
Well, Deakins continuing. That line of the off stump and just outside. And the Australian batsmen have had to be very careful. Listening to Hartley and Woody earlier discussing the number of West Indian cricket icons and Barbadian cricket legends are honored with their names on the various stands. And they made a very interesting point. When you look at it, quite a team, a formidable team put together here. If you have Greenwich and Haynes opening the batting, you've got the 4-pronged pace attack of Hall, Griffith, Garner, and Marshall. Sir Gary Sobers somewhere in the way, and then the 3 W's in your middle order. I mean, that makes 10, but I think that can take on any 11-man team in the world.
Well, That one is chopped away into the offside, and the batsman come back for 2. So Hoisted opens his account. He has 2. It is 3 for 62 Australia. But just to sum up that statement, that conversation between Hartley and Woody that you added to Wayne Holder, simply say that in itself is a test playing side that can take on any team, any part of the world. Simple as that. and a world class test side at that.
Come to think of it, all Barbadians.
All Barbadians. Arguably, we've produced some of the best cricketers in the world, not only in the Caribbean, in the world. As Jim Phillips is in, the sweep comes out from Higgins. He finds the field on the square leg boundary. He'll pick up what will be run number 28 to him. 3 for 64 Australia in the process of the 19th over. Remember the target? 239 after England made 238 for 8 as this delivery is played. So that fielder at a straight short mid wicket position. There's no run. So the captaincy of the England is senior side is very much on point in terms of his field positioning and how to attack the batsman. Here is a delivery which is played very late down to the fielder at short third man, and they take 1. So England don't mind conceding the single at the end of over number 19. It is 3 for 65 Australia. Wayne.
But yes, on the attack, the England team looking to press on, continuing to press the Australian pair. Of course, still a very long way to go, but I'm sure that required rate continues to climb, and that will become of some concern as the overs continue to diminish.
Well, the current rate is 3.42. The required rate is 6.65. And 173 more required for victory. 65 on the board. 3 wickets down Australia. Extras are 7 hoisted for Higgins on 28. And it's going to be Deakin to continue. Phil Deakin, left arm around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and this delivery is outside line of the off stump. Not taken cleanly by the keeper for the first time today. There is no addition to the total. It remains 3 for 65 Australia. Over number 20 in progress. Being bowled by Phil Deakins. 2.1 overs, no minutes, none for 2. It's been very tight. He's in outside line of the off stump, cut, and finds the fielder in front of point. So 2 overs prior, he was behind point, and now he's in front of point. So very strategic, the captain. On point,
also introduced a very silly mid-off under the helmet now.
Brilliant captaincy.
Silly point.
As Deakin is in, and the batsman is looking to cut, and cut late is hoisted. Doesn't make any contact, taken by the keeper. So at the moment, it is all England. As Deakin is in, the batsman stretches forward. He was long forward even before that delivery was delivered, so it was premeditated. He was going to get on the front foot regardless of whether it was a full toss, a short ball, a long hop. He was just intent on getting back the ball from the front foot. He has 2 deliveries to survive. 3 for 65. Deakin is in and onto the back foot. He runs it down, finds the fielder, short third man to go for a quick single and get it too. Good response there by Captain Higgins. Walking in with the ball away, and as they would teach us as a youngster, and that's years ago, over half century ago, just to give away our age, over half century ago, to say walk in with the ball away.
Always move with the bowler. And the man at third man
sleeping basically. But they have to consider the fact that he's 60 plus too.
Good
so
call
here
by
is Higgins on the wing. The ball to Captain Higgins. Higgins slashes it through the cover. The sweeper is off the boundary to his right. They take 1. And no thoughts of the second. And the end of over number 20 done and dusted. The Aussies, they are 3 for 67, seeking 239 win.
Well, the Englishmen, lots of noise in the field, all cheering up each other, all geeing up one another, and they are really enjoying this passage of play, and the shackles very much on the Australian batsmen, because despite the attacking fields that the English captain has been employing, they haven't been able to break loose. They haven't been able, because of the fact that they can't afford to take risks. They can't afford to lose another wicket at this stage. As we welcome back to the commentary our guest from England, Suffolk in England, none other than Colin Walters. Welcome to Colin. Are you now fully watered and fed?
Certainly well fed. The food has been fantastic all tournament, and no exception today. Very nice chicken and fish curry with all sorts of bits alongside. So I'm feeling very well fed, and I will try not to fall asleep.
Well, I was just going to implore you not to fall asleep now.
Jim Phillips is bowling, pushes, just drops a little short, and that one is thrashed away behind square. Neil Brathwaite, who is doing a very good impersonation of Usain Bolt, chases down and saves a couple of runs. Phillips, who's been instrumental in England very much taking a stranglehold on this game, a couple of LBWs in the same over, taking out Thornton and Officer, has 2 for now 25 off his just over 5 overs. And he trots in, couple of paces, pitches up, and he takes a very simple caught and bowled. A very, very weak forward prod there, and that is the end of Hoisted, who managed 7. I would say Wayne, England have a real stranglehold in this game now.
Well, yes, that wicket really presses home the advantage towards the England side, but Jim Phillips really on a roll now. You can see him, his confidence building, and that one he really put some loop on that delivery, got it to drop on Hoisted, and forcing him into playing a shot a bit earlier than he would have wanted to, because he was deceived in the flight. Good catch too, because it was fairly high over his head. He got both hands to it and parried it before taking it on the second attempt, and now Australia definitely in the dumps.
Yep, 70 for 4 now, and you would think that England would fancy their chances. Higgins is still there, having opened the innings. He has 30. Glenn Richardson is now coming out to bat. But Australia going at 3.5 and over. They need another 170 runs from 25 overs. And Phillips' first ball to Richardson is a wide. Wayne, I think that's a big ask. 170 runs from 25 overs. You're talking the thick end of 7 and over there. That's quite a task on this far out. Phillips' next ball is driven into the outfield. They will look for a second as Brathwaite chases after it. He really does do a very good impersonation of Usain Bolt when he's running. He is incredibly quick across the round for a 60-year-old.
I think you're talking about action and not speed. His running action.
He's got a proper runner's action, hasn't he?
Yeah, but when you mention the name Usain Bolt, I don't think you mean for speed. For speed across ground.
Phillips bowls.
But yes, he's been doing. As a matter of fact, he brought off a bit of feeling a slide earlier in this over. I was going to make the point that anyone walking into the ground and seeing that would never believe that this is an over 60s contest.
No, I think we ought to perhaps check his birth certificate. He's that's the end of the 21st over. The score is 73 for 4. Eric Higgins is 30 not out, and Glenn Richardson 2 not out, and Jim Phillips has the wonderful figures of 3 for 29 from 6 overs, and he's almost turned the game here, because Australia were going very well at one stage.
Up until once again your good friend, that very good bowler, the refreshment break came in to play, because Australia are just losing the 1 wicket up to that point, and once we got there, then we saw the game begin. They lost the wicket shortly after, and the game definitely turned the other way.
Deakin comes in and bowls. The next over, first ball is driven back to him by Higgins. A lot will now rest on Higgins being able to bat through the whole of the Australian innings, you feel here. Deakin, tall man, turns, bowls, left arm, round the wicket. one's chopped away to backward point, but no single is taken. Phillips again in the action at backward point there, saving a run. The wind is definitely quite strong now, and Deacon is bowling bowls, and it goes down the track. It spoons up into the air. Butterworth comes in, can't quite get it, but it's still a good piece of fielding. Watching the spin, as they always say, picks it up well, gets it back in via relay, and a run is taken. That's 3 now to Richardson.
How many overs is it now that Deakins has bowled? How many overs has Deacon bowled? His fourth over?
Deacon has bowled, this is his 4th over, and he's only gone for 5 runs. He has been metronomic through much of this tournament.
I wanted to make the point that he has not bowled one ball straight away from that line, just around that off stump.
He bowls, and forward goes Richardson, and there is no run. Deacon is a very fine left arm bowler. He really doesn't give you very much to hit, doesn't give you a lot of width, and that's going to be the commentator's curse in my usual form, Wayne. That one's probably going to be, he's now going to drag one down, but he really doesn't give you very much to hit here. It pitches up. Richardson's danced down the track, pushes it out to Butterworth in the outfield, and they take 1 run.
It's really disciplined stuff here from Deacon. Fine execution too. A man with a plan and executing it well.
Very much so. And he turns, little swing of the arm, comes in off 2 or 3 paces, bowls, and the batsman dances down the track, fires to mid-on, and has a brilliant throw. Hits the stumps, but this time no run out given. Very fine piece of fielding from sub-fielder Tony Rhodes there. Was something a very close run thing, I think, that, Wayne.
Well, very fortunately, the batter was really travelling there. He had to run quickly, and the ball did strike the stump on the underarm throw. Umpire Thompson though getting in fine position, because my first reaction to see where was the umpire when that ball struck the stump, and he was right on, square on, looking at the play.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly positioned. So we'll say congrats to the umpire on that. The score after 22 overs is 76 for 4. Higgins on 32, Richardson on 3. The bowling figures so far: Staple 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21. Cornt 7 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 14. Very economical spell, as he has all tournament. Phillips 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 29. Deacon 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 7. And these last two have a bit of a stranglehold. There's a sweep shot, but the front pad is outside the line. You feel that the Australians are going to need to do some improvisation here, because if they keep patting back and they're not really getting a foothold into the game here, Wayne.
Well, the first operation will be to rebuild the innings, get this partnership, solidify this partnership, and consolidate the situation before I think they can think of pressing on. But those are
Phillips
I pause
and bowls, and the ball is pushed up to mid-on. No run again.
Those of us who have been following this game as long as you and I have will know that it's still a bit too early to call this one. We've seen so many things happen in this game.
Absolutely true. Phillips in, bowls, slightly round arm, maybe a hint of a little in swing, maybe a little bit of something as the ball came back into the batsman is on the back foot. He turns just 2 or 3 paces, slightly round arm, and that one's driven. That's brilliantly fielded by, I'm not quite sure who that was at mid-on there, but certainly saved a couple of runs. The batsmen do go through for a single. We were talking upstairs in the hospitality area a little earlier about how this doesn't really look like an over 60s game, because the quality of the ground fielding and the quality of the running has been magnificent. Phillips again goes, got a slight leading edge, and the ball heads back to the bowler.
I think the players have enjoyed the surface here, the outfield here at Kensington, and you've seen them throwing themselves around, sure about the fact that there's no injury to result.
No, and I think that is something that I guess you'd expect at a test ground that there'll be a lovely outfield, and this is a lovely test ground. Having seen cricket here and played cricket here, it is just the most magnificent venue.
Well, you've caught us a bit off guard. There's still some refurbishment work being done to the ground. It's still in very good shape, I must say. The pitch, though, has played excellently. The ball has really come on to the bat, and the batsmen have been able to play their shots and to trust the bounce.
Yeah, I think you and I would have enjoyed batting on this, Wayne.
Pardon me?
You and I would have enjoyed batting on this. Deakin comes in, bowls. Down the wicket comes Higgins, drives to mid-on, takes a single, Rhodes on the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Well, having retired from the game, I probably would not think about enjoying batting, but it could be encouraged. It looks very encouraging to a player like me, to a person like me who has given up the game.
We all look very good when we've given up. A lot of people have told me I should have done years ago. Anyway, Deakin tosses himself a catch. Comes in, bowls. It's wide off stump. A lot of arms thrown up in the air.
I think a bit of an under edge there. Just ball kept low.
No chance of a catch.
No chance of a catch whatsoever.
But a lot of arms thrown up in the air. The England side are very much on top here, and it really shows their body language is positive. Deakin in, bowls. Again, pushed back down the ground by Richardson. He has 3.
The keeper Goldthorpe, though, he has looked rather bubbly from the beginning of the innings, and having a good game behind the stumps too.
Yeah, he's been fantastic throughout the tournament. He is a very fine wicketkeeper. So, Deakin comes in, bowls, and again, Richardson just dances a half a step down the track, pushes the ball out into cover, and a single is taken. As the score moves up to 79, we are over halfway through, and the rate is up over 7, I think now, 7.5. That's tough at this level, especially with England's strong bowling. Deakin in, bowls. Higgins goes down the track, doesn't time an intended push through mid-wicket. You can almost sense there's a little frustration out there, Wayne, with the Australian batsmen. They really do want to kick themselves back into gear here. Deakin in. This time he does get down the track and he slogs it out to not great timing, out to wide, long on. No, it's probably more cow corner. Goes out to Brathwaite, and they take a single to end the over. So the score after 24 overs is 80. The required rate is 160, or the required runs is 161 from the next 21 overs. So we're right on the cusp of 8 and over. That's a big task.
Well, I dare say this ploy of taking pace off the ball has worked excellently for England, because the Australian batsmen do not have that pace to work with.
And the first ball of Phillips is over. It's hit out to wide long on, where it's fielded by Rhodes, I think, and hurled back in. Just a single taken. You feel there's going to come a point sometime soon, Wayne, when the Australians are going to have to take some risks.
Well, yes, the game really sliding away. That keep me up to date with that required rate. I think that is going to be crucial.
Phillips in. Down the wickets comes Richardson. Pushes into the wicket. There is no run. Required rate showing a 7.6 runs and over.
Already heading up towards 8 runs and over. If not impossible, heading to the improbable.
Phillips in. That one drifts onto the leg stump, and they take a very quick single to Deakin at
not being able to pick up the boundaries. You can see the chances they're taking with the running between the wicket. Some desperation beginning to come into play.
Phillips again comes in, bowls, and a sweep shot attempted by Higgins. Ball hits the pad, but his pad is well outside off stump. No appeal, no chance of anything happening much there. And even the chance for a short single is missed because he's down on his knees. Phillips in and bowls. And again the sweep shot, a big shout for LBW. But again, from where we are, pretty much behind the bowler's arm, that looks to have hit the batsman outside the line of the off stump. Wayne, would you concur with that?
Yes, very much so. The line outside the off stump.
It's a good line though. It's making it really tough for the batsman to get away. No pace on this at all. In bowls. That one's a little straighter and it's swept out into the deep, where it's fielded by, I think that might be Gordon Lennox out there. Just the one run taken. And that's another excellent over from Phillips. He now has 8 overs, 3 for 33, and he has put a real stranglehold on this Australian innings.
I think because the batsmen have not been able to get under his deliveries, I find that he has induced the players into playing that sweep shot, because effectively is about the only option for run scoring. His control has been that great, has been that excellent. So Woody is going to be taking over from the ball by ball end of shortly. Once again, we say thanks to Colin. Don't you go too far. You'll be back. Unless the Englishmen are able to wrap it up during this session by Woody, your services will be required again sometime soon.
83 for 4 as Higgins drives out towards mid-off. Will get a single. He's now 38. Richardson there on 5, and the Australians for the first time in this tournament under pressure. And that's not a normal thing for Australian teams, although you must admit that the real baggy greens are under pressure in India at the moment. Wayne Holder.
Well, yes, I was discussing it with Lyndon earlier.
Here is Deakin bowling to Richardson, who drives out towards the fielder coming off the cover boundary. That's Butterworth. Another run for him. He's now up to 6, Richardson. 38 to Higgins, and it's 85 for 4.
I was making the point to Lyndon that the Australians appear to be doing very well up until this partnership, the current unbeaten partnership between Jadeja and Patel got together, and I think that has really prized the game away from the Australians.
Appeal for leg before decision from Deakin, but that one seemed to be heading down the leg side. But nonetheless, a leg by signal now by umpire Dave Thompson. So the total now rolls up to 86 for 4. We're in over number 26. Over number 26. Being bowled by Phil Deakin, the left arm spinner. Bowling around the wicket to Glenn Richardson, who's there on 6. And to this delivery, he's down the pitch, and when he gets, he drives out towards mid-off. Will get the run. The fielder coming across, who was shadowing from extra cover, couldn't get a hand on it, and in the end it was tidied up by the fielder in at mid-off. Looks like Gordon Lennox. So another single for Richardson. He's on 7. 38 to Higgins, and it's now 87 for 4. A lot of work here for the Australians to do if they're to win. And Higgins swings out towards deep mid-wicket, giving chase is Braffett around the boundary, or is that Pierre? I think that's Pierre down there. They'll come back for 2 runs. Good run in between the wickets by Higgins and Richardson, and Higgins now moves to 40, and the total up to 89 for 4 in over number 26. Now you've looked up that score, Wayne. Australia versus India. As you watch Deakin bowling now, and here is Higgins looking for to swing the ball away into the leg side again, but this time got a top edge, and it flew over the head of the keeper and the slip and ran down to the edge of the 30-yard circle. Just a single there for Richardson. That's Higgins. He goes to 41. Richardson on 7, and at the end of 26 overs, the Australians are 90 for 4.
continues to be all England here as the Australians' chances are slipping further and further by every time an over goes by. It's been a while since we've had a boundary. I think we can check if we can check with our scorer when the opportunity appears. Would you be able to tell me by checking the monitor and tell us when last a boundary has been struck? As that game, as I mentioned, with the Australians already behind by 144 runs, and I think if this lead is, if the Indians are able to convert this anyway towards a 200-run lead, I think that would definitely put paid to Australia's chances.
Well spotted, Wayne, because you are right. The last boundary was off the last baller of the 11th over, and I think that speaks volumes as to the situation in which the Australian Masters find themselves.
What do you know as a paling cock?
No, you don't. I do.
What is referred to as a paling cock?
Yes.
Someone who doesn't take a firm decision and call it either way. But I have been accused by certain individuals who will remain nameless as being a paling cock when it comes to calling cricket matches, because I don't
Is
trust
that what
this thing.
Hartley calls you?
But no, Hartley Reid doesn't know anything about this.
Okay.
So it would not be Hartley Reid. By the process of elimination, you know who it is not. But no, the point that I'm making is that I'm willing to call this one no. Even this paling cock is going to call it as England to win.
Well, let's see. Phillips bowling, and this one is swung away through square leg by Higgins for a 1 run. And he will now move to 42, and the total will roll up to 91 for 4 in the 27th over. So you're pretty right, Wayne. Having not scored a boundary since the 11th over, that is really telling on the situation in which the Australians find themselves at 91 for 4 now. As Richardson drives out towards mid-on, will get a single. The fielder comes around and makes a tumbling save. Richardson now moves to 8, 92 for 4. The 27th over.
A victory for England would be sweet revenge for the defeat they would have suffered at the hands of the Australians in the first series of the competition, the opening round.
A delivery which is wrapping the batsman outside the length of the off stump as Higgins has attempted to swing it into the leg side, leg by, signaled by umpire Prescott.
You know, there's this theory in these kinds of competitions. There are those who always believe that you should lose a game in the early part. And Australia have come to the final unbeaten. And they have chosen the final to play what could be their worst match, their worst game.
Here is Phillips bringing Richardson down the pitch. When he gets there, can only defend, pushes out into the onside and can't get a run. I would also say, remember, England won the 2010 ICC World T20 right here at Kensington Oval, so the England Masters will certainly be pretty much aware of that. A delivery down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire, as the total now goes up to 94 for 4.
That term grey ashes, what have you been able to find out or determine about that? The term grey ashes.
Oh, that's because the old men, grey hair.
The colour of the hair?
Yeah, the colour of the hair.
Okay.
And obviously, England versus Australia, ashes, grey ashes.
So between you and I could describe ourselves as a grey commentary unit, a commentary. And there's some grey. I could see some grey.
Definitely. And
if I had hair, it would have been grey.
Definitely. Let's call it a ball commentary. Because Hartley's ball, your ball. I've got a ball patch, and so too Lyndon has all his hair shaven. So we come to the end of the over. 96 for 4. Richardson 9. Higgins 43. And Phillips comes to the end of his spell. A successful spell too. 9 overs, no maidens, and he's taken 3 for 38. slightly on the expensive side, but the most important column is the last column, the 3 wickets win.
A tremendous spell of bowling. He really turned this game on its head after that, the first refreshment break, and going on, bowling his overs consecutively. The most of those runs, yes, the batsman would have been able to pick up the single and the odd two, but he has never been collared. And a feature of his bowling is that he's forced the batsman into that sweep shot because they have not been able to get down the wicket. They have not been able to get under him and hit him straight down the ground.
Well, it'll be Deacon to continue from the marshland of the ground. He's about to start his 7th over.
So I'm going to encourage some debate here now. You know, you and Hartley started the discussion. Me and Lyndon, Lyndon and I, we
a lofted drive over the top of mid-on, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. So Higgins starting this over very strongly and positively with a boundary to take him to 47, and that brings up the Australian 100. They're 100 for 4 in the 20th over, and Higgins will be also eyeing his 50 on 47.
Eventually hitting a boundary. And,
that's the first boundary since
could this
11th over.
This could very well be the start of the charge for the Australians. But I was mentioning, listening to the discussion between you, when we look at Greenwich Haynes, the opening pair, the 3 W's in the middle order,
and swept around behind square by Higgins, and that will take him to his 50. So he's now 51, and Higgins there on 51 from 80 balls with 4 boundaries, and the Australians now roll up to 104 for 4. A fine innings from Eric Higgins, holding the innings together. The Australia Masters captain, as all has basically, as they say, they've fallen apart.
Well, standing strong in the face of adversity. The captain, a sign of strong leadership, and he will still be holding out hope here for him and his team that they can somehow or another work their way back into contention for this match, for this final.
Chasing 239 to win. Here's Deacon bowling around the wicket to Higgins, who's stylishly going onto the bat foot, forces it away towards the extra cover. The throw comes in, and they will get the signal as Richardson took a blow to the arm, as I think it was Grant who had it fired away at the keeper's end. And so Higgins goes down to 52. Richardson there on 9. It's 105 for 4 in the 20th over. You were saying.
Once again, we see some desperate running. So I was going down the line. 2 opening batsmen, Greenwich and Hayes. 3 middle order players, the 3 W's. So Gary Sobers in the all-round at number 6. And the 4 fast bowlers are Marshall, Garner, Hall, Griffith. There's the need for an 11th player to complete this team. The debate is, who do we choose as that 11th player?
Seymour Nurse, whose name is on the suites in the Greenwich Haynes.
Well, that was instant coming.
I could tell you because I've sat down and studied it.
You studied this?
I've studied it, yeah.
Because I was, well, of course, obviously then Sir Clyde would have to be the wicket keeper.
Yes, Sir Clyde is the wicket keeper
in the set.
And Sir Gary, as you know, can bowl either pace or spin.
Well, we have the 4-prong pace attack, so Sir Gary would probably bowl the spin.
Little tweak, yeah.
And he could bowl any spin.
Yeah,
the unorthodox Chinaman and Googlies, or the orthodox left arm or spin.
Richardson onto the back foot, steers the ball away towards backward point. The throw comes in from Phillips, but the batsman home safely. Another run for Richardson. So he's into double figures. He's on 10. It's now 106 for 4 in the 28th over.
So you've completed that 11. The Barbados West Indies 11 ready to take on the world.
That's right. 100%.
Fantastic.
And you've got Sir Frank, who can also do a little thing as well too. And I think Sir Everton did Sir Everton bowl a little trundle a little off spin or something like that as well too. Here is a delivery outside the off stump from Deacon into the gloves of the keeper. I actually saw the late Seymour Nurse bowl in the regional for Shell Shield for Barbados. Well, that means you're old then. That means you're old.
Well, it means I've seen a lot of cricket.
Because we never saw Simon Nurse play. 106 for 4. Round the wicket is Deacon. And there is Higgins on the back for the tugs this one away towards Deepish Binod gets the single. That brings us to the end of the over. Richardson is on 10, Higgins is on 53, and Australia Masters chasing 239 for victory. They are 107 for 4 after 28 overs. You've seen a lot of cricket, truth be told.
Well, yes.
You and Hartley are much more my senior by at least a decade. At least a decade.
Okay, you said you never saw Simon Nurse
No.
play. I never saw Sir Everton play. Hartley did.
But there you go. So that's 3 generations. I think I'm a 50. You're about 60, and Hartley's about 70. So those are 3 generations, and I think Lyndon is about 40.
Well, yeah, just
Or
about.
he would like to be 40.
He moves like a 40-year-old.
Okay. But so we've got 3 generations of seeing 3 generations of West Indian cricketers here.
And, cricket followers. I mean, I heard you reminiscing, and I mean, some glorious days would have been spent here at Kensington Oval.
I always remember the double-decker stand right next to the
Players' Pavilion.
That's the Players' Pavilion.
There was the Challenger stand.
The Challenger stand.
I was there. I was again talking about that party stand. One of the anomalies of cricket. That area used to be the cheapest area.
That's right.
On the ground. Men used to riding on bicycles.
No, I think it was more down below where the scoreboard is in that area, going around to the media center.
Because there was another stand in this corner. There was another stand.
Yeah, that was the schoolboy stand
in the corner here to our left, above the TWs.
That was actually that was the original Greenwich and Haynes stand. We have a ball and change at the Garner end with Butterworth coming on. And
I was making the point that what used to be the cheapest part of the ground eventually became the most expensive area come the advent of the party.
That's right. This one is hit back to the bowler. Butterworth striking with just his second delivery. Now, man who has been there for the start, being deceived as he came down the pitch, looking maybe to loft and didn't go through with the shot, and then eventually given an easy return catch to Butterworth, who removes Eric Higgins, caught and bowled for 53, and in over number 29, Australia chasing 239. They are 107 for 5.
Well, something had to give, and Higgins was that something to give. A good catch, though, taken by Butterworth, because that ball came back at him fairly quickly, and he managed to keep his eyes on the ball, importantly, and got down and grasped it in both hands. Higgins comes back to an appreciative applause from the Australian supporters, and I dare say a few of the English supporters too, for his stance, trying to stand between the England players and victory. But I think now that he has released the helm of the ship. And I think, again, one of the memories of cricket here at Kensington, England in the West Indies, the great Five Love Black Wash, and the mighty Gypsy with that calypso. Captain, the ship is sinking. This time the shoe is on the other foot. We're singing that song for the Australians.
Indeed. And,
but that was a famous tour, Woody.
Yes, very much so. Remember 1986, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, Ian Botham, the captain.
That's right.
And
you remember 1981? A chap who you will know very well from Barbados made his test debut during that series. Here's Butterworth on the line of the leg stump, and Miller's the new batsman. Sorry, and that one is played out into mid-wicket, no run.
1981, CA.
No. R. Butcher.
Oh, Roland Butcher. Oh, yes, 1981, opening the batting for England.
Forces Miller into a defensive shot into the offside, no run. 107 for 5.
Not necessarily a happy homecoming.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but you remember what the Barbados test of 1981 was famous for? Let's see how good your memory is. On the line of the leg stump, down towards the fine leg region, they'll get one. They'll come back for the second. Umpire Tremaine Prescott signals leg buys. So The total rolls up to 109 for 5 now, with Richardson there on 10 and Miller yet to score. Can you tell me what that 1981 Test match of England and West Indies? Apart from the two other incidents that surround that Test match, let's see how good your memory.
No, my memory has eluded me.
I'm disappointed.
I'm not going to.
Here's Butterworth bowling to Miller, who's forward, pushing into the offside, no run. The end of the over, it remains 109 for 5. It was famous for one, Ken Barrington, who was the manager of the England team. Sadly, he died
away,
during that Test match.
No, you remind me.
And then, do you know the other famous part of the story about that Test match? Come on, Wayne.
1981.
A fellow called Michael Anthony Holding. Bowling to who?
Oh, 1981, Kensington stand, that
Jeffrey
famous over to Jeff Boycott.
Yes, Wayne.
Who could forget? Only Wayne Holder would.
That was my
forget.
first Test match. My late father was working for the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, was doing the radio at the time, and he took me up. I met Don Mosey, I met Tony Cozier, and Res Pereira, and so I guess it was something to suggest that portend that I would get into this business, Wayne.
Well, that was a good start for you, an excellent beginning for you. I also recall that time a very good friend of mine playing a Test match in front of me for the first time, David Murray.
Yes,
the West Indies keeper. And
David Tough Murray.
The man Tough. And
did you learn your wicket keeping skills from him?
Well, not learn. Well, no, I didn't actually learn from him. He did. He tried his best to teach me, and I did try to emulate him. At least emulate his style.
Yes.
But I never really had a hope of being anything in his class.
Recall, you were a half decent keeper.
Well, right, but a half decent keeper was nowhere near the quality of a David Murray.
Okay, you're right. This delivery, Richardson pushes out to the offside. There's no run. 109 for 5 it remains. The new bowler is Dearden. Here he is, giving this one some ear, and Richardson drives to long on. Will get the single, so he's now on to 11. And the total up to 110 for 5, bringing Miller down to strike. And the stories about David Murray going into the park and wicket keeping to some of the fast bowlers of a more modern generation with bare hands. Yes, that just shows you how good a keeper he was. They've been bringing Miller onto the front foot from Dearden and pushed him to the offside no run.
And his ball sense. He always spoke about ball sense. And,
yes.
Being able to cushion the ball as a keeper. He also talked about the position, your body position. He always reminded me that you are a keeper, but cricket is a side-on game, and you must continue to watch it off from a side-on position.
A delivery which from Dearden, that is down towards long on. That is Kant down there. Just a single there for Miller. He's now off the mark. He's on 1. Richardson 11. 111 for 5. Someone needs to do a jig to ensure that the Australians don't lose a wicket. Came close. Richardson swung that one away. A full toss from Dearden down towards long on. Just a single. And at the end of the over, Richardson is on 12, Miller is on 1, and the Australian Masters chasing 239 for victory. They're now 112 for 5. We'll have more reminiscing from Wayne Holder, and then it will be Lyndon Yard to continue with the commentary. But just to say to you, Wayne, that I always tease Jeffrey Dujon about David Murray. I always tell Jeffrey Dujon, you were a shot keeper. Have a good afternoon, Wayne.
Well, I won't dare say that publicly, but as I said, Tough was he made keeping wicket an art. Was it within the art or science? Either an art or science, but I prefer to say art. David Murray, and long may he live. Long may his memory live. I'm going to pass on to another person who would have known David Murray even better than I have, having been actual neighbors and growing up together. Hartley Reid, take over.
Well, Wayne, before you go, since we are at the break and well, hardly coming, also bring back in Woody here. We speak about all the good gentlemen that they have been represented around the ground, but let's look at some of the curators that we've had that have prepared these plastic tracks that we've had at Kensington, which has been deemed one of the fastest tracks in the Caribbean for a very long time.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I was making a point to a visitor recently that the Kensington has changed in character ever since the refurbishment for the 2007 World Cup. Previous to that, a bastion, an impenetrable fortress for West Indies up to that stage, and that was being compliments a number of those gentlemen that you would have spoken of.
And let me just say to you too, Wayne, one of the things that a lot of people haven't recognized that where the position of the strip is now, of the square is, they actually moved it, I think, about 10 to 20 yards from where it originally used to be. So maybe it was probably even more toward, I think they moved it 10, 20 yards northeast, to accommodate to make sure they have the full 70 yards. So that's one of the other things that a lot of people don't appreciate, that what we have now is certainly a completely new square that was redeveloped, as you said, for the World
Not
World
the
Cup.
surface of all the actual surface.
You talk about Linda talks about the groundsmen. Well, the most famous, of course, was Livingston Boo Medford, who for a very long time used to prepare the pitches down here. I remember Tommy Pierce used to be the curator. Boo Medford was the head groundsman. Then, of course, we had Henry Davis taken over from Boo. And now I think it's Nigel Newton who is the main man down here. Prof. Edwards still does a bit of supervising. Consultancy. And you know we've had Tony King has also been the former Barbados batsman, did a bit of consultancy. Huh?
Okay. I know Hartley.
I think your brother, Mr. Reid, Hartley. Your brother, Mr. Reid, and now my uncle. And you work it out. How he's become my uncle.
And
you work it out.
There's another name that goes forgotten. There was a guy called Dick.
I don't know.
Not Dick Young, not Mitchell Young.
No,
no, another Dick.
Richard.
Around the same time as Boo, who was also.
I don't think it was a groundsman. I know him as you mean Chick Lucas?
No, this is Dick. This is a guy called Dick. I can't recall the surname. A dark fella. Yes, he used to be one of the chief grounds.
Oh yes, I know who you mean.
Around the time of the same Boo Medford.
Yes.
But Dick was.
And they had a tall. I remember Tall Boy. They had a guy named Tall Boy.
You're talking now about Jerry.
A very tall guy.
Like alright, with a peculiar walk.
Yeah. Anyhow, here's Linda with the commentary.
Yes. So just adding to the color of our presentation. First, they were stroked into the offside. The fielder from short, I would say a gully position, has it under his control to take one and an overthrow. The first overthrow the English has given away. So as they welcome back Hartley Reid, Wayne Holder will take a much deserved break. Australia 5 for 114, 1 of 24 required, and we're in over number 31. Good afternoon, Hartley.
Yes, Lyndon, and I've been here listening and smiling because everyone has just given their reason as to why the character has changed.
As Butterworth is in, Livy Olsen led the awesome leg break, played with soft hands down to a short third man to take one, and turn to come back for two. So 2 runs to Glenn Richardson. He's up to 16, and Williams Peter Miller on 1. The Aussies are struggling. They're 5 for 116.
Yes, but I want you to remember that Kensington now is reputed to be one of the best draining grounds in the world. And if you're going to drain the water off the ground, it would not retain the character that it once had.
Here's an on drive. They will think of 2, but they'll sell for 1. So some urgency now in the Aussies as the overs begin to sped fastly along. Another 14 after this. 30.3 overs gone. 5 for 117. And the run rate 8.34 is steepling up, and you can play with those 8.34 because your current rate is 3.84. This one is chopped into the offside. They take one onto it is Brathwaite. They're going to chance his arm and come back for two. So very, very good running. So I suspect that they would have had a conversation at the break. And obviously, Hartley, that conversation has to be, we have to get a push on. Despite the fact we are wickets down, we have to go for it.
Well, yeah, in fact, I think they've waited a bit too long to get a push on, because the run rate continues, and unless they have someone in the hut that we do not know.
Tucked into the leg side for one. They will think of two, and they don't go for two. So 5 for 120 Australia. You're listening to the ball by ball coverage of the 2023 over 60s Big Man Cricket Carabine Cup being played here at Kensington Oval. The final between Australia and England, as Butterworth is in, and here is Richardson playing the ball out to the offside, and there is no run. So at the end of over number 31, it is 5 down for 120. Australia seeking 239. Hardy?
Unless someone comes out with serious intent to score 5, 6, 8 runs,
8 over.
they are going to find themselves wanting and badly, because they have, although at the end of the 15 they were 58 for 1, immediately after that they went for 58 for 3 for two LBWs.
Correct.
So then they have to rebuild, and to rebuild they don't have enough time here to rebuild.
So it brings me to the final point of the game. Then there's something called when you win the toss and you bat, it gives you the advantage, because apart from having 11 fielders in the field and 2 umpires, 13, then you also have another extra mark called scoreboard pressure.
Very, I like how you put it, an extra mark.
As here is a division down the leg side. The batsmen are looking to whip it in the leg side. That's Miller. Doesn't make any contact. 5 for 120, the Australia side. And the asking rate at the moment, 8.53. So it goes up with almost every delivery. The current rate, 3.95, as the digital in asking is a question. Umpire Thompson is not interested, and it remains 5 for 120. My other question to you, Hartley, is: does it make sense when you're chasing runs to have 5 or 6 wickets not out?
No,
does it mean that you would?
it
Does it mean you didn't chase successfully, or you just didn't time to chase?
No, there is this belief that you must always have wickets in hand. That is okay if you're going to talk about that with Lewison's time. But if you are talking about chasing runs, you must be putting the pressure on the time and making runs.
As Miller waits on Dejuddin, who's into him, he slices this one out to the fielder off the cover boundary, comes in, the ball bounces just in front of him. He misfields. They think of 2, they can't go for 2, and the pressure continues to build. So the English are in charge at Kensington, 5 for 121.
And you identified another issue. When you bat first, you're not on any pressure. You are just there trying to bat as free as possible and accumulate runs. But having made your runs,
as Dejuddin is in, the batsman dances down the wicket and brilliantly stopped by the fielder at short cover. He was stranded, the non-striker Miller. He was out had he hit, and for the first time the English does not take advantage, so just giving the Aussies a little bit of a chance. So from Nagpur in India to Bridgetown in Barbados, the Aussies are in trouble, and he's dropped. Oh! There is Glenn Richardson dancing down the wicket and hitting the ball to the right of the fielder at a wideish mid-on position, and he jumped a little but didn't time his leap, and in the end he parried it to the fielder at the mid-wicket region, which is Brathwaite, who came in to assist him, and the Aussies are up to 123 for loss of 5. As Dejuddin is in to bowl to Richardson, and Richardson is driving elegantly up to long off for what will be run number 124. Over number 32 comes to an end, and seeking a target of 239 to win the 2023 over 60s Big Man Cricket Carabine Cup at Kensington Oval, Australia. They are 5 for 129. The asking rate is 8.77. The current rate is 3.88. More from Hartley.
The current rate is not even half of the required rate. So I have learnt not to predict cricket, but there is something about England playing or the ice cricket, limited over cricket. England, during the competition, they always look as if they're going to be knocked out before they get anywhere in the quarterfinals. But from the time England gets into a final, for some reason, England wins the final. Regardless of what type of limited over cricket it is.
I think they're well prepared and come well drilled. Here's Butterworth in, and his first delivery is bringing Richardson down the wicket. Plays it on the offside. There's no run. Richardson on 20 from 28 deliveries. 48 minutes he's been at the crease. Miller has 5 for 124 the Aussies in over number 33. As John Butterworth, 2.1 overs a minute, 1 for 8. He's in a right arm leg spin. This one's stuck in the leg side. The fielder in front of square has it under control. There's no run. Peter O'Reilly made 21. Eric Higgins, the captain, was caught and bowled by Butterworth off for 53. 85 deliveries, 104 minutes, 4 fours. As Butterworth, as we speak about him, he's into bowl to Richardson, and Richardson is slashing it through the offside. Lovely shot. The fielder from long off is across to his right. They can turn and come back for 2 to his left, and 2 runs achieved. So the Aussies are pretty much in a hurry now, but I think they're well behind the 8 ball to continue that scorecard. Dale Thornton, who's leg before wicket to Phillips for 5. Kent Officer, who's leg before wickets for Phillips without scoring. He faced some 2 deliveries. Greg Hoisted, he was caught and bowled by Phillips for 7. 22 not out is Richardson, who has a strike as Butterworth is into him, and he plays the on drive. Lovely shot, finds the fielder at deep mid wicket. Take 1, they can come back for 2 on the underarm throw, which has been a feature of the 60 over tournament, 60 years and over tournament. And with that 2, Australia 5 for 128. Hartley.
Lyndon, can you tell me the urgency, and now they are turning 1s into 2s? Why didn't they do that 15 overs ago?
Well, I'll tell you what they need to do. They need to find 4s and then turn 4s into 6s. It's a simple equation now. 5 for 128. Over number 33 in progress. Butterstead is in, and the leg break is tucked into the leg side. Finds the fielder at short square leg. He has it under his control, and the Aussies by 1 to 129. The 1 delivery remaining over number 33. And remember, it's a 45 over a side final. Brilliant cricket conditions at Kensington, and we're playing on the most western of all the wickets. As the batsman is down the wicket, hits it high in the air, and the catch is taken. The catch is taken at the long on position, and number 126. I don't know if you have numbers, and they can tell you that Australia from a position of 5 for 129 are 6 for 129. So if you are just joining us in Australia, I know it is late night in Australia. I can tell you that Glenn Richardson is now on 25. The batsman dismissed Peter Miller. Going to the well once too often, and England are in control at Kensington. Hartley.
Lyndon, I did the pre-game predictions with Philip. And based on what I saw during the preliminary games and the way how Australia had played, I actually predicted that Australia would have won this competition, because I would have also seen England and how they struggled against the West Indies. But as we had said not too long ago in the last over, for some reason England knows how to play air finals. And once again they are showing it. They look a completely different team than the one that played during the tournament.
Well, what I'll say to that, Hartley, is that we can make all the predictions we want to make. Every sport is played on the day. On the day.
Well said, my friend.
And all you've done in the prelims mean nothing for a final. And now you've gotten to that stage. Here is the batsman coming down the wicket and plays a lovely on drive. Onto his Brathwaite, very fleet-footed. He doesn't look 60, Harley. He looks to be 52 at most. I'd like to see his ID, and I will only take his new Barbados ID card, not his old one.
Not the old one, because
so with that too, the Aussies are up to 131, 6 down. Yeah, and we are in over number 34 of 45. The current rate 9.04. Going for a non-existent single at his age, as here is a delivery. The batsman is running to the offside. The sweeper comes off the cover boundary, so Dudridge moves onto 1. And Richardson, now on 28, comes back into strike. 6 for 133, the Aussies. The target a mile off at the moment. They require another 105 runs. As here's the batsman forcing to be on the offside, forcing it through the offside, but finds the field at short cover. There's no run, so very good bowling here by Dearden. 2.4 overs, no miss, 9 for 11. Here's the batsman advancing down the wicket, hits it straight to the fielder at short mid-on. There's no run, so the field placing by the English captain has been very, very on point. Whereas when the English batted, they found it hard to pierce the gap. But here is Dearden in. The batsman is down the wicket, gets a full toss and bangs it out to Brathwaite. Neil Brathwaite sprints in like Usain Bolt. He has his return on the way in on the bounce, and they take 2. Good return and 2 runs achieved. So I will get you an up-to-date score momentarily. But I can tell you that over number 34 has been completed, 33. And we're going to get that momentarily for you. But I can tell you the Aussies are 6 down. I will give you a score update shortly. Hardy?
Very attractive cricket there. A good on drive. Brathwaite sprinted, as you said, like a young man, and a strong arm too. He didn't bowl over like how all the men are doing. He just belted it straight to the wicket keeper. That is good cricket. But again, Australia, they are staring defeat.
So the action to continue as we head down the home stretch on a chilly afternoon here at Kensington Oval. The sun is out and now hiding behind some clouds. So the adjusted score is 134 for the loss of 6, or 6 for 134 as they will say in Australia. As here is the first delivery, which is bang down to the long on fielder, across and goes right through the fielder, the substitute. And he seems a lot better in the air than he is on the ground. So the ball goes right through him, and again a rare misfield by the England side. So the pressure now being transferred to the England side, but maybe the Aussies has left it a little too late.
Well, they say the fat lady hasn't started to sing yet, so who knows?
Well, here is Butterworth, John Butterworth from the Joe Garner end, and Glenn Richardson on strike. 31 against his name. He's faced some 35 deliveries, just the 1-4. As Butterworth is into Richardson. Richardson advances down the wicket and slams it straight to the field at short cover. There is no run. So the run rate 9.39. And let's take you around the field. A fielder in front of square. There's also a mid wicket in position. This one is banged up to the substitute who's off the boundary very, very quick. This time he has it under his control and he underarms, and he's a proof fashion at his age. And they take 1. There's a mid wicket in position. There's a deep square leg. There's a short third man. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. And a long off also in position. And the cover. As the right-handed Butterworth is in. And onto the back foot. The batsman steers it out to short third man for a single. So I think the English will be happy to concede a single.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. If they can go like this for the next 10 overs, they'll be very happy.
6 for 140. Six for 140. Richardson on 32. He has a strike. Butterworth into him. He advances down the wicket, hits this one in the air, will land safely in front of the fielder at the long off position. They take 1. So 6 for 141. The Aussies seeking to get to 239. I'll tell you at this stage they wouldn't get it today, and definitely not next week because the game finishes today. And
there have to be some match fixing.
As the batsman advances down the wicket, when he gets there, plays it to the fielder at the short mid-on position, who fumbles, and yet again another single is achieved. So the completion of over number 35, the end of yet another stint for me. I think Wayne Holder or Woody Richards will come a calling. And I could tell you, as I leave you with Hartley, 6 for 142. Hartley, you could tell us where your money is besides the bank.
Well, I have none in the bank, so you can rest assured I'm going to put all of my money here now on England. Although I had initially forecast that Australia would have won it, I think common sense prevails here now, Wayne.
Well, Lyndon is a horse racing man, and Lyndon knows about reading form. And the form book suggested that Australia should have won this game.
Well said.
But the form book can sometimes be torn up.
Well, the problem with the form book is that in cricket, that one game, that one bad game, you have to play. As you said earlier, you have to play that one game early.
It has to come sometime.
Yeah,
And it's better sooner than later. In a tournament which has a player or championship game. Couple of runs picked up there by Dudridge out to mid wicket, and Australia just holding on at the moment, but the game somewhat out of their reach as I hand over. Hardly, I was actually just substituting. The real commentator has just come. Colin Walters will take us through the next 5 overs or so.
That's very kind of you, Wayne, if not true. So, Dearden bowls, attempted sweep shot, and there is no run. The score is 144 for 6. We are in the 36th over, and I think Hartley, you would say England have something of a stranglehold on this game.
In fact, the last time you and I were together, it was at the start of the innings, and we did agree that with the way how England had started so amazingly in there, giving away the runs, that if Australia didn't pick up the scoring rate, it would have been some issues. Well, it is clear that England maintained their plan, and right now Australia is staring defeat in its face.
They've bowled very steadily, England. Dearden in bowls at the bit of a hack across the line out to Braithwaite at Cow Corner. The Australians, long boundary there. Australians go through comfortably for 2. Almost flicked
Another
the stump on the way through, and a slightly optimistic appeal there, I think, Carly.
A good throw from Braithwaite from out on it in the deep, and struck the stump with a throw.
I think everyone was a bit surprised at the appeal. So Dearden bowling to the Australian player manager Peter Dudridge, and Dudridge pushes out, timed that quite nicely, but straight to Braithwaite, and that's another single to Australia. Dearden so far conceded 19 runs. This is the last ball of his 4th over. He's in, tosses it up again. It's logged out towards Braithwaite for a single. I don't think they'll consider a second. They don't. That is the end of the 36th over, and the score is 150. Now, by my maths, that's 9 overs to go and 90 runs to win, or 91 runs, and a run rate. I apologise. It's just under 90 runs, 88 to win. So it's a run rate of nearly 10 and over. And as we've seen, Hartley, it's not easy to achieve that here, is it?
You are being rather modest when you say it's not easy. It is very difficult. Because remember, they're not playing by themselves. And the field side can adjust if they recognise that the scoring is coming too quickly.
So it is Butterworth to continue. Butterworth, who has taken 2 good wickets for 21 from his 4 overs. Butterworth, the Kent man, slow off-spin bowler, gives it lots of air, tosses it up. The ball is just pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run.
This is another thing. You cannot score runs how they are scoring singles with the occasional 2. At this stage, they need boundaries.
Yeah, and probably
frequent boundaries.
Probably 2 and over, I would think,
exactly.
to get close. Butterworth in, floats it up. That one's thrashed out too long. Oh, and Rhodes is completely deceived by the spin. and he went to take it on his left side, and it went past his right side, and it goes through to the long on boundary for 4.
The ball pitched and turned away from him, but he is very good in the air because he took a brilliant catch with the ball coming through the air.
Yeah, I was. I actually didn't see that. I was actually sitting down chatting to somebody, and I turned my head away and completely missed it. But he's made up for his catch by letting that one go through before. I'm sure.
Rhodes?
Yeah.
Jaunty Rhodes?
No.
Oh.
He's not Jaunty Rhodes, judging by that effort. And that one's been logged out into mid-wicket, and that's a much better piece of fielding from Jim Phillips, who goes round and saves 2. So they are on target for their 10 and over here. Tony Rhodes, the Hertfordshire opening bowler, will probably be very disappointed with that. He's normally a very good fielder, but Tony Rhodes, yeah. So Butterworth, 2-3 paces, little hop and a skip, comes in, tosses it up, and very close to playing on there, Richardson. Richardson has played a fine hand here, has 40 at nearly run a ball, and he and Higgins, who made a very fine 53, have very much kept Australia in this game. So Butterworth comes in and bowls just outside off stump, bounce, and a very, very fine stumping there from Goldthorpe.
No.
And that bounced, and he took that beautifully.
Colin, that is a top draw piece of stumping. That ball pitch and bounce over the batter as he went forward and over his bat, and the keeper rose with the ball as it went up and came back down. Now that is something that you really want to pay to see.
Very high class piece of wicket keeping, and one would say that with the removal of Richardson, the Australians now are going to have to work very hard to get even close to the England total. It always looked a formidable total, and Richardson getting a good round of applause as he comes in. Looks very disappointed, probably is, but he actually got a very good delivery there, and Butterworth has now 3 wickets to his name, and he and Jim Phillips, 2 seemingly relatively innocuous bowlers, have both bowled absolutely beautifully today, given away nothing.
England really came to the party today, because even you, as an Englishman, unbiased as you are, you could not have believed that England would have been in this kind of condition, actually leading as they take the top turn going home.
I as an Englishman, I'm a neutral as the rest of the world here.
I was just going to say that a caveat here. He's an Englishman, but for the purposes of this tournament, he's with the rest of the world. Nothing to do with England.
But I'm a true blue. I'm a true blue Englishman.
There is no place of the world called rest of the world.
Though I have to say that obviously delighted to see England doing well at whatever sport, and they're doing particularly well today. Interesting, this is not the only England-Australia seniors competition happening at the moment. England seniors over 70s team is currently playing a series down in Australia. I think Australia won the first one-day international. The second one, I believe, is this coming weekend. So there is seniors cricket between Australia happening all over the place, and it's just magnificent that people are still playing.
Did you say over 70?
I did say over 70s. I did say over 70s. Won't be long before I'm there. So it goes Butterworth, and that one's prodded back by wicketkeeper Orlando, and there is no run.
Colin, I am 70 years old.
So
you can rest assured that you would not even see me out there umpiring, far less trying to say playing the game.
I think Hartley, that when I put together my first rest of the world over 70s side for the over 70s World Cup, you'll be the first person that I'll be calling when I need to put a team together. At the end of the 37th over, the score is 156 for 7. Peter Duddridge is 12 not out. Claude Orlando is 0 not out, and the current required run weight is now over 10. Now, when you play, and Hartley, I'm sure you'll confirm this, when you see the pros, they will score at 10 and over because they can turn noughts into ones, ones into twos,
And they will hit the 3 or 4 sixes.
and they will hit the sixes. I'm not sure that that's quite what's going to happen here.
No. This one is beyond reach. Literally beyond reach for the Australians.
So Dearden in and bowls, tosses it up, and oh my word! And that's another wonderful piece of wicket keeping. As Dudridge danced down the track, he got a top edge. It flew up, and Goldthorpe leapt in the air and plucked it out of there. A quite wonderful piece of wicket keeping. Harley, that is a very special catch. That one.
I paid compliments for the stumping, but this catch is even more miraculous because that ball would have struck the batter meant to sweep. The ball hit some part of the bat and popped and not popped, jumped into the air, and the wicket went up goalkeeper style and parried it and catch. This wicketkeeper has some class.
He's a decent keeper, that's for sure. I mean, keepers very often go unheralded, don't they, in a game of cricket? You don't notice them. They 3 outstanding pieces of work.
He has to get man. He has to be considered for the man in the match. What he's doing.
Yeah, that's something we ought to think about as we come towards the embers of this game. There have been some wonderful performances on the England side. Kevin Grant, who held the side together early on, a wonderful innings of 70 plus from Ed Gordon-Lennox, which is probably going to prove to be the difference between the two sides. Oh, and that's another stumping. That is another stumping. First ball, Stuart Ridge dances down the track and is comprehensively beaten by Dearden, and this game is very nearly done. He is out first ball, and that will leave Chris Dearden on a hat-trick, and that would be a magnificent way to end what has been a magnificent tournament. England are very, very close to getting home, to winning the Caribbean Cup here in Barbados. And Hartley,
I did say, not in jest, I did make mention of the wicketkeeping, but to have 3 stumpings and a beautiful catch like that, I think he has to be seriously considered for the man of the match.
I think you're probably right. I'm not sure it will go to him, but it certainly was well, we've seen an exhibition display. I think barely a drop ball, absolutely superb effort, and the England bowlers have from ball one been right on it, haven't they?
Oh, yes.
Right on their game.
And, I was to ask you, I'm happy now that you've gone back to that, because I was to ask you what inspired the English cricketers to do so good at finals. England always appear to be struggling to get to finals, and when they get finals, then they'll always win.
I would suggest to you that any time they play against the Australians, they will always be right up for it. This England side has been very well prepared. They've done a lot of work back at home in England. Obviously, it being off season, they had a camp at Loughborough. They've been doing lots of work on their fitness, and they've made themselves into a very professional outfit. The hat-trick ball is bunted into the leg side, and I think that will be, it was off the bat, yeah, so that's 1 run to number 11 Mike Riley, leaving Claude Orlando to face just his second ball, score 157 for 9. We're in the 38th over, and I think in the words of the bard, the fat lady is about to sing. The next ball is bunted out to long on for a single, and that is Orlando's first run, 158 for 9. I think, Hartley, there are some candidates here. Phillips, who ripped through the Australian order. Gordon Lennox, I think, will certainly be a candidate. But you're right, Goldthorpe with his 3 stumpings and 1 catch should definitely come into consideration. Didn't in, and number 11 Riley props forward and just drops the ball in front of him.
Made the point, Colin, is that the keepers and a brilliant set of feeling in the outfield they are always overlooked for the bowlers or batters for man of the match. But this was a phenomenal display today by the wicketkeeper.
Very much so. At the end of that over, 158 for 9. There are 7 overs remaining. The required run rate is 11.43, and I think under the current circumstances, even with Bazball, the full England team might be considering this as a difficult proposition against this very miserly England attack.
What I will tell you is that you just said 7 overs remaining. I think what you have to talk about now is 1 wicket remaining, because it's easier to talk about 1 wicket than 7 overs.
I think you're right. If these two last out 7 overs, it's probably not going to be the most inspired cricket that we ever see. However, Butterworth to continue. He has 3 wickets. He's in. He bowls, and that's cut away. That's a very nice shot by Orlando, and they will come back for a second. They may look for a third, but on Brathwaite's arms, probably not. Wonderful throw. 70-80 metres into the keeper's gloves, over the top of the stumps. He has fielded exceptionally well. So Butterworth in, hop, skip and a jump, bowls just outside the off stump, and Orlando plays and misses. At the conclusion, John Goldthorpe. Butterworth in and bowls again just outside off stump, and again he beats a waft outside off stump from the bat of Claude Orlando. I feel for these two, they're in a pretty impossible situation, Hartley, aren't they?
Yes. Oh yes. Yeah.
Butterworth in and bowls, and that is logged out high and hard and into the Greenwich and Haynes stand for 6. So some defiance from the lower order of Australia. A lovely shot. He will certainly have enjoyed that one, Hartley.
Well, he has just demonstrated to me that if he does stay the 7 overs, they will get the runs, because he knows how to hit a hefty 6.
He needs several of them, I think, is the problem.
Exactly.
He certainly took that one nicely, whipped it away off the stumps and well over the boundary into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Let's see how Butterworth responds to that. He hop, skip, jump, in he comes and bowls just outside off stump, and that's cut away into the offside out to Brathwaite, which will be just the 1 run. The breeze picks up again, hopefully not portending any rain to end this game. Very unfortunately yesterday a couple of the fixtures were nearly wiped out for some very heavy rainstorms after having had 2 weeks of mostly beautiful weather in Barbados. It was a bit of a shame. Very good game for 3rd and 4th place between the West Indies and the rest of the world. Finished 5 balls short of being declared a game, and it was a very intriguing game of cricket in prospect there. But here we have a game that is in its dying embers, but it's not dead yet. Hartley, any chance for Australia here?
For them to get back home to Australia, always a chance. There are always flights.
The Australians have to leave at 4:30 in the morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
That is no problem.
Unfortunately, they won't be soaked in champagne when they do. The first...
I heard you mention that game yesterday, but normally in Barbados, that game would have been called off pretty earlier, very much earlier, because the conditions, the mere fact that they could not get the covers on when that shower came, that shower paid to the game. There's no way they could have got any more cricket.
No, I agree. It was very soggy, particularly round the bowlers' run-ups. It was such a shame because it was such an intriguing game with the rest of the world, 80-something, chasing...
19 overs on 1 ball. So they needed 5 balls to make it an official game. And then they needed 3 runs.
4 runs.
4 runs.
4 runs, yeah.
To really... to get ahead on the Duckworth-Stein computation. So...
So Dearden comes in. This is his sixth over. He currently has 2 for 22. It's very slow. Almost doesn't get to the batsman. And that one's pushed out to deep extra cover where Butterworth fields. And they take 1 run. There's a lot of gesticulating out in the middle. I think that the captain Merriman is coming in to a sort of short mid-wicket. Riley currently has 1 or 4 balls. Is looking at the changes in the field. Settles over his bat. And Brathwaite is pulled in from deep extra cover into orthodox extra cover. Dearden trots in, couple of paces, floats it up, and that is the end of the game. Riley goes too far across and he is bowled middle and off stump, and England have won the Caribbean Cup by a grand total of 70 runs. Was that 69 runs? Can I not read that straight? 69 runs. And that's a very, very fine all-round performance by England, Hartley, isn't it?
Yes, Colin, I must say that it was a match befitting Kensington Oval.
Yeah, very high quality game of cricket.
High quality game. Yes, good conditions. We had almost brilliant conditions. Just for a moment we had a little passing shower. But it has ended in brilliant conditions, cool, a bit even chilly because we are elevated, and and this time of the year we're having a good breeze. But England, they have played magnificently. They batted well and bowled just as efficiently.
And if you consider in the first game of the tournament they were 47 for 8 against Australia, and still nearly pulled off a victory, even then only finished a few runs short, chasing 130, 140. They obviously had it in them, and today they got it all together. They batted solidly, and they bowled and fielded quite magnificently.
You cannot find any fault of the English performance today. Cannot find any fault at all of the England's performance. They came to play a final, and they played a final to the best of their ability, and they have won.
So the teams shake hands, as is now traditional, after the game. Shake hands, 2 lines. Australians heading out towards the pitch. The England team heading back towards the changing rooms. There will be the presentation very shortly. Well, let me quickly run through the scorecard for the Australia team. Peter O'Reilly stumped John Goldthorpe, bowled Jason Corn 21, Eric Higgins caught and bowled Butterworth for 53, Thornton LBW bowled Phillips 5, Officer LBW bowled Phillips 0, Hoisted caught and bowled Phillips 7, Richardson stumped Goldthorpe, bowled Butterworth 40, Miller caught sub Rhodes, bowled Butterworth 5, Dudderidge caught Goldthorpe, bowled Dearden 12, Orlando was not out 11, Ridge was stumped Goldthorpe, bowled Dearden 0, Riley was bowled Dearden 1. The total was 168 of 39.2 overs, and the bowling, you can hear the applause round as the two teams come in. Staple 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21. Cornt 7 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 14. Phillips 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38. Deakin 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 27. Butterworth 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 36. Dearden 5.2 overs, no maidens, 3 for 23. A comprehensive victory for England, set up by a brilliant 70 from Ed Gordon-Lennox, and completed some fine bowling. Phillips, Butterworth and Dearden all taking 3 wickets, but actually set up by the 2 opening bowlers, Staple and Cornt, who set the tone by not giving Australia much chance to get their innings underway. They were always slightly behind the rate, and then the slow medium bowlers came on, took wickets, and eventually the Australian innings collapsed. Credit to Higgins and Richardson, who kept Australia in the game for a period, but it was an increasingly forlorn hope as we went into the second half of that innings. Hartley, just give me a quick summing up of how you feel the day has gone and the tournament has gone.
Well, I've already done that summing up. It was a good day of cricket, but I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us here in Barbados in our commentary team. You were excellent, my friend. You were excellent. We were very proud to have you, and I must say thanks very much for joining me in.
Well, I too would like to join with Hartley in offering my gratitude to you, Colin, yourself, Kevin Grant, Alan Bugor, Kev Bissett, who all helped us out with the commentary and really brought a special flavor. And you have been, I mark you as excellent. Thank you once again very much. I have to run and do some other duties.
Okay, well, I think I'm not quite sure whether Wayne's just running down to do the presentation party duties. The teams are just standing around in front of the changing rooms at the moment. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, they want me to keep talking. Well, that's something I seem to be able to do fairly easily. The England team look very happy down there, all smiles, and I'm sure they'll have a glass or two of champagne in the dressing room after the game. The Australians look slightly less buoyant, slightly less happy. But the two teams with a great spirit between all the teams in this tournament. All the games have been played in the very best spirit on some lovely grounds out here in Barbados, and I think everybody would agree that the final being played at the Kensington Oval is a fitting end for a wonderful couple of weeks of seniors cricket here in Barbados. I think that we're now about to go down to the presentation party, so I'm going to wrap up by saying thank you very much, everybody, for letting me play behind the microphone. Thanks to Wayne and Hartley, you've been great company, and I'm very much looking forward to having the opportunity of doing this again sometime soon. So I am now disappearing off back to the President's box, and I leave you in Wayne's capable hands when he eventually gets out to the presentation. Good afternoon all.
tickets. So it's that's the kind of food the West Indies like to provide, and our hospitality. So I hope you enjoyed that variety. Right. I also like to call right now on the losing team. I hate to use those words. I don't think there's any losers. Cricket is the winner today. To present, say a few words, and to present the man of the match. Yes.
Thanks very much, Roy. First of all, congratulations, England. We knew you would come hard at us today, and I thought, well, we stuck at it. We didn't probably bowl as well as what we would like to think, and I think you saw, when you set your field, you took a lead. You could see what had happened when we were bowling, so you protected your boundaries pretty well. But yeah, 6 sixes, 5 fours, that makes a hell of a difference in an innings, so well done, Ed. That's a hell of an innings. To the organisers, terrific. Fortnight here. I don't think I've ever drunk so much rum in a fortnight, I must admit. But that's what Barbados is. Sorry, mate. But Roy, it's been a fantastic tournament. We've thoroughly enjoyed, organised everything. The bloke who was doing the drinks, the water bottles for us, thanks very much. I really appreciate all that. And congratulations to England again. And obviously your man of the match is Ed Gordon-Lennox with 74 runs.
I would like to call upon the winning captain to come and do his presentation and say a few words. Mr. Barry?
Firstly, can I congratulate my guys? Where we were a fortnight ago and where we are today is a huge testimony to a journey you've travelled so wonderfully together, so supportively, so collectively. And I thank you enormously for everything you've done to make this the tour the success that it has been. It's been a joy to share this wonderful experience with you. So first of all, guys, thank you very, very, very much indeed. And to you guys, goodness me, it's always good to see the baggy green. It's always good to know that we'll be in a battle with you guys whenever we come across you. And we're certainly looking forward to our competition next month with the Grey Ashes and 5 ODIs. So today may have gone our way. I'm sure you will come pushing back hard at us again. Well done on playing as well as you did today as well. And just before I make our announcement of your man of the match, I'd just like to again say on behalf of the whole of the England setup a huge thank you to the Barbados Cricket Association, to the Big Man Challenge, to the companies that have sponsored everybody here, to the umpires, to the scorers, to the curators. We've had some fantastic wickets to play on, some great grounds, and some fantastic hospitality. So, all who have given this competition that special air, we say a huge thank you. And I have to say a particular thank you to the people who were on flight VS239 from Heathrow, to the people who've been staying at the Accra Hotel, to all the people at George Lamming, and to all of the people at Passage Road Youth, to all those people locally who've come together to support us. Your support, spectators, has been phenomenal as well. So thank you very, very much indeed. And in our team, the person who's kept us all fit the whole time, not you, not you. Chanel, a huge, huge thank you. Our Australian player of the match is Eric Higgins with 53. Well done, Eric.
with my great pleasure that I award you the Big Man Caribbean Cup Champions for 2020. That concludes our ceremonies for tonight. We will do the official handover of the trophy this evening at the closing ceremonies at Grand Sands Hotel. Okay? Thank you, gentlemen.